All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hays and friends, happy Sunday, Sunday, Sunday to you. Monday morning to some of you already on the other side of the planet that are just rushing ahead of us. Time zone on the other side of the planet. So, welcome everybody. Hope you had a great weekend and enjoying the last moments of your weekend. And as always, excuse me, we're excited to see what comes through from Spirit tonight. So thank you for being here. Before we get into everything, we're going to do our regular little habit, a little ritual of taking a big, deep breath together to come out of the chaos of the outside world, to come out of the future, come out of the past, come down to this moment where love exists and peace and gratitude, and have a beautiful, beautiful, just a beautiful, beautiful bubble of love. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl as well to bring more energy in. So if you'd like to join me in that big, deep breath, let's do it. So big, deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out, coming back to the now, right? So here we go. Big, deep breath. Beautiful. Big, deep breath. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do that, we just let that vibrating love energy emanate from our hearts into all of our emotions, go up into our minds and all of our stories, all of our thoughts, our beliefs, raising it to higher vibration into all our physical body, every cell, every energetic cell that we are, into our energetic systems, all of our chakras, our energetic meridians, out into our auras, filling us up and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet in accordance with the will of the collective, right, of humanity. So we'll do that. And then, of course, what if you want to raise your vibration immediately, something we can all do in every moment. Just think of one little thing we're grateful for, even if it's we've got electricity, that's a huge thing. Some people don't have electricity, right? So we're at great gratitude for that. Immediately just begins to raise our vibration. It allows us to magnetize ourselves to become a magnet for more of what we're grateful for, opens us up to hear from spirit as well. Uh, After the third gong, I'm going to bring in the magic feather, and I'm going to continue to send love energy out to the world, to all leadership among the entire planet, across every nation, every tribe, that anyone who's in a position of authority that is not wanting, in this, it's the position, not the person, but the position, the office of leadership, whatever it may be, it's going to be flooded with unconditional love energy. And if individuals that are in there have low vibration energy, and they're not wanting to raise their love vibration, they won't be able to stand to be in that love, and then they get to choose by their higher self how they want to exit and leave that position, so it can open up to someone who is higher vibration, that is looking for the love of humanity, for us in unity. So we're going to do that if you want to join me in doing that, right? So let us begin. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. Mm, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Such lovely, lovely energies. Goodness, goodness. Thank you so much. All right. So, hey, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your evening here. And can't believe it's Sunday night already. It has flown by, and learning so much, so many good nuggets from Spirit. So, uh, just excited. So, welcome. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea with Spirit. Again, find out what we can find out from Spirit, what they'd like us to know, what we can learn from each other as well. So, I'm excited. Got a great group of Zen friends here. So, huge hearts, great senses of humor. Thankfully, thank God, two big things that can help us on this adventure of humans to have an easier path instead of a harder one. So, welcome, welcome. And there's always room, of course, for more Zen friends here. So, we try to keep it a nice, safe space, high vibration, full of love and support. So, thank you so much, everyone, for doing that. Hardly ever have to mention anything to anyone. So, I love the love that you all have. Um, what else? Oh, if you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Basically, donations get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. So you can make a donation any of those ways. I currently don't have any set dollar amount, but the dollar amount does determine how deep we go. If it's like $1, we go ankle deep. And then we move up shin deep, knee deep, and all the way up. So that's how that works. If you make a donation of $5 or more, you get a little piece of cake, meaning an oracle card to complete out your reading. We're finishing up these Alice the Wonderland oracle, and I got another one ready when those run out. And for those under $5, you get a fortune cookie, still get a cookie. We're finishing up the self-care wisdom cards for those. They're smaller, not as in-depth, but you get one of those as well. So I love it. And we're going to be using tonight the Tarot of Dreams by Ciro Marchetti. Marchetti. I'm probably not even saying it right those two ways, but I love it. It's a beautiful deck that has some extra cards in it, so I like it. I think there's like 5 extra cards, so we will look into those. I do get to free readings eventually, sometimes during the session, sometimes not. Like last night, I think I had my new record 8 hours and 50 minutes session, and I didn't get to a single free reading. I'm so grateful, so blessed for all the donations. Oh, you guys blow me away, and I'm so grateful. It's how I earn my living and how I pay for my food. So I'm very grateful. And I do pop on in the morning, though, if I don't complete the free readings at night or whatever I don't finish at night. I do pop in the morning around 11 a.m. ish to finish those out. So if you had some last night and free readings, here's the link for that. I always do included in the night before's um, posted a pinned comment because then after every session I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you ever come back after a session, you can find your name, click on the timestamp, takes you right to your reading. In the evening sessions, if I don't get to all or some of the free readings, then down in the pinned comment toward the bottom, I'll put, here's the list of the free readings I didn't get to that I'll get to in the morning. I list all those. And then I also, once I complete the morning session, I pop back in there and update it and put the link to it. So if you ever are looking for it, if you go to the night one, you can see, oh, there, I'm on the list for the morning. So let me click that, the video. It'll take you to the video for that. Look at the pinned comment there for your timestamp to jump in. So hopefully that's not too confusing. I know sometimes I'm a little too organized, but it helps my Capricorn rising be at rest. So we got that. That's the process. Let's see. I talked about the pinned comment. I also have a free podcast called The Easier Path. So if you'd like some guidance on how to make our path an easier path instead of a harder one, you can check it out. I'm almost ready to record the next one coming up, which will be coming out on Thursday. We're finishing up a little mini series on expanding our empathic abilities and our spiritual gifts. So, phase 4, episode 20, will come out probably on Thursday because I have it almost all ready to record, which I'll probably do tomorrow on one of my days off from live streams, right? Always busy, always doing something. So, if you want to catch up, that's the playlist. Playlist is always down in the description area and on my main page as well. And then lastly, I am having a celebration in the month of July for reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers. I think I'm around 2,675 now. I'm almost up to 2,700. So we might have another celebration coming up here in a little bit. But thank you guys so much. And because of that, every Monday through the month of July, so tomorrow I'll be having a drawing. I give 2 giveaways, one for donations, one for free readings. Wow, I can't even think. I got all giddy. So for the donations, I pull one winner to win a 30-minute person recorded reading, and from free readings, I pull one winner to win a 15-minute person recorded reading. So last week we had 2 winners. We had Jazz and who won the my mind's gone blank. But we had the donation person. I have it here somewhere. I'm like, who won? Didn't I keep a list somewhere? Oh, I kept it over here. I swear. But they already know. They've already been contacted me. I can't believe I'm zoning the winner. But we'll have a winner tomorrow. 2 winners tomorrow. And then also August 3rd, which will be the last drawing for this celebration. In addition to those 2 winners, I'm also pulling a 1-hour person recorded reading, 2 30-minute, and 4 additional 15-minute. But to find out how to get into that drawing, you got to check out the video, and that'll tell you all that. So, all right. So that's the story, and I'm sticking with it. So I think that's everything. Let me make sure my little lists are all up to date, and then we'll get into the reading. So thank you guys so much. So excited, if you can't tell. All right. So let's take a look here. Let's see. So Ruby G, hey, good to see you. I got you on the free reading. So the free readings, you'll be number 7. Got you there. And then for your first donation, you'll be number 10. And then let's grab this here. And we have this here. And this here. I think all of that is for that reading. So I got all 3 of those. We got Leslie. Hey, thank you for sending love and energy. I appreciate that. And Debbie, oh, hey, good to see you. Hello. You ready to go to bed, but still too early? I know, right? You're like, all right. Well, hang in there. Then I see here, maybe this back, need some more space for my mouse. Okay, here we go. So Ruby, I see your additional one. That'll be number 11. So I got that one. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me do it on those. And then for number 3, we got that. Be number 12. All right. Thank you so much for all your multiple donations there. Give that a love and a like. And then Maria P in the house. Hey. I see yours for your free reading. That'll be number 8 on the free reading list. And all those. Thank you for the congratulations and all that. Let me just check my emails real quick here. Oh, Yay, thank you so much, Michelle. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. Did get your Cash App. So you'll be on here. Let me see. When's the time was here? Yeah, so you came in right after Ruby G. So you'll be number 13 on the donations there. So we got you. All right. I think I've got everyone. Oh, let me see here. Did I get Johanna? I did get Johanna. So Johanna, got you on the list. You'll be number 9. And then we got May. You'll be number 8. I got those. And then I do have Anna, the catch up from last night. You'll be number 7 on there. And then we've got 2 for Sudesh and Ghosh. Give those likes. You'll be number 5 and number 6. And we got Lauren of Light. I did get your Cash App. You'll be number 4. And then we've got Donna M. You'll be number 3. And then we've got Leslie. You're going to be number 2 on there. I like the hiya, your little sticker. I love it. And then we got Debbie O. You'll be up first for your one. And then I did, of course, you saw that I got your email to complete out your full energy there. And you'll be up first too for the free readings once we get to those. For free readings, we got Samya Rao, Leslie, Kritika Sayani, Ashish, Butterfly, Ruby G, and Maria P is where I have those. So if I'm missing anyone, please speak up. But I don't think I missed anyone tonight so far. Knock on wood. This is real wood. The table is, so that's good. So I think we're safe. All right. So I think we are. Hello, Anna. All right. So I think we're good. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to drink my little beet juice. I have a little beet juice with a little bit of apple cider vinegar and some lemon juice. It's a good concoction, good for liver and kidneys and blood pressure and all sorts of wonderful things. And it doesn't taste bad at all. So I like to do a little cheers in the beginning, just saying thank you for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support, all the donations, all the comments that you guys make on the videos. All those things you do help spread the Zen love. So thank you for being part of the love tsunami. You're helping spread the love of the planet and helping other people get messages from spirit that will help them have a more enjoyable journey as a human, right? So cheers, guys. I love you. I do have a little extra apple cider vinegar into that, so it's a little more tart than normal. Woo. Okay. Yum. Smack. All right, so let's get into it. All right. So let's dive in. Oh, hey, Berenice, good to see you. Hello. All right, we'll get you on the free reading real quick here. You'll be number 9 on the free readings once we get there. I don't know if you got yours last night. If you didn't check that one out yet, I did finish up this morning. So if you didn't get your last one last night, here's the morning session where I completed the free readings from last night, Berenice, if you think you were on the free reading list for last night too. If I am correcto. All right. Debbie, All right, Debbie, try to stay awake now. I'll try to talk a little higher. No, just kidding. That would sound weird. My voice used to be higher. I used to be a tenor when I was singing, but over the last few years, I feel like I went through a second puberty, and now my voice is lower now, especially today with allergies. All right, so let's jump in. 2130 is going to be your timestamp, Debbie O. Here we go. All right. So let's take a look here. You want to know whatever comes out in for love regarding your future husband. And then if Chuck has a message for you or anyone on the other side. All right, let's take a look here. So, what about love regarding your future husband? We got that. We got this here and this here and that there. Evidently those. So you got 5 and 5. Okay. So these 5 are about your future husband, and this other one is from Chuck et al. The different it's like it's a group, it's an intervention, but in a fun way. They're coming in to bring you messages together. You got your dad and your mom and Chuck and a couple other people piping in. But they're acting like it's an intervention. "We need to talk. Come sit down." But they're all grinning while they're doing it, so I like it. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 5 of Wands, which, we've got this great energy of transformation. I mean, you got 5 cards and 5 cards and the number 5, which is a card of change and transformation, of growth. And so it's a positive energy coming in, kind of celebrating your growth, kind of like your free reading last night. They're bringing in, going, yeah, just so proud and so encouraging for all the work that you're doing. You need an intervention, and so it's more of an intervention to say how wonderful you're doing, how much, how loved you are and celebrated. So, um, you know, I like that. You've been working hard and yeah, I like it. They're giving you all these golden stars. See all the stars all the way down. I was like, what are you guys doing? I'm like, oh, okay. Gold stars, gold stars, gold stars. All right. Let's take a look here first. What's going on here with your future husband coming in here? You have been, right? Where do we want to start? Well, let's start here with okay, well, we'll start here with this card because we do have the 4 of Wands. So this is the marriage card, of course. I love that beautiful doors opening. So, definitely reinforcing and reaffirming there is marriage. There is marriage. There is marriage. So I love that. Um, I do feel here that, we already know that they're having a new start, with the job and different things because they're ready to move out what they've done for so long. But this also goes really further back too, because in their life they had tower moments where significant things were moved suddenly out of their life, but they always, saw now they look back and they saw how it was always for them. And now they understand when something comes in and shakes up their life that they know it is for them and it is a new beginning energy. And I like that. I like this strong foundation for their life. I do feel here that also regarding them that they had a lot of perseverance with the 9 of Wands. They, have gone up the stairs, they've climbed things and kept going, kept going, kept going. So they don't give up easy, which is great. I feel like that's important for you to know that they don't give up. If you guys have an argument, which relationships do, if there's ever any kind of upset, that it's not the end. They know and they are, you know, they're not going to just give up. They're going to try and put in effort with it. So I like that. I feel like you need to know that. And then with the Palace of Coins, this is there's a palace for each of the 4 suits. And this is unique to this deck. And normally tarot doesn't have a palace, but this for me in this deck is creating a space where they feel comfortable to be themselves. And that's what they create for you too, a safe space for you to express who you are. So a safe space, and Palace of Coins too. Definitely a security. Yeah, there you go. I need the security to be safe. Yeah, and the Palace of Coins is a secure, safe environment physically and also for your worth that It's a solid foundation for that too. So I like that. Some good stuff with that. Boom, boom, boom. And then, oh yeah, the intervention. Let's see who's coming through here. Yeah, the Eight of Swords. So here's a celebration. It's funny. These cards normally have someone's bootay sticking out there. I have to cover them up. But this Eight of Swords is a celebration, like we were talking about, of all the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. I feel like you got maybe that's the card you got last night. I feel like it was something like that, where it's celebrating all the thinking and mindsets that you've let go of that no longer serve you, those that make you feel blinded and bound, trapped, restricted, and small. And of course, you're continuing to release those, but you've done such a lot of work already in releasing so many that that's a celebration and encouragement to keep doing it, keep going. I mean, it's doing wonders for your future, the energy, because they can see all of the all of those energies of the future, how it's transforming and different things are, you know, updating and things are coming closer and they see all that impact and they're like, keep going. You wouldn't believe what your future, how it's transforming your future. So keep going. You have the Two of Coins. Uh, so the Two of Pentacles here is about balancing, and I love all these. I mean, I love that these cards show, you know, the planets and those, and of course, this over here is uh, Jupiter, which is the planet of expansion, plus also abundance. So you got all this a wonderful energy that's coming in here. So I like that. Yeah, you have a little bit of hermit energy, your Virgo energy. So this is about you being true to yourself, and that you're taking the time to work on yourself and commune with spirit. And I love that. Yeah, pop up emotions, like the little books. Oh, what's that? So beautiful, this wonderful release, this balancing energy that's coming in. You got the King of Coins, so King of Pentacles. So this abundant energy. And I like this because this they're saying here with this hermit and this, when you're saying that you need security to be safe, well, you're learning that your security comes from in here anyway, not the outside. So you definitely have this coming in here, right? So I love this. I know, right? Happy tears. And the Three of Cups. Yep. Joy, celebration. And here, this is all of your spiritual posse. And here's the Cancer moon energy too, that they're, yeah, and it's even Mercury. I think that's is that Mercury? I think it's Mercury with the horns. Mercury in Cancer. So this is communication through emotions from your spiritual posse. And that's them saying, we're with you on this journey and adventure. You're never alone. Anytime you're feeling an emotion, we're all with you, supporting and loving you, crying, happy tears with you, experiencing your releasing emotional energy, and they're all there lovingly supporting you through your adventure too. So I love this. So I feel like that is what they wanted to tell you, just to verify a lot, give you a lot of kudos for all the work that you're doing, internal work and the beautiful fluctuations. So I love it. Let's see what your fortune cookie is from Alice the Wonderland. Yeah, I love it. Keeping up. And it says here on the bottom, sorry, I'm crunching my cough drop, immense effort and advance. So there's exactly what they were talking about, right? Let's see what they say here. So from the book Alice in Wonderland, right? Well, in our country, said Alice, still panting a little, you generally get to somewhere else if you ran very fast for a long time, as we've been doing. A slow sort of country, said the queen. Now, here you see it, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, You must run at least twice as fast as that. I love it. So the lessons of your life are taking place at a fast rate, far too swiftly for you to process them. It seems you are only just keeping up with all the changes coming to you. You must work very hard to make any discernible progress for now, which is what you're doing. You've been trying and trying to get ahead, and yet you always seem to be in the very same place. This could be in almost any aspect of your life, your finances, relationship, career, or success. So at this point in time, the answer is to work even harder. You will not have to do this much work with this much effort, perhaps ever again. But the only way out of your current situation is to accelerate. And I feel like they're not asking you to accelerate more than you're doing now. This is more like they were saying, um, uh, like not signifying. It's a word I was using last night. It's recognizing the effort that you're doing. So you've been getting intense and pushing for the breakthrough that's just ahead of you. You have been devoting more time than you would wish, and sacrifices have been made. However, because you're doing this, you will push through the resistance and explode into the next stage of your life. I love it. Put all your effort into surging ahead and watch as you begin to move in the tiniest of ways ahead of where you have been. Once you take that lead, stay focused on where you're going, and you'll begin to leave the place you find yourself in now and previously. When you push through, others will recognize the incredible dedication you have to your own life. And that's what they're doing. This is that incredible dedication is being acknowledged. That's the word, acknowledged. Wow, yeah, you're doing it. This will inspire, them to push forward with their own dreams too. One thing's for sure, the intensity of your approach brooks no resistance. Your movement and energy will drive away all stagnation. Now go. The divination is a time of very hard work, getting ahead, determination, and resolve to push through into that next stage, the urge to improve your status and be rewarded, moving quickly with strength and stamina, a great deal to process and integrate. Yep. The reversal is sluggish approaches will not be rewarded, feeling it is impossible to change the way things are, feeling entrapped by the effort required to change your current circumstances. So you might have a little bit of that last energy there, of just like, maybe feeling like I got to, and it's more freeing energy is what we're looking at with everything else that you're doing. So you're doing it for you and not feeling like you have to. You're doing it because you want to, and I like that difference in that energy for you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. I love it. So thank you again for your donation. And I agree, all this work that you're doing for your freedom is amazing. So keep it up. I love it. Yay. All right. So let me get caught up here. Thank you. Let's see, we're up here. Right here. This is where we did it here. So all right, very good, Berenice. I see that there, and we'll get you. Those are all right. So I got your free reading, and then you want to know, is this so Sergio is going to change? I say, is Sergio going to change his mind a bit more? And then okay, so normally it's one free reading per session, Berenice. Um, So do you want to do number one, number two, or do you want to make a donation for one of your questions? I'll put both of your questions here and I'll wait to see which one you choose. but we just do one free reading per person per session. So I'll let you choose that. All right, and we got Livier Vagata in the house. Hey, Livier, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list here too. You'll be number 10 on the free readings there. And then we got Moonlight in the house. So hey, Moonlight, good to see you. Get your donation. We'll get you on number 14 on the list there. I am doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. And I see your question, so I'll get that added in there. All right. So I think we are all up to date. Let me check my emails real quick. All right. So we'll get back into it. Oh, Leslie. Hello. So you'll hear your emojis. So Leslie, you're up next. 3737 is your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. So thank you again for your donation and want message from your angels for this new week. All right. Let us see what we have here for your angels for this week for Leslie. All right. All right. What do we have? Oh, nice. You do have the moon coming in here as the underlying energy. We do have a new moon in Cancer on Monday, Tuesday energy, depending where we're at in the world, I do believe. But so definitely use this new moon energy for your new moon wishes and using it for the most. If you need any guidance on doing new moon wishes, on my main page of my channel, I've got 2 videos making the most of new moon energy, making the most of full moon energy, and we go into details on how to make the most of those. So those are, there's like, I feel like they're like 3 sections down. They're just in a little section by themselves, 2 videos are next to each other. If you're interested in checking those out, it's all free information. But I like that. It's very powerful emotional movement energy, especially, and mothering energy and nurturing energy, of course, being the moon. So I like it. So they're bringing that in right at the start for next week. And then what else for next week? You got 4 cards and 3 cards and 2 cards. So there's a countdown to something. I feel like you don't reach number 1 next week, at least in current energies. But you do a lot of progression and movement next week. You got the 5 of Wands. Yeah, so we got the growth energy coming in here of the 5 of Wands. What else do you have? You have the King of Swords. Yeah, so a lot of clarity and a changing. So the 5 energy of the Wands with the King of Swords, a lot of changing of the stories. They're the master storyteller, and they're able to switch stories from old ways of thinking to new ways of thinking. And yeah, in the 4 of Swords, you got this getting out of expectations, and they're sleeping on the Ace of Swords up here, which the king gives you. So there is this, uh, maybe even doing some sort of meditations of release of old stories into new things. Yeah, and you even got transformation energy of the Hanged Man coming in here too. And we know Neptune just went retrograde last week. So there is this great reflection energy that's coming in that gives you the ability to see things with this hangman from a higher perspective. All of those Ace of Swords energies, all those do that. So you got 3 out of 4 cards there that are about seeing things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude. Allows you to see situations differently. Some old stories where we might, have an old story that's still bouncing around in there from like that happened to me, instead of we can transform it and go, what gift was in that? Why did I want that to happen for me? Which is an empowerment energy, instead of that happened to me and I was out of control. So, the world did this to me. Instead, it's okay, no, my life, I'm in charge of it. Why did I want this to happen for me? What did I learn? How did I learn about myself? How can I use that to set myself free? And I feel like that's the kind of energy that you're coming in with those 4 cards. And then the 3 cards, you've got the Ace of Cups. Yep, so we got the self-love energy coming in. We do have, you have the World card. So that's a significant ending of one cycle to open up a beginning of a new adventure. And you do have the 8 of Cups as well. So this does, of course, talk about 8 of Cups is walking away from relationships or emotions that no longer serve you, and this is you choosing yourself with this Ace of Cups, and so there is some emotions that are tied to those old stories that you're like, "Okay, I experienced them for a reason, and now that I've experienced them, I don't have to keep experiencing them. How can I transmute them and release them so I don't keep whatever story that is on loop," right? It's like I'm ready to hit stop, take what they're showing me CDs, take the CD out or the DVD and put it back in its case and put it away. I don't have to watch that again anymore since it's been on loop for decades, right? So it's like, I am done with this and I'm ready for that movement. Bringing you to the King of Wands and the Ten of Cups. Yeah. So this is in preparation. Again, the King of Wands is you realizing you're the one in control, your energy that you're investing. You're clearing the throne room of all the supposed to be should be's, all this noise. So you could sit with your heart, make a plan, and then take action behind it. And the Ten of Cups is toward relationship. Um, so if you're not in a relationship, then this is about one coming in and that you're preparing for that. And, or if you're in a relationship, it's about expanding relationship that you're in. And if you don't want a relationship, if you're happily single and you're like, I don't want one of those, it's about relationships with, besties and family and your loved ones in your world as well. But you're realizing the emotional energy that you're pouring out, that you're ready to, get your emotional bank back filled up. Because if you're expending a lot of emotion, like, into relationships where you're giving 70, 80, 90% all the time and someone else is only giving 10, 20, 30 consistently, then you're like, I think I'm ready to let that one. I'm going to back off or I'm going to completely back away from it. And then you get all that emotional energy back in your emotional bank. Same thing with emotions that you've stuffed down from 7 years old and younger that we weren't allowed to feel, those of anger and of sadness, that we're like, "No, you can't feel those." Um, those can be felt and processed and released, so all that energy that's being used to keep those emotions charged, as well as suppressed, you get all that energy back and it adds more up, and that's what allows, when you have a full emotional bank, then your heart approves new relationships and new things of the heart to come in. Because if we're almost bankrupt with emotional energy because we're putting so much out and getting so little back, then our heart is denied. We cannot approve that. We don't have the budget. So I like kind of this preparation energy that's coming in with all this. So I love it. So I got to blow my nose. My nose started to run. Just the left nostril. Okay. Didn't want to be all sniffing all night, you know, like your mom. Do you need a Kleenex? Let's see here. And then you get a fortune cookie. Let's see what else they have here. So what else? What else for Miss Leslie? All right, this one here. I'm gonna crack my fingers. There we go. All right. Yeah, I like it. Sorry, I gotta turn off this too. I'm high maintenance right now. I'm like, I'm hot. I gotta turn off this. I gotta blow my nose. I need a drink of water. But it says, do not drink poison. Number 8. Look at I love that look. That just cracks me up. Hi. But there you got the number 8 again, which 8 of cups is movement and this, energy. Do not do things you know are bad for you. So I love this. I love this energy of, letting go the stuff that, is bad for you, which is me investing all this emotional energy and things, right? All right, so let's take a look here. It says, if you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it is almost certain to disagree with you sooner or later. It says, you deserve to treat yourself well. You deserve to inhibit what is not good for you. You do not need to try what is bad for you to know that it's not for you. So when this card comes, Wonderland is advising you to no longer do what is not in your best interest. You have a habit or two that you would do well to let go of. You have people in your life that you keep giving time and space to, despite knowing you will suffer afterwards, that you will again be upset and disturbed by their harshness, their unkindness. Wow, that's a very affirming message from what we were just talking about. Poison does not only come in bottles, it comes in the form of others who hurt us, deliberately or even without their knowledge. It can simply be that they are not for you and you are not for them. Poison comes in the form of words which hurt and harm, that fall from your lips or which are spoken about you by others. There are situations you know may hurt or endanger you. There are substances which could be toxic for you and do not need to have them in your life anymore. So when this card comes to you, it is time to eradicate that which can poison you at last. It is not cruel to refuse to hurt yourself. You'll be astonished at the energy you will have once you remove these toxins from your life. Wow. I know, right? Wow. The divination says avoid toxic situations, people, or relationships. Do not partake in what you know is not best for you. Ending harmful relationships, changing toxic habits, or improving your nutrition and health regimen. A clean out from your home and pantry of substances, foods, even fabrics that can poison your personal environment. Changing unhealthy, harmful thoughts and beliefs about yourself and refusing to speak ill of others, choosing to encourage, support, and lead through kindness and strength. Wow, this is so perfect with even the swords and everything we talked about for your week. The reversal is suffering unnecessarily, holding on to relationships that hurt you, lacking the energy to change habits which harm you, a denial that poisonous things can hurt you, denial about certain substances, potential for addiction to food or substances, obsessive and harmful behaviors which need to be changed, but which you may refuse to recognize. But I feel like it's more the other stuff. But I like to read the reversals in case anything resonates, but I love that. Dumping the poison. That's this week for you. So enjoy. I love it, Leslie. That is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. I am so grateful. And it sounds like a great week. All righty, righty, righty. See here, we got Jojo in the house. Yellow, good to see you, Jojo. You are number 9 on the donation list, and I don't see a question yet, just in case, because we know sometimes they like to hold back your comment. So I don't see one yet. And we got Cat Goddess in the house too. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 11 when we get to those. Working on it. I know, right? Perfect. All right. So that's what we have there. Let me take a sip here. We'll dive back into the donations. I gotta kind of starts to settle at the bottom, and then if you take a sip because the straw's at the bottom, you get all this powder and yum. Yum, yum, yum. Cheers, cheers. All right. So up next we have Donna M. So, Donna, here's your timestamp. And so you saw some live music, and the band played a song that's special to you because it's a memory of an old friend. Oh, who's not talking to you right now? Okay. So a few weeks ago, you dreamt that you saw him getting ready to see a band, and the setting of the dream seemed very similar to the venue you were at. Wow. So you felt it was a sign that maybe he was with you somehow. So maybe he will talk to me again. Was it real or coincidence? All right, let's take a look here. So, first of all, let's find out based on current energies, will they talk with you again? Will they reach out to you? And then, was it real? Was it or coincidence? So, was this a premonition or a message? Tell us, tell us. What can we know? All right. Yeah, we have the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom here, even with the Nine of Coins, which the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight, which will tell us that things are going slow between the two of you for a reason. And the Nine of Pentacles is like a hermit energy, which is about you two needing the time apart to grow and to focus on yourself, each of you. So it is happening on purpose for that. Will they reach out to you? Still undecided. We have the Emperor energy, which is them trying to get out of their head and into their heart, and then they'll make a plan and take action. But I feel like the decision hasn't been made on if they'll be the one that reaches out to you, or will you be the one that reaches out to them. Was this real or coincidence here? You got the Ace of Pentacles, the Three of Swords. So it wasn't a premonition dream, but this does speak to this Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Coins, does speak to that it was happening for a reason for you. Let's see what it is here. Yeah. And we got the dream come true, the Star card, and the Fool card, which is a new beginning, free of expectations, doing things a different way uh, with your communication. And you'd have the King of Cups, so a balance between head and heart. Um, I feel like, and this, we're asking guidance from spirit, and they'll tell us their opinion, but they don't really have an opinion. But they'll give us guidance on knowing what we're wanting to know in our heart and kind of knowing what our dream is. Like, I want to be back in contact with them. They're saying this all is an opportunity for you to reach out to them. I know, only if you want to. There's no pressure. There's no have to. They're just saying, it's an opportunity. You can use this. You can reach out to them and say, "Oh my God, I hope you're well. I just wanted to tell you I went and saw a band, and it was crazy because I had a dream that you were gonna go see this band, and then when I'm there, they played a song that reminded me of you, and so I wanted to reach out and just say I'm thinking of you, and that this song is what made me, think of you, and I hope you're well." No expectations, just a little bit of a little message of love toward them, and then that's it. Then you can see what unfolds here, but this is doing things differently, you know, um, and that's it. No expectations, no, "Let me know," "Talk to me," or anything like that. It's simply a little memory, a little experience, a tiny little story, and maybe they'll go listen to the song, and maybe, that will help them, uh mend whatever reason they're, having that stuff inside of them kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here, Donna. But I feel like it's not a coincidence either. It wasn't real, like it wasn't a premonition, but it also I love it. Also wasn't um just it wasn't a coincidence that it was happening as an nudge, as an opportunity that you could use that to reach out, and without expectation though. And with the reason I kind of chuckled because your fortune cookie is an invitation of love. Love, 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 speaking love, right? And it says, "The words you speak are an invitation to life, a request to bring energy into form. Choose your words carefully." So it's of love. It's not of, we don't start, you know, "Hey, are you done being an ass?" Or, we don't do that. We're like, "Hey, I hope you're well. I was thinking of you. I had this dream. It was really, bizarre that when I went to go see this band that it was like the dream I had, and they played a song that made me think of you, and I just wanna let you know you're on my mind. Um, and I'm sending you lots of love," and then that's it. It doesn't have to be more than, we don't have to explain, we don't have to do all this, it's just sharing a moment, and I love that. So, hopefully that helps, Donna, and many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Alright. I think this stuff makes me thirsty because now I'm thirsty for more. All right. All right. And then we are to Lauren of Light. Lauren, thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. And I did get your email as well. So I got your questions. So let's dive in and see what we've got going on here. So you want to know, what does spirit want you to see? Hey, hello. And uncover that you're not noticing. So what does spirit want you to see and uncover that you're not noticing? I don't know, you're a very noticing person, but we'll see what they say here. All right, and then where can you uncover new, deeper layers of creativity? Because there's no shoulds with spirit, there's just coulds. So let's see here, new layers of creativity. Okay, there with those. This one too. Let me just separate these so I can see them easier there. And then what gift of yours does spirit want you to lean more into? Ooh, I like that. All right. And there. Okay, we'll start with those, and then we'll dive into the other ones. So what does spirit want you to see and uncover that you're not noticing, or what could you uncover here? Wow. You got the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Coins, and underneath all that, the Nine of Wands. Yeah, I feel like, with this being the underlying energy, the Nine of Wands, that, you're uncovering and you're stepping into your power more and more and more. But I feel like, one, celebrating the breakthrough you've had on your self-love and the new opportunities that it's created. And I feel like, they're saying here, you can continue to uncover more and more and more around your self-love. There's, uh, you know, we have so much space as humans to find our self-love because it's so shrunk when we're growing up, because we're all taught, look at here, look at here, look at here. That, when we make a big leap in self-love, we're like, oh my God, am I almost like at the full max of self-love? And they're like, no, we're not. We've got so much room for growth and self-love all the way up till we're vibrating into our higher self. So we've got a lot of wiggle room. And I feel like they're saying, you've done amazing things over these last few months about choosing you, choosing your self-love, realizing your love. The extent of how much you love yourself is how much you can give and receive love to the people in the outside world. And so, like, your journey is all about your self-love. Where are those spaces that I can let some old mindsets go, some old emotions go, some old energies, and even physical things go that, don't serve. So I like that. So I feel like that is where there's just more that can be uncovered there. And it's true, no matter how much freedom work I do, I think, "All right, I think I'm doing pretty good," and then another little opportunity comes up, and that's wonderful because there's freedom on the other side of that. So we like it. All right. And then where can you uncover new, deeper layers of creativity? You do have the 5 of Cups. Wow, I like this. There's your lower vibrational emotions, there's nothing wrong with them, right? There's not right or wrong, good or bad, better or worse. There's just different. And I feel like there's layers of creativity in the lower vibrational emotions. It's like embracing them as a friend instead of as a threat and of something evil. And because I feel like when you are in lower vibration emotions, like when things aren't going well with Jake and we're being shaken, sometimes our creativity goes to a halt, right? But there's a deeper layer of creativity that happens when you're in your lower vibration. This is interesting. Let's see what they have here. Yeah, we've got the Hierophant. Again, this 5 energy growth happens. So much growth happens when you're in that, and you've even got the Hermit card and the Fool card, which when you're in this space of aloneness where you're feeling alone, there's this great opportunity with that Fool card, which is Aquarius energy, Uranus, which is to- seeing things totally different, right? The old ways not, you know, being fit for the new way that you're heading. And I love that, and then you move into the sun, boom, after that, so I like this. There's, you know, deeper layers of creativity in the dark nights as well as in the sunlight, and so they're saying that there's something that can be found in connecting with your inner children, your emotional inner children, and your mental inner child during the darker feelings because they're the ones that have those, but they also have some wonderful, how children just they don't have the limitations, they just are like anything's possible. Their mind is wide open, and I feel like there's something in connecting with that with creativity. So interesting, I love that. All right, and then what gift of yours does spirit want you to lean more into or that you could? Again, a lot of the spirit doesn't have a should, and they don't have like, "Well, this is what you need to be doing and what you're supposed to be doing or have to be doing." They're all along for the ride like a puppy that's just doesn't care where you're going. They're just happy to be along for this adventure, and there was no judgment from them on, "You should do this, you should do that, you gotta be your highest," or whatever. That's a human trait of ours of driving to be something, to become more when we remember that we are everything already. We're already a perfect mountain. We're just exploring ourselves. Take the pressure off. That opens things up. So there's not a should and a must and those. So we replace should with could, with because that opens up, takes away the pressure of feeling like we're trying to perform for spirit when they're just like, we don't care what you do. We're just happy to be along like a dog does. They're like, all you have to do is say, you want to go for it? And they're like heading for the car. They don't care where. Yeah, let's go. And you're like, don't you want to know where? No. Let's go adventure. Roll down the window, crack the window, turn on the radio. Let's go. So I like that. So what gift is this here? Um, So you've got the Ace of Wands and the Nine of Coins, the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, there is this, the gift of your energy and this Nine of Pentacles energy that's coming in. This has to do with this energy that you connect with because, the Nine of Pentacles, right, is you alone in a garden with spirit. And this Ace of Wands is this connection with spirit. You even got the Three of Wands, which is, Sun in Aries. So you got all this powerful, powerful energy of transforming. Oh, okay. Transforming energy in the physical world, in even your physical body. So I like this because the 9 of Pentacles feels like, you know, the physical body, the pentacles, right? And it's like, being able to move energy in your physical body, which can be, I don't know if do energetic, like Reiki or Tai Chi or Qigong. It's that kind of energetic meridian moving things with that 3 of Wands, something that's stuck, moving things in the body. So I don't know if you've tried like Tai Chi, because I'm really seeing that, or Qigong does it too, because it's not so much Reiki type as it is moving your chi. It feels like moving energy through your body. So I feel like that's something that they're encouraging you, that you have a natural talent and it does impact your life, stepping into that. Right. So we like that. Let's see. Let me put these cards back in and let's go into your next group of little questions here. All right. So we did that one there. All right. And then where do you doubt yourself that you shouldn't? What were you in a past life that's important for you to remember now? And what gifts did you have? Ooh, how fun. How many times have you been here? And who's in spirit that you can tap into? All right. And then we'll go in to talk about Jake. All right, I'm gonna take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Hey, Rahul, I'll get you on the list here in just a momentito. All right. So, again, where do you doubt yourself that you shouldn't? There's no shoulds, right? Again, just to bring that in, just to beat that dead horse. But um, so where do you doubt yourself that you can move it if you want? Is more what would spirit would kind of transform your question, because they're like, you can, or you can't, or you could, or you don't, and either way you're fine, but for yourself, where can I move doubt within myself? Where's an opportunity where they see, looking under the hood, where you can do that? Let's look at that first here. So you have the 8 of Cups. Yeah, this is walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve you. You got the Sun card again and the 9 of Wands. Yeah. So this has been a block to some happiness for yourself here, in the past. And in this, I feel like the doubt that comes in, and this can be in relationships, it can be in friendships, it can be with family, coworkers, or whatever, that there's a fear of, people walking away, and there's some sort of abandonment, from when you were younger, 7 years old and younger, that's founded in, and that's the doubt comes in. It's a fear that was formed in an emotion you felt when you were younger that you weren't allowed to feel. You had to stuff it. And so it's been bubbling down there, and so it's something that just wants, your inner child wants you just to hold them and go, you're allowed to cry for that abandonment, for the feeling left behind, left out in the cold, again, that abandonment feeling, and that I will never leave you. You can tell them that I will never leave you. You're a part of me, and I will never abandon you. And I feel like that's an important energy for you there, because there is something, even though you're like, I'm strong and da da da, the little inner child underneath the surface is, I'm afraid people are going to leave me. I'm afraid I'm going to get abandoned. I'm going to be afraid I'm going to be left behind. And you're like, no, 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 no. You come here. You were allowed to feel that. I'm not going to make you push that down. I'm going to allow you to release that. Give that to me. Um, I will take it from your hands, right? So I feel like that is what they have for that one there. And then oh yeah, what were you in a past life that's important for you to remember now? And what gifts do you have with that? So who were you in a past life? Yeah, Palace of Coins. I had a feeling here, the Palace of Coins, Palace of Pentacles, these are unique to this deck, the palaces, and this was creating a safe space. But again, this physical energy, I feel like with the gift we were talking about, with the Tai Chi and that, I do feel you were like a Chinese medicine. I feel like you were a doctor for royalty back in the Chinese one of the Chinese dynasties. And you have a natural gift for um, Chinese medicine and movement of energetic meridians. I bet you can sense a pulse and kind of know where something is off. Uh, and even if like acupressure, you don't have to do acupuncture, but acupressure, um, and different meridian things like that, I definitely feel like you would be a natural for all that, right? So, so I do feel like, you have that from a past life and you can use that energy with the movement. I love that. You can feel it. Yeah. Yeah, and here you go, got the strength card, helping with your inner strength, other people's inner strength, and to end cycles and allow freedom and movement. Again, that pressure and different things, helping that. And the Page of Wands, helping people with their energetic flow. So I feel like that's all part of what you can use in this lifetime too. So I like it. Ancient Chinese secret. Lord of Light. So I love that, and I feel like, yeah, with the you had that natural ability, and then you can again, with moving like Qigong and Tai Chi, you can actually help people move their energy. You can with permission of their higher self, you just you're able to and move things without even touching people. You can even do it long distance, right? But you can, move energy. You can move energy through people. So I love that. All right. And then how many times have you been here and who in spirit should you tap into? You've been here hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, as human, as animal, as plant, as all sorts of animals, even elements. You had so many different lifetimes here that there's just so many. I mean, if you can imagine our higher self, we have so many expressions of us. Earth is just one little tiny planet, and we have one like this human is one little drop in an ocean, like a huge ocean, even bigger than our oceans, full of experiences and expressions at different vibration levels, different frequencies, different universes, of course, throughout this universe and tons of different places, billions of different expressions. And so hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, on Earth ourselves, just so many, because we can be at the same time being this expression. I can be another human experiencing myself as another human somewhere else, and an animal and a plant and things all at the same time. That's how powerful we are. It's not just one at a time. We're experiencing so many all at the same time across many dimensions. Humanity is one of the few that we can, that we're shielded to our other experiences so that we can experience the duality, experience feeling what it might feel like to be alone, even though we never are. We pretend very well with this veil going, I feel isolated. And they're like, oh, yeah. Oh, oh. And then you have that whole posse of support behind us going, oh, that's right. I'm not alone. But they're all, shh, give them a moment to make them what might feel like being alone. It's like, what's it like being in the dark? I don't know. Oh, it's spooky. I'm in the dark. They're not like, no, open your eyes. Oh, I'm in the light. Anyway, hopefully that helps. Um, and who in spirit could you tap into right now? Let's take a look here and see what they would have you know right now. All right. Well, you got the Three of Cups and the Page of Coins. I feel like your Earth Elemental Spirit Guide, one that makes sense with all this Earth energy. that you've been talking about, I mean, that we've been talking about, you're like, I've been talking about right now about the movement of things that can really help you with that gift. If I haven't, shared with you specifically, I do have, let's see, I have a podcast series. It's called it's a monthly quest playlist, but this was a quest of the elements, this playlist here, and this is good for anyone because we all have all humans, we get, a little team of elemental spirit guides, the 4 elements, and then the 5th element is the ethereal, that's our guardian or guardian angel. But we've got a earth elemental spirit guide that helps with our body and the physicalness of the body. And then of course fire that helps us with our spiritual energy and our the spark and energy. And of course water element for our emotions and an air elemental to help us with our mind. And they kind of are the supervisors that help this human help everything work and run and coordinate, and so I feel like your earth elemental spirit guide, and so one of those videos in that playlist is them if you wanna check it out if you haven't met them yet, we talk about how to meet them all as well. And then you have the 7 of swords and the 6 of queens. Yeah, I feel like your, air elemental spirit guide will help your, earth elemental spirit guide with some beliefs and some knowledge, regarding that, and so I feel like your earth elemental spirit guide will help bring in some Akashic information and download it and give you access, kinda like in, The Matrix. They can, help you remember some of the stuff that you just have a natural knowledge for, and they can help bring that in as well. So I feel like that is where you can tap into and they will help out. So I like those. All right. And then let us dive into Mr. Jake here. Let me just these out. Got that one there. Got that one there. Okay, and I'll leave those kind of all together. All right. Let me take another sip here and we'll dive into Jake's side here. Sorry for the slurping. Don't want to leave a drop of that. All right. So let's take a look here. So, how is Jake feeling today? This one here. Got the 7 of swords. Yeah, he's really dealing with his mind today. We got that Aquarius moon energy. So they're really kind of I don't want to say fighting their emotions, but they're really trying to understand their emotions. A lot of energy that's coming in here about like their mind is trying to understand how they feel because it's so interesting being an Aquarius, and I've heard this and it resonates so much that Aquarius, they don't just feel emotions, they wanna analyze them, understand them, and then they'll feel them, but we need to know what it is first. It's almost like a glass of wine or before I eat something, it's like, you're like, "Hmm, so let's see here," you see the constitution of the wine by how it swirls, and then you smell and the aroma, and then, you do a little taste, and then you drink the rest of it. So I feel like that's what's kinda going on today is his mind is analyzing some emotions because he's like, "This is new, these emotions, feeling this stuff. Now I wanna put it under a microscope and look at these emotions, they're interesting," right? Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, it does definitely feel like, that he's kind of in analyzing his feelings today, um, and then he'll go back to feeling them again, but I feel like today is a day of inquisitiveness regarding emotion. Not suppressing them, putting them under the microscope and, you know, it's like touching it with a stick. Let's see what it does now. So it feels very experimental. So he's funny. Such a unicorn. All right. And then what is he afraid to say or do? Let's take a look here. Yeah. Well, I feel like he's afraid to tell his family how happy he is with this Wheel of Fortune, um, and to communicate with them regarding all this, because it does feel like, um, there's a lot of jealousy and competition between siblings, um, and it feels like drama happens, and they're like, "I wanna," in a way, they're like, "I wanna share this, but I'm also I don't want them to ruin it." You know? It's kinda like I want the cement to dry so that they can't just walk over it and leave indentions in it, how a cat or a dog walks across a fresh cement, and they're like, "I want this to cement first before I give them a chance to walk on it because I don't want them to leave any marks on it." I love that. So, I feel like it's, not like a valid fear, but I'm like, I can see the hesitancy because he knows his family, and he's like, "Yeah, let this dry a bit." So I feel like it's kinda wisdom that's coming in there, not so much fear, but he's like, "Yeah, I just don't wanna, yeah, I'm afraid, and there's a reason why I'm afraid, history," you know? So, I feel like that's what's coming in with that. What's unseen to you but known to him? That's funny. How is that ever possible? He's quiet, yeah, so he's doing that reflective, energy, and that's alright, you know? Let's see here. What is known to him but unseen to you? Yeah, I feel like, I mean, you have an idea of how much energy he's putting in to create this safe place of communication, but and I feel like this is like, because communication and connection is so important to you that, like, let me see, how can this compare? Like, um it's like if you're a runner and you run a 5K every morning, and they've never ran before, and, um, and you guys sprint and do 1 lap, around, you know, a lap around, a field, whatever those, a track. Oh my gosh. So, like, 1 lap, and he ran, and you're like, "Wow, that's good," and you're like, to you, that's good connection, but when you realize they haven't run, like, in their case, like, if they haven't ran ever, like, that was huge for them, I feel like that's what they're bringing in here. It's like, what's unseen to you is what, such a big deal these days of connection they've been doing is, how much energy and how much bravery and courage it took them to do it. I feel like you understand that it takes energy, but because how used to that you can run in connection, you have the capacity of high voltage amounts of connection that, they're not used to that, and that it took a lot for them to do as much as they've done. And I feel like that's what needs to be known right now is, "Oh, no, I know." Like, "No, you don't." That's what's unseen is you don't understand how much, effort it took him, and I feel like, that's important to know. Alright. And then what does his heart want you to know? Oh, the boo 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 little heart. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I like this. So, got the 2 of swords, And the Two of Swords is the basically the and it look, it's the Libra moon, but the Two of Swords is saying, um, "I want you to know, coming from the heart, that how hard their mind struggled, to allow them to have this peace treaty of the Four of Swords, to be able to let go of expectations and to have this new beginning energy." And I feel like they're giving kudos to the mind side to say, of course, you know how much I love you. You're like, I've always been your advocate, their heart. They said, but you don't know how hard they fought and how much fear they had and how much it took them to not fight and to allow us both to be on both sides. And so I like that energy coming in here because they're like almost giving kudos to their mind side, going, they struggled, it was really a difficult thing for them to do. So, and I feel like all of this is kind of saying here, um, because we can get used to the new stuff, especially when we felt it should have been there already. So I feel like there's a little nudge, go back to appreciation, gratitude, going, "Oh, that's right." I'm like, "Oh, good, we're finally getting to where I think we should be." And it's like, don't run ahead, don't get used to it. Don't let it be an expectation met at 0. Let it be all gratitude for all this stuff. And I feel like that's kind of what is coming in with these messages, is this energy, right? Of just gratitude, 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 not fears, not expectations. Just, don't read into things, and don't put fears and, just keep focusing on all the stuff you've loved and are grateful for that they have been doing, right? Not, oh, they're like, is he pulling away again? Is he stopping? He's not doing this, he's not doing that. There's that not energy, right? It's like, whoa, whoa, back to gratitude, right? Because if we start focusing on what they're not doing, then that's when the pulling away gets bigger. But when we're like, you know what? Maybe he needs a day, maybe he needs a moment, and I'm gonna give that to him, and I'm gonna be okay with that, instead of that anxious attachment kicking in and going, "Hey, hey, where are you? What's going on? Now what has happened? Well, you were doing so good. Now why are you failing?" We're not gonna do that. That's the old way, right? So you've been working on gratitude, and I feel like that's kinda what to focus on. You ask, what is his next action to you? We'll just see here. Is he pulling away? Is that the next action, or what is the next action, right? All right. So based on current energies, geez, what do we got here? All right. Ooh. So you got the Chariot card and the Three of Cups. So we've got this action that brings joy. Here's all that Cancer moon energy, movement of emotion. Got the Chariot, the moon energy behind the scenes, right? Yeah, we got the Seven of Cups, and we got the Hierophant too. So I like this, sharing a more emotion, um, and the Hierophant. I like how they call it faith. You know, it's about seeing emotion from a different perspective, but all this Cancer energy along with, this emotional energy, I feel like it's their next action is sharing more emotion and feeling brave enough to share, um, all emotions, like even the less tasty ones, right? Like to be able to say, "I'm feeling really bummed today. I'm really feeling this," and it's like, that's okay. You're allowed to feel every emotion. There's no wrong emotion. Thank you for sharing it with me, kind of energy. So I do feel like he's going to share some lower vibrational poopy emotions because he's been sharing love, 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 and do, 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 and all the good stuff, right? All the sweets, right? And now it's like, well, here's some liver and onions. You're like, oh, yeah, yeah, okay. Going from, like, sweet sweet cake and, cupcakes and everything else to this, you're like, "Oh, okay, be prepared for it," right? So you're not like, "Bleh." Instead, you're like, "Oh, oh, yeah, let's see what that's like." You're like, "Okay, let's try it." Anyway, hopefully that helps. Alright, so why is he cleaning out his apartment? All right. Why is he cleaning it out here? Yeah. So temperance, this is something that's been being worked on, it feels like, but here comes some action, some movement energy. I feel he's getting ready to like end the lease and all that kind of energy. Um, so he's doing it now. Um, 'Cause he's gonna I think we talked about that when his lease is up, he's gonna move back home, and I feel like that's what he's doing here, because there is this movement energy with the chariot, which, rules over all 4 horses. Ace of Wands, action energy. Temperance is they're like, "Instead of waiting to the last minute, I'm gonna start doing it now and get ahead of the game," kind of energy. Plans within plans, Mr. Man. All right. So I feel like that's all we can share about that right now. All right. What's his fears in his life and for what? Let's see here. So we've got the 10 of coins. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. His fear is relationships. Why? Because hermit, right? Because of that, um, you know, the everything we've talked about, the connection scares them, and so that's the thing, but and we have the 5 of cups too, which I feel is those emotions we were talking about, that, um, it scares them that, um, you know, he when he's feeling down, he wants to be able to escape and so he can feel comfortable and share his emotions, and I feel like that's what's cool about what's gonna be happening here is that they're gonna be able to share with you their deep, dark emotions when they're feeling that wanting to run away. They're gonna be able to share it with you, and then their nervous system is going to start to feel safe with you, and your nervous system is gonna start to feel safe with their, um, absence. When they're like, I need a day to myself." And kinda like, I don't know if you checked out the videos I sent on Instagram. There's one of them that talks about how we can have a healthy conversation between an avoidant and a, anxious attacher, you know? And I like how they share that because it's like, yeah, it is possible to have a healthy relationship. We just develop an understanding of how we go about it, and then the nervous system, does that. And then what else is fears in his life and for what? Yeah, and movement energy. Here's that Cancer moon, emotional movement. Um, all of that kind of comes in. I feel like that's his biggest fear is that emotional change. And and it all goes down to and I think I shared that in one of those videos too, because if not, it's one that I watched where both of your avoidant, um, like the avoidant and the anxious attacher have the same, like, wound. They just chose 2 different ways to go about, uh, reacting to it and forming safety. One was, "I feel safer when I go away," for you, the safety was getting closer and attaching so someone couldn't reject you when you were younger. They were it's safer to step away and be alone. Yours was closer. So now you both your nervous systems look at the situations differently, but the wound was the same kind of energy there. So I feel like that is what is coming in there, right? All right. And then how is his heart right now about you? All right. Yeah. It's like, yeah, yeah, this fear of you abandoning them, of being left out, left behind, left out in the cold. This is the fear of, abandonment, like I was just talking about, because that's the wound. They um it's like they felt abandoned when they were younger, so what they did is they learned to be alone. When your abandonment feelings, you grabbed and you moved toward the person that was abandoning you and chased them to, be close. They ran away from the person. And so that's where that comes in there, right? So I like that here. All right. So I feel like that's what kind of, addition to everything else we said a lot of other things at the heart is I'm in your corner and all this kind of stuff, right? But I feel like they're like, just know that they're in this breathe, breathe, Jake, breathe, kind of energy, right? Um, and I see your other questions. I just want to finish your reading here first because we're toward the end of the plethora of questions. So I want to get through these first. Um, so how should you continue to show up? All right. So how for the best um, connection between the two of you, how can you continue to show up here? Okay, they want this one here. Yeah, Palace of Wands. Create a safe space for actions or non-actions. That's the biggest way. You know, it's like become a safe space for what they want to do and what they don't want to do, because that's what's important, right? That it's not again, no chasing, no trying to force, whatever. You're creating a safe space for them to be who they're being right now. Because that's the thing that freaks them out. When you become the huntress, that's what freaks them out, right? When you become the safe space of, you know, I'm not chasing after you. I'm not getting fiery and upset. I'm just going to be me kind of energy, right? Anything you need to know, and is he getting ready to run? Uh, oh, is he getting the apartment ready for you is what you were saying, right? Um, is he pulling wing? There's no one else, right? Okay. So anything you need to know. Is there someone else or anything else you need to know? I don't feel like he's getting the apartment ready for you. I feel like he's ready to end the lease there, right? Um, yeah, no, I like this. There's, the Palace of Swords, what you need to know that he's trying to create a safe space of communication, of connection. And the Judgment card is this calling, this pulling upward. And I feel like this is an important thing. It's like just continue to work on your dream and where you're going and where you're headed. And um and then he will continue to create a safe space for you guys to communicate. And I like that, because it's like when you start focusing in on Jake, then that's when he starts, uh-oh, because it's like you're a lioness that's looking, you get hunger in your eyes. Then they're like, uh-oh, she's about to run after me, and it's like, no, we just want to be, you be about your business and let them come to you is the big important thing there. There's no other person energy here at all. Um, Is there anything that you would be good for you to vocalize to him? Anything that would be helpful for you to vocalize to him? Yeah, you got Queen of Wands and Ace of Wands. I feel like the biggest thing to vocalize is just how much you are attracted to him, you know? Um, I feel like that's an important thing for here, especially with that Palace of Wands. It's a safe space and just say how attracted I am to you. I feel like that's an important thing. I feel like that language he understands. He's learning to speak emotion, but he understands passion. And I feel like if you speak to him of in his passion language, which you also speak, you're trilingual, right? You speak emotion, passion, and mental, and so you are trilingual. Um, so I feel like that's important for you to vocalize to him. I feel like that's what he that is a comfortable communication for him. So I feel like when you doing that, as he's learning to speak emotion, that helps him feel, um, more stable, if that makes sense. And then what does spirit want you to know about all of this here? Okay. Yeah, the 6 of Wands. Victory, victory. That go with the flow with the 6 of Wands too. Going with the flow is what leads to victory. Let go of control, you know, and go with the flow, is important. All right. All right. So I think we have all that, but there is no one else. I don't feel that there. Um, I feel like he is getting the apartment ready to be done with the lease because he's moving back and ready for the other stuff to unfold. The future. Your fortune cookie is such a curious dream. Number 45, which is about grounding, returning to reality, and coming home. I love it. So let's take a look here. Is that the last card in this deck? I think it is. Yeah, so this is the final card. This is like the world card because it's the final card. So the little snippet from Alice in Wonderland. "Oh, I've had such a curious dream," said Alice, and she told her sister, as well as she could remember them, all these strange adventures of hers, and when she had finished, her sister kissed her and said, "It was a curious dream, dear, certainly, but now run into your tea. It's getting late." We often have remarkable moments, just as Alice does when she begins her journey by following the white rabbit. But just as we must follow the dream, we must also return to the everyday. Yeah, and I know, right? We get into that. You had this dreamy time. Wow. And now, you know, then there we return to the everyday a little bit, you know. So in this card, at this moment, you're being asked to return to what many people might consider ordinary. You must take care of yourself, eat well, go home, be grounded, and take care of what must be taken care of. The ordinary and yet blessed responsibilities within our lives. There is still great magic in this, especially after journeying through our own wonderland and knowing true enchantment. For we can return, but we are forever changed. I love this. Now it is time to ground, come home, integrate the experiences you've had, and do the very simple, mundane tasks that most people don't consider special enough to have any magic at all within them. But they are magic, dear soul. They are. Let every simple act be done with awareness, simplicity, gratitude, and kindness. Do not be dissatisfied with the seemingly mundane nature of it all. Instead, embrace this coming back to earth as an opportunity to ground, reconnect, and to bring a sense of the sacred, of the magic of Wonderland to all that you do, no matter how humble it may be. You will return to that extraordinary place again, but for now, embrace the joy of being at home within your humanity. I love that. What a great message, because I feel like he is processing and integrating everything. So he needs that time to let it sink in. And you give him that space. You also can use this space. But I love this because you will return to the extraordinary place again. Just allow the space, right? The divination is a time when the work must be done. Eat well and prepare good meals. Make magic in your everyday activities and ordinary moments. A return from an extraordinary experience, an adventure, a travel, or a holiday. When the time is right, you will encounter Wonderland once again. The reversal of the card, if any of this resonates, says wanting to hold on to an experience and not return to the everyday, right? No. Wishing to live in Wonderland rather than experiencing it and bringing its magic into your everyday world. Becoming ungrounded and disconnected, feeling drawn to fantasy and being susceptible to illusions. Yeah. So I love this. I love all this. Hopefully that resonated and helped, but I love that for you, Lauren. So thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. All right. So thank you guys. I know that was quite a long reading there. So thank you so much. Let me get caught up in the chat real quick and we'll continue on. We got Rahul. So hello, hello. We'll get you on the free reading. You'll be number 12 on there. And got that one. And I thought we had, Carmel Damon. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you. You'll be number 13 on the free reading list here. And we got Unicorn and Rainbows. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll jump back in. So up next, we have 2 for Sudeshna, and then Anna, and then May, and then we have Jojo. And Jojo, I don't think I saw your question yet if you're still here and awake. Then we got Ruby G times 3, and then we have Michelle Smith, and then Moonlight up after that. All right, absolutely, Unicorn. We'll get you here on the free readings. You'll be number 14 on the free readings once we get to those. All right. All right, I guess I should take my sip. Cheers, cheers. Yum, yum. All right. So, Sudeshna, your first one is 149.11. There we go. And so thank you for your dual donation. So this one is, will you receive your night shift allowance for June month in the month of July? All right, we'll take a look at that here. Based on current energies, will you receive that, right? And will you receive the night shift allowance for July month in July or next month? Let's take a look here. All right. Well, I like the 4 of coins on the bottom. There's a nice energy here of solid foundation of finances. So we like that energy underneath. So June month in the month of July, you got some balancing energy with the Star card and the King of Cups. It is a dream come true energy. This seems positive here. Just balancing the head and the heart, but it feels like more that what's out of balance is coming into balance. So that is leaning me towards a yes for getting your June money pay in for July coming in. So I do see that. And then are you going to get the July's money in July or the following month? Let's see. For July, you've got the Hierophant. And then the next month would be the Hermit energy. So the Hermit doesn't feel like a yes here. There's some sort of, what is this? There's some change that happens in July here, but it's almost like with the faith card and the Hierophant card for that second one, it's almost like there has to be a change of, like, trust to actually get it in July, moving from, you know, not that it's not humans that bring you things. It's 'cause they're bringing me in the 5 of Pentacles energy, which is that when we think it's humans that bring us our sustenance, that's where we experience lack. When we realize it's Creator that brings me what I need in each moment, the faith, the trust is handing it to them, and then focusing on gratitude, right, for what we do have, and then things flow in. They're reminding me, like, I had one time where, long story short, I had moved from here to Idaho, and, up in the upper northwest of our country, and I had sent a cashier's check ahead for this apartment to reserve it, and they weren't there to receive it, registered mail from the post office. So it was sitting at the post office. Didn't hear from them. I tried to contact them. Their mailbox was full and all this. And I'm like, what's going on? At least I knew that they didn't have the money. The money was sitting at the post office still as with a cashier's check. And so I ended up finding another apartment, got up there. They couldn't just give me that back. It had to come all the way back to Colorado, and then they tried to deliver it to the old place that I'd moved from. So attempted, and then it ended up going to Florida for God knows why, part of my adventure, of course. And I'm like, "Why did it go there?" And it came back here to Colorado Springs, where I'm living now, it's 'cause that's where I originated from before I had moved up there for a couple years, and I was getting frustrated because I'm like, "Why can't they just do it right?" It was supposed to have not been tried to be delivered and not go to Florida. It needs to come back up there, and it kept on being trying to be delivered, and so someone wasn't doing the process right. Um, so I finally surrendered and said, "Creator, this is happening for a reason." It was like $500, of my money that was tied up. And so I'm like, "All right, I just give it to you, and, I'll try," and I somehow got a phone number for the local post office where it was at. I just called up and was gentle and said, "This is what's going on." The lady was like, "I'm so sorry. I have it here in front of me. I'm gonna get an envelope. I see your change of address on file. I will personally fill out an envelope," and she got approval, like, from her supervisor to get it, like, priority mailed to me, and a couple days later, I got it back, and then it was like "Oh, wow," you know, what an amazing once I surrendered, that's when everything but the more I tried to control it, the more it went all over the place, so I feel like that's an important energy around all this. Alright, and let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. Surrender. It's almost like what I was saying. Look, stop trying to control life. It gets in the way of divine intervention. Uh, you can't make it up. So there you go. Message delivered. All right. So that's for your first one. And then for your second one, we got 15502. Sometimes those fortune cookies are they just blow my mind. Wow. Anyway, so number 2. So regarding your application payment issue, oh yeah. So the user suggested a way out of doing suggested a way out by doing a journal at the end of the month and putting the remaining balance into their account. So will all the users and your manager agree for this way out, right? So based on current energies, will they do that? And will this way out work correctly? Okay. Or are they going to ask for a code change? All right. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of mixed emotions. 7 of Cups, there's a lot of different opinions around this. I don't feel like everyone's going to agree to do that. Let's see what this comes in here. Yeah, 10 of Wands, burden. Some people see it as a burden, some people see it as abundance, right? But I feel like there's quite a few that are like, that seems like more work and more, it should just work correctly up front. Um, so I don't feel like everyone's going to agree. And, you know, the Four of Cups energy about would it work correctly? They're like, it would, but it's almost like they're saying we're putting a band-aid on a wound when just the wound needs to be taken care of. Like if you have a I don't know whether show me a fork stuck in, we don't bend the fork and wrap it and keep the fork in it. We take the fork out so it can heal and so that it will work, without any other intervention, instead of having every month to change the dressing on the wound. They're like, let's just heal the wound kind of energy it feels. Let's see, is this what's going to happen? Are they going to ask for a code change? Yeah. The world card is yes. We need to end that cycle and begin something, it needs to work correctly. And we got the Tree of Life. This is a card that is unique to this deck, which is um, going back to, it's like we start off as a spirit being and we go through this process to become a human. And they're like, we need to backtrack and find out where it's broken and fix it. So I do feel like they end up saying that's too, that's, we just need to have it work the way that we originally were wanting it to be done, though we didn't communicate it clearly. So I feel like they want it fixed. They don't want a temporary fix. They want that fix. Yeah, and we got peace here. Says just because some people are fueled by drama doesn't mean you have to attend the performance. Make your life a drama-free zone. I feel like, again, surrender like your other card. Just release it and let them worry about it. And you don't have any control. You don't have a vote in it, right? So just let them figure it out, and when it comes your way, then deal with it. But don't try to create a bridge for something that we don't even know if there's going to be a river that you have to cross over, right? So I feel like that's what they have. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. Hang in there. All right. Then we've got Anna, 159, 22. Here is your timestamp. And thanks for the update that the prediction did come true, that you guys ended up going to do something else besides the movie. So that was nice. So the follow-up question you have, what, if anything, um, do we see developing between G and you? I like how you always, please know that whatever it is, da 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 da, which is okay. You don't ever have to. I know you enjoy sharing the information, but just know that it's. I don't have any judgment. Spirit doesn't. They're just providing you the information for your experience. They don't. They don't have any. Um, there's no need to defend anything or any of that as well. So I like it. So based on current energies, anything developing between the two of you here? We got that, and we got that, and these. I do want to, that one too, evidently. That one too. All right. All right. So, well, let's see what these are about first here. You got the King of Wands and the Palace of Wands. Whoa, whoa. So, we've got this energy of King of Wands and the Palace of Wands, which is a safe place to express choices and passion. And I do feel like there's uncertainty here. There's still a lot of choices that are still afoot here. A lot of energy that's taking things in different directions with that. But definitely, it feels like there might be some passion developing here. Um, we do have the Magician and the Palace of Coins. Another palace. Palaces are unique to this deck. They're about creating, a safe space, that's in here. And we've got this, magician energy, which is again action energy, creating, a safe space to be like true to your authentic self, a safe space, because it's a safe space of worth. So I like this, that there's this creation here that is going on here. So there's some intentions. Yeah, and we have the 6 of Cups with the Page of Cups. So it does feel here the 6 of Cups is a return of emotion to a heightened level. So there's a lot of possibility here with these things coming in. And we also have okay. Yeah. So it's interesting because we've got the Death card, death and rebirth. We got the Leo energy along with the Two of Cups. So it does feel here like there is something kind of coming back from the dead here. And they told me to hold off because I saw this card on the bottom, which was the Tower card, right? And I'm like, "Don't talk about this yet." No, go through the reading first, and it makes sense because now that they've shown me all this, they're saying the Tower card is someone, some things are taken out of our life on purpose, and some things are brought back in, or some things are brought into our life on purpose as well. And I feel like with this death and this rebirth at this time apart was necessary for both of you for various reasons to to be able to come back in a different way because you guys are different than you were those months ago. So I like that. What do you say when he asked, "Do you want to have lunch instead? It's a nice day to sit outside." You literally laughed aloud and, "Yeah, I know, because Bretta said so." That's funny. So you agree with that? You think we're both feeling things out? If that, yeah, it's a really nice person, but at the same time, he's got a lot on his plate, work with and family and stuff. Yeah. So I feel like there is a bit of a resurrection kind of happening here with that. So does appear to be there are possibilities and the energies there, but choices still to be made to see. So it's not a for sure, um, you know, path that I see, it's stretched beyond. It's more if you guys choose to go this way, there's an opportunity. But if you guys choose to go this way, obviously not. I like this. Your fortune cookie is I got needs. TikTok, baby. TikTok. Maybe that's the wands energy. Do you need more time to yourself? A break from thinking too much? A kind encounter with a friend? Your needs matter, and it's time to honor them. Well, well, well. Just saying. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your additional donation last night for that. All right. So cheers, cheers. All right. Hey, Jojo. I will grab you there. You're one more away. You'll be number 9, and I'm about to go into number 8. So uh, thanks for putting your question out there. We'll be headed to you here in a moment. Hey. All right. We got May 20551. So, May, thank you so much for your donation. All right. Yeah, the ones always pop up. I know, right? Funny. All right. So so Max knows that he and you have to have a pretty do ya? Do you now have to have a pretty serious conversation with the way things were handled prior to your pause? Hmm. Immediately, spirit is just bringing in any kind of have to, supposed to, should, need to, must is an expectation energy. And I encourage you to question that. Do we? We have to have a pretty serious who says and why? I feel like that's something to consider and understand there, right? That's what they're bringing in already. But we'll continue here. I'm like, all right, can we pull cards? All right. So he's completely oblivious to how you feel as a result of it, right? So long story short, uh, yep. And then after essentially faded into like Homer Simpson, right? All right. So let me move up here. So you'd like to do a deep dive on that conversation. Um, so based on if you have that conversation, what will it look like? Um, et cetera, et cetera. Will the conversation before or during that? Yeah, and you'll politely describe your feelings because you know that someone can't hurt you, that you're choosing to feel that yourself. So, we'll take a look here at the scenario of the energies if it happens and just see based on current energies, of course. Um, but again, there's this, spirit is kind of just considering, since you have time to kind of reflect on that right now, is if we truly believe someone can't hurt us, then why do I feel the need to describe my feelings to them, and how are you gonna describe them, right? Because if we present you crack me up. So, like and this is how spirit's presenting it to me. If I have 2 scenarios, right? If I present it in a way of, what happened before I was hurt and da 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 da, um, and what are we gonna say? And I don't want you ever wanna do that again? Or, is it a conversation of, "I'd like to share something with you that I experienced and that I've been working through, and I'd love to hear your perspective on it." And, um, if we want, but what is the reason why we wanna tell them, right? I feel like that's an important thing because usually it's because we want them either to apologize, which I don't think this is what you want, but usually it's we want someone to apologize for what they did, or we wanna put a boundary and say, "Don't ever do that again," and that's almost as well, right? Um, it's almost like, um, if I'm gonna have it as a growth experience, then it's not an important conversation that needs to happen. Because when it's like an important conversation that needs to happen, why is it important to have? If I'm just sharing how I grew through an experience and that this was for me, um, that's different. That can happen anytime. But there's something with the energy of why I feel it needs to be important to be said at the beginning of, this coming back together. Um, because, is there a fear I don't want that to happen again, or I need to have a boundary because I don't want you to treat me that way ever again? And it's like, what are we afraid of? They're bringing up, Byron Katie's worksheet, and this might be a good thing to try out if this resonates for you. But this judge your neighbor worksheet, there's all these questions on it, and there's not a ton. I think there's maybe 9, but we have like it starts off going when so and so did this, this is how I felt. And then, this is what they should have done. This is what, you know, blah, blah, blah. And you just fill it out honestly. And the last, one of the last questions, I think it's, maybe it is the last one. I don't ever want to feel this again because, and then the turnarounds are, I want to experience that again because. And whenever you listen to her, Byron Katie, whenever, especially in the videos, when we get to those in the process, when we, the big thing is that we want to experience that again because when we experience it again, then I'm going to do the work within me to free myself from whatever is bugging me about their actions. Because it's rooted somewhere in here, like their actions that they didn't do, their actions they did or didn't do, the things they said or didn't say, those are what are bothering me. And I want them to bother me again because the more it bothers me, the more I release to eventually it doesn't bother me anymore and I'm free. And so I feel like it's an important energy around all that. So I feel like that's the beginning without any cards. Yeah, because 3 of swords on the bottom. Expectations equal disappointment, and that's what sets us free, is the expectation that someone should act a certain way and not act a certain way, that they should do something and that they shouldn't do something or say something or shouldn't say something. And that's what sucks the life out of a relationship. So I feel like they're saying here, if you have that kind of conversation where it comes across as expectation, you start to suck the life out of the relationship already, and because that's not what we want. To talk about what we love about what each other are doing, not what we're not doing, right? Um, our energy of gratitude grows the relationship. If we're focusing on what's not happening and all that, um, and it's different. The the energy is different with an expectation with because we know there's anger or sadness behind an expectation that's not met because there's fear there, and that's how it's expressed. If I'm from a place of love and gratitude going, "You know what I really love?" And they're like, "What?" You know, after we are intimate with each other, that, I like I like the connection that comes after it. So if that's something that you enjoy, I would really enjoy doing that with you, you know? Okay, sounds good. So let's, pull cards here and see what, Spirit has here. So I will not go down that road with you. There's a bit of resistance there, and I get it, and then that's your choice, but I feel like you know all that, then we will, pull cards here for what you're asking here. So, it will most likely happen next time it reaches to me. Okay, let me see here. Um, all right. So your first question is, will he ask you out to dinner? Okay, we'll ask that first. So based on that energies, will he ask you out to dinner? We have the magician, which is action energy. So I do feel like he will ask you out. And then will it be to his place to make dinner, or will it be something else entirely? So let's take a look here. So will it be at his house or somewhere else? Oh, yeah, the Palace of Cups. So Palace of Emotions. Yeah, and we've got the 8 of Coins, as well here, which is what is that? That's Virgo, the, Sun in Virgo. So, yeah, I do feel here there is, with the Palace of Cups, that would be to their home, right? So there is that, energy that's there, that I feel like it will be to their home for dinner. And then will the conversation, based on your current energy, will you bring the conversation up before or during that. So let's take a look here based on your current energies, because you're the one that's going to bring it up, right? We have the Three of Wands. I do feel like you end up going a different route because the Three of Wands is like with new information, you do choose to go a different route with the conversation. So let me see here. Um, yeah. So let's see here. What is this new, this new route? Yeah, it's like Two of Coins. It's almost like you're waiting for something to balance out between the two of you. Oh, yeah, waiting for things to become a little more solid, waiting for the love to kick in, the Ace of Cups energy, and the Four of Swords, which is again a restful, balanced energy. It's almost like you don't bring it up beforehand or during the dinner. You're just kind of seeing what does the first date bring. It's almost like you're going, let's see what unfolds, because you're like, what if I don't feel the same way? Then I don't need to talk about it. You know what I mean? This is the kind of energy I'm getting where you're like, you know, um, and you know, and it might be that, you go over for dinner and everything, and then you're like, you know, you have a boundary of no, no physical intimacy, kind of energy, right? Libra in your chart. That makes sense with the Libra. You have the, Jupiter in Libra is that Four of Swords, right? Um, and so that can be where you're like, let me just see how this goes, and before I need to have whether I feel like I'm going to have the conversation or not, right? Yeah. So I feel like, maybe the conversation doesn't need to happen right away, because maybe you might be like, oh, that spark and everything I felt, it's not there anymore. And then you choose a different path, you know? So interesting. So, okay. So we got those. And then the second group here. Let me just put those cards back in. So then when, let's say, based on the energy of you having the conversation, will he understand your point of view? We have the Hierophant, which is the ability to see things from a higher perspective. So I do feel like they're able to kind of understand where you're coming from. And then how does he respond to that? Three of Swords. Yeah, that expectations equal disappointment we were talking about, right? That there's this uh he takes it as, "Oh, I did something wrong. You had something that you expected from me, and I disappointed you." So I feel like his response is, you know, like that was the card we got in the first part when we were talking, right? Will he choose distance after that, since since it'll be a heavy discussion, but if it's a heavy discussion, it's because you're making it a heavy discussion, right? Um, will he want to retreat and process or remain close and communicate? All right, so let's take a look here. Because a lot has to do with how you present it, of course. If you present it as heavy or as just something like later, like a growth experience you had, and I realize, everything happens for us, and it allowed me to process this and look at this, kind of energy, kind of, because it's gonna be different. If it's about me and what I processed and what I went through and my growth and how it transformed me, and it's a sharing of that thing, not with, "You know what you did caused this," like, what you saying it doesn't cause pain, but, when you did this, I experienced this and da da da." Still, if there's this, I feel like that's, they feel like there's a finger pointing based on this energy, um, and so that's what I feel like is going to be a part of this is what they're wanting to say here. So, how does he respond, with this here? Yeah, we definitely have here. We have the 7 of Pentacles, which is it slows things down, and the Palace of Wands, it's like wanting to create a safe space before passion, and for action. So I do feel like it does slow things down. Do they retreat to process, or do they move forward? Yeah. I feel like with the Devil card, they kind of cage their emotions a bit. It's kind of like they don't do either. Like they don't retreat to process, but they also don't, like, move close. They kind of go, "Well, let's see what unfolds. Let me put this 10 of cups in relationship and emotional energy in this cage, because I don't want it to get out. I need to protect it." So, I don't feel like they retreat. Well, maybe that is kind of a feeling of retreating, but I don't feel like they hermit themselves, but they do pull back their emotion to put it in a cage because, um, expectations equal disappointment, that energy that sucks the life out of things, right? Um, so so that's the energy of that conversation right now, and maybe it's a good thing to check into, and then take some time to kinda understand why I wanna have the conversation, and the belief. Even he said, well, um I won't be able to move forward in a mentally healthy way in a relationship if I don't talk about it with them. Maybe that's a belief to look at and go, um you know um to understand why we believe that, and all those, and you don't have to explain it to me. It's just spirit saying that that feels like something that is not it's a trigger, or it's an obstacle for you, and we can do that, right? Yeah. So we can look at that, and then let's take a look here. And then you still have not posted on your social media. Dun, 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 dun. And could it be like nearing a week? Wow. So his thoughts about that. All right, let's see here. Okay, anything else? Nope. All right. Hmm. I feel like they're starting to think that you found someone else. We've got the World card here, which is an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And we got the Judgment card, which is this pulling away, or this calling, like being called somewhere. We got the Two of Pentacles, like there's a choice between two people. We got the Palace of Coins, the Four of Coins, and then with the Two of Cups. So it's almost like the more that you've disappeared, the more they're kind of wondering, "Oh, I wonder if you met someone else." It's like, "Huh, huh." So it's an interesting energy. Well, yeah, yeah, a 180, because this is like a choice of how we're, um, bringing it up to them. If we are, and it's a good growth thing because it's all about choices. Like the future is so fluid that you know, if we choose a certain aspect, it can delay things, or if we choose a different way, it can, it's kind of like if we're going to be like if we're making these choices and that would take us with this person, we can meet them sooner or later, and it can last longer or shorter based on all that. So it's like a blob. It's not just it's always going to be the same depending on what choices, which I know you get all that right. Um, so I feel here, that it's good to I love how you're asking all these questions and going, "Well, if I do this, what's the result?" Because then you're like, "Oh, okay. Well, that's not the result I want." And that's what's wonderful about the future is if we look at possibilities and we're like, "Ugh." What's wonderful is we're not trees where we are like, "Oh, that's what's gonna hit me. I can't get out of the way. I can't go a different path." It's like, "Here I am. Here comes the storm," you know? But I like this that we can think about things and think about, well, if that's the result, how important are things for me? And it allows me, like you said, to question and maybe I'm going to look at this, gives me some different perspectives. And sometimes we're like, no, that's fine. That's not worth it to me. I'm going to go forward with it and we'll just see what unfolds. But we get to weigh that out and wonder what's wonderful is we get to choose with it all too, right? Yeah. So I like that, and, is it bad that he's thinking? Um, I wouldn't say, not good or bad, but, like, does it poke him or push him away? And I'm not feeling like it prompts him to take action towards you going I don't feel like he's the type that is gonna try to chase someone. It's like I feel like he wants someone that wants to come together. If someone plays hard to get, he just walks away kind of energy. Um, so I feel like, I don't feel like it draws him, and I feel like he's also not someone to jump to conclusions. I feel like he wants to analyze. So I feel like he's just gonna kinda keep his eye on it, but, you know, I don't feel like he doesn't fear, and so he won't like, "Oh god, I gotta chase after her." It'd be more like, "Well, good for her. If she's found someone, then, oh well, that's what happens. I'm just gonna move on." Um, so I feel like it's more I mean, he's such an adult. What is was he a Capricorn? 'Cause I feel like he's not a big game player, right? Yeah. So, he's not a big game player, so it's like he's like, he's gonna be honest and just tell it like it is, like, "I don't have time now, I thought I was gonna be able to balance a relationship and all this work stuff, but I gotta pour myself into all this work," you know? This is what happens, I'm just I just um, and and it's like they're reminding me oh, Gemini, they're reminding me of, there was this guy I worked with, and he was the guy who did the spreadsheets, and he was like an engineer mind and all this, and he'd come to ask me a question, and I would give him his answer, and like, I'm glad I got you because I need to ask you something." Right in the middle of me talking to him, he'd turn and walk away. Like his mind went on to what he was supposed to do, and he just walked away, and I'd stomp on the ground. Bump, bump, bump. I think his name was Victor. "Victor!" And he was like, "What?" I go, "I was talking to you." And he was like, "Oh, what? I'm sorry." And I'm like, "Da, da, 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 da." And he goes, "Oh, yeah, da, da, da." And I'm like, "Alright, thank you." But it was like his mind went somewhere else, and there he went. And that's what they're reminding me that he's not, you know? and he just looked very honest and very, matter of fact kinda thing, and I feel like it'd be like he would be he's not the, like, "If you're interested and you wanna reach out to me, and I will reach out to you," and he might even have a little bit of ADHD with that, because now that I'm thinking about that, that guy probably did. Now that I know a lot about ADHD, sometimes we get so caught up in what's here, we forget. And it's not that we don't care, as ADHD people, they don't care. They are just so hyper focused in what's happening in the moment, they forget. And it's not, again, because they don't care. They just, it's the way their brain is wired. So sometimes it's like reaching out and, you know, every now and then and just, um, and especially with, like, a memory or something, a funny thing that we talked about and going, "Oh my god, uh, out of the blue, I saw this, thought of you, thought you'd get a kick out of it," you know? And it's like no expectations, none of that stuff, just a little kinda we're giving them a little bit of a burst kind of energy. So take that as you will. But your fortune cookie, we got keep your temper. I love that cat. Meow. And it says, "Don't allow anger to rule you." So let's see here, number 20. So, from Alice in Wonderland, it says, "Come back," the caterpillar called after her. "I've something important to say." This sounded promising, certainly. Alice turned and came back again. "Keep your temper," said the caterpillar. "Is that all?" said Alice, swallowing down her anger as well as she could. Oh, I love that. So it says, when Alice is confronted by so much strangeness, so much that is unlike what she is used to, and even her own self is changing this way and that, she finds herself running very short of patience. Indeed, she starts to become angry. When we're thrown this way and that by life, uncertain of what will happen next, and there are no straight answers to our questions, our tempers can begin to fray about the edges. We may become irritable, short, and less patient than we would be when all is familiar and comfortable. The caterpillar's advice to Alice is very good counsel indeed. For Alice to make her way through Wonderland, and for any of us to make our way through life, we must be wary of our temper taking over our good sense. It's natural that Alice is feeling out of sorts. She's contending with the uncertainty of her size and the loss of the sense of self she had relied upon all her young life. She needs help, but to get help, she must be patient with the caterpillar's slowness, the Cheshire cat's nonsense, a rabbit that doesn't see her for who she is, and even more curiousness. If Alice reacts and grows angry at the creatures within Wonderland, she may never make her way through to the other side. This is not to say that anger is wrong or unnatural, but when we're seeking the help of others, it's best not to get angry if they do things a little differently. Acknowledge your irritation quietly to yourself. Do not deny your response, but know it is important for you to continue to find ways to communicate with those about you. Wow. Growing angry with them would serve no purpose at all except to make you more lost and isolated than ever. Wow. The divination says being pushed, running out of patience, feeling like people around you are not cooperative, evasive companions, and bothersome circumstances. The need to keep your temper cool and in check. Remind yourself you will go far further when you harness your power and use it at the right time, which is, by the way, not right now. Well, well, yeah, right? You want a picture of this? You know, uh, email me at if you truly want it, email me, at Bretta Zen and just say, um, I need a picture of that, Bretta Z, and I'll hold it to the side and I'll send it to you. I'm just like, wow. The reversed is unleashing, saying whatever you wish, lashing out, expressing anger and frustration, heated conversations, an unwillingness to remain calm, believing aggression will create a breakthrough, and feeling entitled to express emotions without a thought for consequences, which, of course, I love how you're asking beforehand, because this could change things, right? Yeah, yeah, please do. And then I will in fact, I'll just do it right now. If you're gonna send it now, I'll take a picture here. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Alright. So those should be saving to my computer right now too, so I'll be able to there you go. Um, oh, let's say I don't have it on there though. Oh, you know what? It should be on my phone here. Yeah, I was gonna say this is like, whoa. Been having a lot lately where, amazing it's just amazing this stuff. Oh my god. It's crazy. So here, let's reply and then attach photos. Oh, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Done, done. All right, let's see if it goes. Uploading, sending, could be sent. Let me know if it comes through for you there. This is crazy. I didn't get to edit the borders or anything. So it's a bit raw, but wow. Wow, wow. Yeah, right? Read it like 3 times before bed. Crazy, crazy craziness, but I love it. I love spirit. So okay, very good. Thank you so much. So oops, I think I'll just keep that. I think I might have your email address already anyway, but I'll just keep it just in case. So cheers, cheers. My goodness. Wow. It is just gotta love spirit, how they love to communicate with us for sure. And it's a reminder, don't ask spirit anything we don't wanna know, right? All right, and then we have Bueno in the house. Hey, Bueno. I see we'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 15 on the free list once we get there. Oops, I didn't grab your name. Come on. That doesn't help. There we go. So we got you, Bueno. All right. Chels, hey. You just woke up from a nap and that was a lot to process. I know, right? I tell you what. I definitely understand, I have to listen to that a few times and read over that. It's like, wow, 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 wow. So, hello, good morning, Chels. Welcome back. All right. So we'll continue on here. We have Jojo up next. 2:40:13 is your timestamp if you are awake. Speaking of sleeping beauties awaking from their rest. So, Jojo, you want to know, did you and T meet up in your dream, or is that just you dreaming about them? Ooh, let's take a look here. Good morning. All right. And then with these two. Oh, and then, all right. Let's see what we got here. Well, you got the Sun card and the Wheel of Fortune coming in here. It's this feels here, it doesn't feel like a visitation, because on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of swords and the 10 of swords, and then we also got the, 5 of pentacles. All of this kinda talks about processing some thoughts and beliefs around, feeling, the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, that lack energies, and it's like they were bringing something up for you with the wheel of fortune, the bright light of the sun shining on something to be able to, you know, trans kind of transform it, transmute it. Um, yeah, and we got the Queen of Cups with the 9 of Wands and the Ace of Wands as well. And I feel like this set here is this dream you had was about that, but with this Queen of Cups, which is psychic, spiritual energy, and the Ace of Wands and 9 of Wands, and sorry, the King of Wands and the 7 of Wands, and then the 7 of Cups underneath all that. All this magic, uh, spiritual energy that you guys do meet up in dreams, but not this one. So all of that to go, we understand why you would think that, "Was that us?" And you're like, "Not this time." This time, they were in there as a kind of a poster child of of this belief around lack to help you process something, to release something that was way before they ever came into your life, from earlier in your life, something that's being processed and released. But you guys do meet up, but not this time. This was a working dream, not a meet up dream. So I like that. All right. So hopefully that helps, Jojo. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right, this one here. Yeah, we got a little bit of balance energy coming in, decision energy. And on the back, it says, sometimes the best decision is no decision at all. I like it. So easy breezy, short and easy. Hopefully that helps, Jojo. That's what they got for you. So many blessings. Thank you for your donation too. And I love the picture of your horse. I love that that's what's in your your profile picture. I'm like, oh, that's the horse. I love her. All right. Then we got Ruby G coming up for 3, I do believe. So your first one here. Yep, for 3, I do see it. We've got here. Can tell you about your dream last night. There's a lot of dreaming. Well, it makes sense. We've got a Cancer. Oh, new moon tomorrow, right? Is it tomorrow? Let me check here. All my sticky notes. Put those over there. I think it's tomorrow. Or Tuesday. Let's see. Yeah, it's Tuesday morning, the new moon in Cancer. Da, 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 da. Yeah, 2:44 a.m. Pacific time, 5:44 a.m. Eastern time. So, but we're already feeling the impacts, oops, obviously of the moon. So Cancer moon, the moon rules over Cancer. So it's in its own sign. We're feeling dreamy time for sure. And that makes sense with a lot of energy of bringing things up, especially to do with mothering and nurturing energy, right? A huge emotional new moon. So we like it. Anyway, so tell you about your dream last night. It was weird. You decided to put your kids in a separate apartment to live for space, and you left them in there alone to sleep. Then partway through the dream, you snapped to your senses and realized your babies were too young to be alone, realized all the dangers, and you freaked out and yelled, "We have to go get the kids." And by that time, your daughter was bringing the toddler to us, and he was okay. but had a big cut scratch on his face, and I felt horrible and panicked. Such a weird dream, but we were moving and doing home repairs and stuff. You think, "Okay, well, it's obvious what this dream is about, right?" Um, this is your fears of and we'll pull cards, but I also channel for dream interpretation, and obviously, because 'cause I'm about to do it, right? But, this is all about your ex and about um, how when they're over there, how, and even this has to do with because it's about your stepchild and your own son, um, or your daughter. Oh, it's a stepchild, right? Yeah, because that's, your husband's, daughter, but you consider her your daughter, I know. But anyway, just working it out. Um, but, there's concern that when they're with the others that they're unsafe, and you feel like, um, if I allow them to be there, I'm being irresponsible, and they're in danger, and they need to be, out of danger. So let's take a look here and just confirm, what's the purpose of the dream, and just to confirm if there's anything else they wanted for this here, right? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, we got the tree of life on the bottom. This is a unique card to this deck, which the tree of life, is um oh, okay. Oh, so you have 3 children. Oh, okay. I get it. So you have a biological and then a step and then wow, what a fun little family. I love that. So we've got here the tree of life here, which is we start off as a soul and we go through all this stuff to come down as a human, and then we work our way back, up here. So the tree of life does talk about a family tree and energy, and they're like, yeah, you're concerned for that the family tree doesn't get sick and get cut down. You're like, I am being a arborist or whatever for my family tree, kind of energy. Yeah, and it very much is, here's all this emotional movement, the 10 of cups, energy underneath too, this desire for happiness, this desire, you have a lot of emotions that are going here. And we do have, Pisces rolls over the realm of dreams as well. So this is about growth and expansion in your dreams. It's not um a like a premonition or anything. It's just you processing. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, and Pisces is, about dream energy. And of course, the Knight of Cups is movement of emotion, the quest of love, self love. And yeah, and I feel like there's a bit of fear coming in with this Queen of Wands, with the Three of Wands, which is this fear that there's going to be a change. Yeah, you have the Seven of Swords underneath here, deceit, liar, betrayer, and that's a big piece of this. Someone can't be trusted with our children. Kind of energy. Yeah, I gotta can't make it up. Here's love of children, Six of Cups. Energy that's here. So there definitely is this energy of that it's processing the emotions you have about people who are deceitful, people who can't be trusted, and the love and the care that you have for your children that's there. And um, you know, and I feel like there's something here too with the moving that if there's a greater distance between, like if you're choosing to move somewhere else further away, that if they were still going to have custody, that it would take longer for you to get to the house to, bust through the door and rescue your children if necessary. So it's like there's something to do with that that's there as well. Just some fears that are bouncing around, and you're starting to deal with them in your dream world so that you can process them and release them. So I feel like that's what that is. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too here. These fortune cookies have been pretty like amazing here. Yeah, changing course. Here's the three wands, the three keys. See what it says here. A closed door is an invitation from life to move in even a better direction. It's time to change course. Yeah. So I feel like there is that releasing energy, changing the course from, where we're focusing that energy. Because when we're focusing on the fears, those are coming up, but it's getting to the root of the fears, not just suppressing it, but getting to the root, what's really at the core of that fear of what will happen, you know? Um, and I know it's difficult to kind of face because a lot of times with children, we fear that they would die, right? That we would lose them off this planet, not just lose them to someone else, but that's a fear too. I'd lose them. I would lose custody. I would lose them to death. And those are the fears to look at and understand what's at the root of it, and um and bring it into the light so that we can be like, we would hate it. It would be tough. Yeah, of course, especially, mamas. But um we would see them again, and um we'd be able to communicate with them, and there's different things we look at, but that's getting to the fear. And I know just probably talking about this is going, no, not ready to look at that. It's like, yep, that's fine. But that's the fear that's bubbling, already impacting us below the surface, because that's the thing that's coming up is they're getting hurt. And it's like, no, it's not a premonition though, so just know that it's you processing your emotions. All right, so let's move on. The next one here, 25328, breathe. So for this one, so we want to know about the X, the child support, the custody. Why did he message till after 10? Did he oversleep, miss meds? Did the friend's birthday party go okay for your son? Oh, how fun. Yeah. I know. But such growth you're gonna have through all this. You're gonna be so powerful. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let's take a look here at the X. All right. Child support. Whoop, all right, thank you. The custody. All right. And then why did he message until after 10? Oh, why didn't he message until after 10? And then did he oversleep, Mrs. Meds? Oversleep, miss meds. We'll verify that too. And then did the friend's birthday party go okay for your son? All right. All right. Let's find out that first there. Oh, yeah. So the birthday party for your son, we had the emperor, emperor energy here. Yeah, I feel like it's the major arcana number 4, stability energy coming in, a lot of activity, wore out. So, it looks good. Good positive energy there with the emperor there. So, I like that. I feel like it was well supervised as well there, with the emperor energy, so I feel like it was good, so we'll start there. And then, okay, let's talk about why didn't he message till after 10? We do have the 4 of Wands, joy, celebration, party energy, so it feels like they were a bit exhausted. Yeah. It looks stable, it looks good. Yeah. And I get it, I know. This is part of that letting go of control over what you can't control. 1, you can't control whether your son's sad or not. He's gonna get to choose, right? Um, and your babies have to be sad. They came down here to experience sadness, and and they're gonna be sad. They're gonna be mad, those are the 3. We want them to be able to express sadness. We want them to be able to express anger and, of course, their joy. We don't want them, "Oh, I don't want them to feel this. I don't want them to feel that," because then they learn to suppress sadness. Like, "You can't be sad. Let's make you unsad." Instead of going, "I know, baby. It's okay to be sad. That happened. Let's talk about it." They're like, "Well, other kids, thought," and I go, "That's, you know, you know, um, little children are stupid." No, I'm just kidding, right? They don't know who you are. They're just being stupid. They don't know intelligence yet. Don't worry about what they're saying about you. They don't know any better. But we teach them to deal with sadness, deal with the anger, not suppress it, right? So we can't keep them from it because if we shield them all their lives, the first time they're sad at work and start crying and throwing a tantrum, people are gonna be like, "We need to talk to you in HR," right? Yeah, and especially, I don't want them to be sad because of their ex-father who you're like, "Oh, no, they can be as sad as they want over there." You are gonna create an atmosphere where it's easier for them to choose happiness, but they can also choose sadness and anger. But you create a wonderful environment of higher vibration, which makes them easier to choose higher vibration. And over there, they can be sad and mad all they want because they're like, "I'm happier over here." Yeah. Oh, really? You know, Let them be whatever parent they wanna be, as long as it doesn't harm your child, like, physically, right? But, hey, it just makes you look that much better. But I know you love your son, your Bubba. You don't want him to be you want him to have a happy life, and he will around you, and that's all you can control is the energy around you. You can't control energy over there, but when you feel sad or like you feel like, "Is my son sad or angry?" I'm gonna send him love energy to encircle him, and you can do that as a mama. You call him Bubba? I love it. So you can send, love energy to around your children, and you can't force them to be happy or sad or whatever, but you can bubble them with love, and their higher self will allow them to use that energy according to what they're wanting for their life. Because we forget that those little children, they're really behind them is a full-blown, powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being actor that's playing that character. They're not as powerless and weak as we think they are as humans, as these human characters. There's something much, powerful within them and behind them. So I love that. Okay, I got off track. But anyway, we got so this is about why didn't he message? So there was a party, this party, this energy, so it feels like they were exhausted. Yeah, isn't that fun? And then did he oversleep? 8 of Wands. Yeah, there's a sudden energy, go, 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 go energy. Yeah, 10 AM. And then, um, did he miss his meds? Um, Big mental energy in their head energy. So it does feel like if the meds are for the head, um, you know, I feel like it's a combination of a lot of things just piled on it all, for that. So, Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things. I feel like meds for the head. Oh, this is your son. When you said, "Why didn't he message?" That's your son, not your ex? I was gonna say, maybe it's because the dad didn't take his meds, that he didn't wake up his son. But I do feel here, so if this is your son's energy, that makes sense. From the wands is the party, and then the 8 of wands is, um, a lot of energy. It's almost like they woke up too early and then they went back to bed. Your ex messaged about his son. Ah, okay, I get you. Wow. Yeah, so you definitely have a lot of attempt to control what's going on over there in their world, I get it. Alright, so let's take a look here. So let's look at the X. Let's go over here. You got the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles, and page of wands. Yeah, there's a lot of energy, little activity going on here. Slow progress, but a lot of fire. Very slow at doing things, but a lot of energy coming in. We got the 2 of wands. Kind of this makes sense. It kind of goes back and forth between they go fast and then they go slow. They go fast and they go slow. Fast and go slow. Oh yeah. And then the 2 of swords. Yeah, so he's back and forth and back and forth. A lot of energy here. And the 8 of swords. And there's something here with these swords because it feels like, I mean, that's usually, you know, being faced with things, trying to let go of their thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve him anymore, those that make him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So, there is this energy, them feeling this way, feeling trapped, feeling restricted, feeling controlled, and of course, I feel like that's when they blow up and then they calm down, they blow up and they calm down, they blow up, they calm down, like a frying pan, kind of energy. Heat up, cool off, heat up, cool off, heat up, cool off. But whenever they feel trapped and restricted and like someone's trying to control them, that's when they flip out, which is most humans. Just some people have shorter fuses than others, at different times. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So that's kind of where they're at. And it's good to know, with that. Um, Child support, we got temperance energy coming in here. Slow moving, but it is moving towards gold, right? So the child support is moving. Yeah. Yeah, there's this, he doesn't like being told what to do for sure. So, I feel like in here too with this, oh, this is interesting that as we're talking about this and we're talking about child support, we have the 7 of wands of, I don't wanna have to defend myself, I don't wanna have to shrink, I don't wanna have to, bend. Again, I feel like the big thing with child support is they don't like to be told what to do. So that's amazing that that's coming in with this right now, and, um, but things are about to change. We got this palace of coins. Here comes the abundant energy. So you're about to get changes here with the child support. It's positive change that's coming in here because you get the palace of coins. So the result is a significant positive result for you that's coming in here, right? Yeah, the principle, right? Custody, you got again 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles, which is about abundance. Bless me. We've got, fire, smoke. It finally made its way into the nasal passages. Achoo! Okay. So, thank you. So, we definitely have this, energy of, with the custody of this wonderful change, again, abundance. There is, a bunch of emotion around it, of course. Three of coins, three of pentacles, and the devil card too. So there's going to be a shaking and a rattling of the cage around custody here. Um, but again, it starts off with the 10 of pentacles. I really get a sense that there's going to be some stuff coming to a head here that impacts, I feel like the child support and lack thereof is going to impact custody. I feel like there's going to be this, it's going to take a little bit of time with that temperance, but I feel like it's going to be, they're late. They haven't done the first one. They're saying they can't afford to pay child support. So there's a case for if you can't like you said before, right? There's a case if you can't afford to pay child support, then you can't afford to support a child, which means we need to put them with someone that can support a child, which would be the other party involved, namely you, right? So, important energy there. And then, then there can be visitation, etc., but not like joint custody. It's you can see them every other weekend or, you know, on Wednesdays, during the day, something along those lines. Oh no, I'm doing this. You get one of these. But we'll see what unfolds here. But that's kind of the energy that's coming in right now. For your fortune cookie, let's see what we got here. What else for Ruby G? Oh, this one here. There we go. And we have choices. Ooh, I like it. Which says feeling blocked and restrained. Yeah, since this is the energy of the X, right? Let's see what we got here. So from the book, Alice in Wonderland, right? It says, there were doors all around the hall, but they were all locked. And when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever going to get out again. That feeling of being trapped, like we were talking about. When we're changing in order to find our own personal wonderland, we need to keep the momentum going in whatever area of life the magic of change is arriving. This means leaving the in between lands of the idea and entering into the choices we must make to move forward. It may seem to you, as it does to Alice, that each choice presents a potential problem, that there is not one clear choice or way to go. Each door is locked, too small, impossible to open, or even fit through. But Alice has not yet found the way. You two are on the road to finding the way to unlock the opportunities that are all around you. It may also be that various tests of courage will reveal the key to the door which will see you enter Wonderland. Right now, you have choices. Each of them may seem to have one or more drawbacks or obstacles. You feel that if you do not know how to get through to the other side, perhaps you're not meant to go there at all. But look about you. There are solutions. There are ways through. You can create the next step, but you must be brave and willing to try something very new. And then you must be ready to deal with the uncertainty taking this step shall bring. If you peek through the keyhole, as Alice does, you will see the doorway leads to the loveliest garden you can imagine. You must find a way through because the delights that lie on the other side are worth this test. The challenge is how to reach this place. You may need to grow smaller. You may need to grow larger. You may need to change yourself in ways that initially seem very strange to you. Wow. The divination is choosing which way to go, a moment of decision, uncertain of what is best or what to do next, feeling like each door is closed, wanting to reach the next stage of your life, but not seeing a single way through. The reversal is giving up too soon, feeling daunted by challenges or stuck in an in between place, an unwillingness to alter habits in order to transform, and reluctance to move forward, a lack of curiosity. So, whatever resonates with those, I always read the reversals just in case. But I like this choices to make to get to Wonderland, and bravery to step forward. So, I love that. I know, isn't it beautiful? I love these cards. As I call them, the fortune cookies are just always so like these days. So I love it. All right, I got one more for you. Let me catch up on the chat real quick here and we'll dive back in. We do have May. Hey, May. Thank you for your additional donations. That'll be number 15. Wait, I do have Z email came through. So I got that one. Give that a love and a like. All right, let me have your additional one here too. Oh, okay. So adding more in there. I'll just change that amount then. Boom, boom. So thank you for that. And we got Daisy in the house. Hey, Daisy, good to see you. Hello, hello. You'll be number 16 on the donation list here. And I'm actually about to start number 12. So it's not as far as away as that sounds. So we'll get you a love and a like there. Yeah. So we've got Ruby G up next, and then Michelle Smith, and then Moonlight, and then May, and then to you, Daisy. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let me take a sip here. We'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Ruby G, we got 3, 13, 25 for this one. Again, thank you so much for your multiple donations this eve. So this one's for the hubs, the baby mama, the son, the custody of the court. All right, so let's take a look here. What can we know about the baby mama? Okay, and then what about the son? Okay, and then what about custody and court? Okay, that's the bottom. Like this. All right. Yeah, we got this. The bottom of the deck, we do have the Lover's card, which is power of emotional choice energy for this. And I like that, realizing that whatever emotions we choose to feel in each moment is what impacts our experience of things. And so it's good. It's a good reminder of that. Um, Because the more like I said, the more we focus on the fear and the frustration and our anger and our sadness, we draw in more of that when we focus on, "Let me try to look at how much I can be grateful for in whatever situation, then I experience life in a happier place," you know? Because when we try to control things that are outside of our control, that's frustrating, that's low vibrational, we experience anger and sadness. um, we can still choose higher vibration, gratitude, unconditional love, and joy and laughter and peace and play, and still do the things that we feel we need to do to try to experience what we want to experience with our children, whether going to court and everything. But we don't have to be about it. We can be, you know what, we're doing the things to try to make the best life for our children, and we can approach it with a smile, with joy, and trying to do those things. And then we draw more of that toward us. If we then we just get more fighting, more lower vibrational energy. So it's not about what we do, it's the emotion with which we do it, is what this is on the bottom, right? And then baby mama, what's going on with her? Ooh, yeah, we got the justice card coming in here. Something is coming down for her. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it is the Wheel of Fortune. So something's coming down regarding her. Got the Palace of Cups and the Eight of Wands. It's interesting here. I would almost say that this reminds me of like a court order for anger management. Because this Palace of Cups is a safe space to express emotion, which would be a counseling, right? And the Eight of Wands is about that fire energy, a lot of fire, a lot of anger energy. And I feel like whatever this justice energy coming down that's for him, the Wheel of Fortune, the tune of for you, I feel like it's something that's coming forward. That's even good for them because it's got to be rough being in that, addictive state and having all this anger and all this emotion that she's trying to numb and then she can't when she's in fear, when she's not on drugs or alcohol, then she's in fear and acting like a child. And then when she's on drugs where she's not activated into fear because like her emotions are kind of muted and turned down, then she's acting from a place of not being coherent. So what a life to be going back and forth between the two, right? So I feel like there might be something coming down here about some intervention for her. We'll see what that's about. What about the sun? Yeah, I like it. Cocooning, seeing things from a different perspective, transformation, Three of Pentacles. Definitely this being true to their authentic selves and creativity. And with that, Hanged Man and the Death card, that's death and rebirth with the Hanged Man here. They're going through a big transformation, kind of energy. Are they hitting puberty? Are they hitting 12 or 13 years old? Here it comes. You're about to get big body odor, right? Uh-oh. But I'm not sure how old they are, but it feels like here they are going through a change. So I do feel like they're about to enter a period here. Oh, he's 2? Oh, well, that's a change for sure. The terrible not the terrible twos, but, new curse words, right? But, they there is a stage. This is where they learn this little word here. But, it's that's why they call it the terrible twos because it's when they start to like, "I don't wanna be told what to do." So, yeah, they're definitely ready for this transformation. Buckle up, buttercups, here it comes. Your son's favorite? Yeah, right? It's true. They learn because 'cause they're told no. They learn, "Oh, this is a great word, I'm gonna use it too," as well as other curse words, right? That's funny. So, I like that. And then what about custody? We've got the King of Wands and the Seven of Swords. Yeah, there is some movement that's coming with the King of Wands. The Seven of Swords, there's something about deceit and lies coming forward that are revealed here with the King of Wands. So I do feel like with the custody and court situation, there's some information that is coming forward. So yeah, and then we had justice on her and we've got judgment on her. Um, and this is bringing, the strength card, this Leo energy. I do feel like there is this this information that's coming to light and that's being brought forward doesn't look kindly on here, but I do feel like because the Leo energy is like having a spotlight on, and I feel like it's on her of her actions, some misinformation, some other things that are coming in, and it's like, oh. So it looks like there's going to be some changes coming, and that's the thing we can trust is that if we stay in high vibrational energy, oh, nice. That they're, you know, things are always revealed, especially when we're focusing on high vibration, things flow in for us. And and then when other people are focusing on lower vibration, which I do feel, she does a lot, because of what she's going through and everything, that she experiences more of that as well. So that's what they have for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. It's dropping stuff. Okay. This one here. Oh no, it's this one. Thank you. It's like no, that one over there. Yeah. So truth is coming to light. And it says truth is different at different levels of consciousness. Reserve judgment. Yeah. I like that. And that's a good energy. With whatever we're going through, it's like ours is not to judge, our exes and everything like that. Our goal is to have a safe space and what's best for our children, you know, and that's the goal. It's not, I want revenge. I want to out them. I want them, look at what kind of life they have. I want everyone to see it. It's not that because that's low vibration. That brings low vibration. But when we're focusing in on our love and our heart and, uh, that's the difference. That changes the energy. Like that lover's card, the power of emotional choice. It changes things, right? So I like it. And that's what we have. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations, Ruby G. Hey, Moonlight. No, you haven't missed it. I've got Michelle Smith up next, and then you, and then we've got May, and then Daisy after that. All right. So Michelle Smith, Michelle, 323 even. I love it. And thank you so much for your donation. I'm so grateful. And of course, thank you again for your wonderful just because donation and donations you've made. They always make my day a little brighter. So thank you for that. All right. So you want to know what is the energy between your youngest son and yourself? All right. Let's take a look here. And we got these two and this one too. All right. Let's see. Are they a air sign or have a lot of air in their chart? We got the King of Swords, which can be, of course, Aquarius, Gemini, Libra energy, but very much a mind energy from them as the underlying energy. So a lot of their uh, a lot of the energy between you two goes through air energy with them, it feels like. So it's really a lot of from a logical, extremely logical, because the king of swords, of course, rules over the sword suit, but all kings get a second portion of swords, which makes them really, really, the masters of the mind and really into their head a lot. So, and with you having such a huge heart and maybe you have a lot of water in your chart because you move in this, very, uh, you know, ocean kind of feel, and they're the air kind of energy. So you kind of speak two different languages in a way, it feels like, and that's all right. You guys can find a way. Let's see what we have. So that's the bottom underlying energy. And then we've got the Ace of Wands and the Five of Pentacles. There is some energy here. It does feel like they get maybe triggered a little bit. There's something about feelings of being left behind, being left out in the cold, being abandoned. I don't feel like this is toward you, but this might be towards like father maybe energy. And but I feel like you get the brunt of their um expression of that. And and I feel like it's important to know that it's not meant to be aimed at you, but sometimes you get the reverberation or echo of it. and just know it's not meant for you, um, but they just don't know, how to healthily feel it and express it and transform it, and I feel like they push it down, and so when it comes out like, kind of energy that comes in with that, so I feel like that's what we have, for that little piece, and then you got these 3 cards that came out together. Yeah, so we got the 2 of swords, a little bit of conflict between their head and their heart, which makes sense because 'cause they're very much in their head. They don't understand their heart a whole lot. Yeah, got devil card, Capricorn, Saturn energy, more thinking energy, but they really cage their heart a bit. And I do hear we've got the Sun in Aries with the 3 of Wands, and so it's important to know here the energy that comes forward. 'Cause I don't feel like they feel like they can express emotion, because I feel like they learned to suppress that, or not they just don't know how to run their emotions because 'cause they're so much in their mind that they feel like their emotional expression comes through fire, not water. So, through motion, actions, passion, kind of energy is where they express their emotion. As that, and it's not really expression of emotion as it mu is it it's more transitioned, it's like the emotions turned into steam with heat, so it's not emotion, it's steam that can be productive, but it also can burn people, right? And so I feel like it's important to know that this kind of energy that they have, that's how they express things. I feel like they're giving you, like, just some stuff maybe below the surface of understanding why they act the way they do and how they act out and how they express themselves. So I feel like that's what all those were about. Now let's find out, like, the energy between the 2 of you. Yeah, we got the Knight of Cups and the Nine of Swords. Yeah, kind of sums it up. You're a mover of emotion. They're a fearer of the mind, fearing, uh, a lot of expectations they have on themselves, fear of failing, fear of not, meeting up to standards, fear of being rejected, that kind of energy. And and it's because all this that's in their head, um, you move from a place of love and a place from your heart, but for some reason they have this idea that there's all this that they're supposed to do, and they always feel like they're failing and not meeting up to your expectations. So that might be a source of the defensiveness. Um, because I almost feel like they've kinda have themselves in a black and white world where they're either all or nothing, like, I'm either a success or a failure, and so they might blame other people for things, or if they did something, then they're just really tough on themselves, kind of energy. So, it's that kinda black and white, and they'll eventually learn that they can swim in a world of gray, but until then, they kind of have this all or nothing kind of energy. Sometimes what happens with that is when someone important in their lives, they only got attention when they did something amazing, which if that's dad, or, you know, if you feel that resonates with you, but I feel like it's more, you know, um, so, there is this, um, you know, that energy of I only got attention from dad when I did amazing things and then nothing. That's the all or nothing and kind of what formulated their this black and white world, if that makes sense. All right, let's see what else between the 2 of you, though. I keep bringing it back. They keep taking me to other places. You got the 4 of coins. So here we go with um, this Capricorn Sun energy. Again, Capricorn energy. A lot of the foundation, has to do with, a lot of thinking. energy. Again, all that thinking energy. They're just saying they feel most solid when we're in a mental communication. Emotional communication feels a bit wonky for them here, right? We got the 8 of Wands, the 5 of Swords. Yeah, so, maybe this explains the conflict because the 5 of Swords is like the 2 of Swords, conflict between head and heart. And then again, fire energy is how I react. And below the surface, is this emotions that, uh, with Scorpio energy here, that they aren't able to express their emotions because they haven't learned how. They were, in some ways, whatever they felt, they were taught to push emotions down. Only be a happy child, but anger and sadness, nope, can't express those. That's why the anger, I feel like it's like that In and Out, that movie, the little guy, the little fire guy, the red one, that when he'd go from normal to flame shooting out of his head. Kind of feels like that energy. But I just feel like there's some unresolved emotions below the surface that are there, but I don't feel like they're specific towards you. It's just, again, it feels like you get the echo of a lot of stuff that you're not responsible for their experiences, but it does feel like there's some unresolved emotions that because they don't know those emotional worlds. It's like they lost the combination of the lock that keeps their emotions locked up, and they're like, I don't know how to get to those. But I can talk about action and passion and mental stuff, but when it gets to emotions, it's like a foreign language to them. So hopefully that helps, Michelle. That's what they got for you there. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Got Alice in Wonderland here. So what? This one here. Okay. And we've got impossible things. Which is working through disbelief, imaginative leaps, and fresh perspective. All right, see what we got here. So, from the book Alice in Wonderland, it says, there's no use trying, she said. One can't believe impossible things. I dare say you haven't had much practice, said the queen. When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. It says Alice is correct. It is indeed difficult to believe in impossible things. However, it is the queen's viewpoint that resonates most with Alice. And when you receive this card, with you too, you're being asked to believe in something that seems impossible at present. This could be a miracle, or something seems too good to be true. It also talks of belief as a matter of discipline and practice. As the queen says, she practices believing in impossible things. What if you were to practice believing in the impossible? If you were to spend half an hour each day meditating on a miracle, changing your thoughts, or focusing on creating an amazing life, you would slowly but surely expand your limits of possibility. If you devoted a half hour each day to creating wonderful changes within your life, what would you achieve? Financial breakthroughs, relationship bliss, physical healing? Devote yourself to something you wish to improve. When we do this, then just like the queen, we too start to believe in impossible things because dedication steadily brings the impossible closer. Wow. Your divination is a struggle to accept what seems unlikely, devote regular time to improving a situation, becoming better at something you care about, or changing something for the better, and meditate on a miracle and believe in impossible things. I love that. The reversed is stubbornly refusing to believe that any kind of action can change things for the better. denying that action brings results, feeling that something is too far out of reach, or that miracles are for other people. Wow. I love this though. So if you're working, I feel like if you're wanting to, you know, develop a different type of relationship with your youngest son, you can believe in impossible things. And if you dedicate yourself to it, you can see change. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So thank you again, Michelle, for your donation. Hang in there, my dear. All right. Let me catch up here real quick. And then Moonlight, you'll be up. Okay. We did that here. So May, thank you for your additional donation here. So is this for this one that you sent here? Oh, okay. That's for your number 7 there. I get it. So that's for that one. So we will do that. Got Living Like there. And then we have Tahitian Vanilla. Well, welcome, new subscriber. Good to see you. We'll get you on here. I love that you start playing the harp. All right, we'll get you on the free list. Right now, donations are up. They get first priority. You'll be number 16 on the free readings once we get to those. So, hello, hello. And then we got Healing Reading by Donna Marie. Hey, Donna Marie, good to see you. I'll get you on the free reading. You'll be number 17 on the free readings once we get there. And then, of course, we have, let me get back up to donations. Here we got Marilyn. Hello, my dear. Good to see you. We'll get you. You'll be number 18 on the donations, and I'm about to start number 14. So it's not really that far away. So give that a love and a like. And we also got Honored in the house. So Honored, thank you so much for your donation. And of course, you will be number 19, which we're about to start number 14 here in a moment. All right. So I think I've got everyone up to date here. All right. Let me take a quick sip and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Moonlight, we're at 338.49. There we go. And so you want to ask, will your financier soon, your finances soon get better? Will you be able to pay your bills and get something something extra? 4:30 in the morning. Crazy, crazy. No, you didn't. Yeah. You didn't miss it. No, I answered you earlier. You might have not been back yet. Yeah, so you didn't miss it. You're up right now. All right, so let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will your finances soon get better? All right, got Queen of Swords. This is the balance between head and heart, which does say that it can be, but there is some mindsets that kind of need to change in order for those things to happen. I've got a great podcast that can help. And so I feel like I'll just give that to you here, which is Abundance Where It Be. It talks about our energy. It talks about, also something about our inner child, allowing things to come in. So I feel like that will give you a lot of information and tools on how to bring in this balance between the head and the heart and to open those things up. So, just because we have a variety of questions, and so I'm just going to kind of skip through those, but that'll help you there as well. So I would check that out for more information regarding that particular one. So will you be able to pay your bills and get something extra? The Four of Swords. Once we move from focusing on expectations, even the Justice card, there's all this balance of mindset that comes in with all of this, which what should we talk about in that podcast episode? Because when we're focusing in on need to, supposed to, should, want, need, fear of not having, that's what sucks the life out of things. And when we do this change to gratitude for what we do have and have had, this change allows it to open up. And so we go into a lot of detail in that particular podcast there. So I feel like that's what you can look at for those energies there. And then, do you need to find another part-time job? And let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, is that the way to go? Let's take a look here. Do you have the judgment card, which is this nudge and this pull? You got the Four of Wands and the Eight of Wands. I feel like you might be like being drawn somewhere, um, you know, being drawn to something that makes you happy, where that actually your energy is maintained in it. So they're saying there is, you can, follow your heart, follow this draw, and then you can find a part-time job that's not draining, that's actually enjoyable, and it actually, like it says, it gives you energy instead of wipes you out. Because I don't feel like you're, again, where we focus our energy is what grows with this Eight of Wands. So if I'm like, "Oh, if I get this part-time job, my health is gonna suffer," guess what? You're inviting your health to suffer, right? That has to be saying no and take care of myself and not fix things for others all the time. Oh, right. Well, that is also part of the, you know, um, nurturing yourself, right? And making sure you're cared for. You get to fill up and overflow, not give to everyone else and you get the leftovers, right? So definitely some balancing energy, definitely coming in that would resonate as well. But yeah, I feel like there is possibilities of those things, but just some change of mindsets and for a part-time position, following the draw, not the mind of supposed to and should and need to, and but your heart is like tugging at you, and it's something that would be fun and enjoyable and you'd enjoy, and then it energizes you because you're enjoying it and you're not focusing on lower vibration. Because our health gets worse when we focus in on lower vibration, because that constricts us and we're in fight or flight mode, anger and sadness, fear energy, which sends our body out of balance. When we're in joy, we're loving what we're doing, our body repairs it, helps itself, right? Of course, I'm no licensed medical professional, disclaimer, right? But it's very well known and documented on the internet and everywhere, medical books and stuff, that when our body is not in fear, it's amazing self-healing machine. When it's in fight or flight, the immune system is down, the digestive system is up, is not running fully and correctly. We're flooded with all those chemicals, all that fun stuff too, right? So hopefully that helps, Moonlight. That's what we got for you for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, I like this. Here you are. Pamper yourself. This is that self-care you were talking about. Self-care is a necessity, not a luxury. There you go. It's a necessity. Spirit says, just tell them all, sorry. The universe says, I come first. Bye. So hang in there, my dear. And that is what they have for you. So thank you again for your donation. All right. Yeah, you need to get some more rest. I get you. All right. So up next here, we do have May 34543. is for this one. Oh, yeah, this is for the email here. So let's take a look here. All right, here we are. So thank you for your multiple uh, questions and your donations here. Let's take a look here. So number one. So is Max driving home today after being out of town? We got the full card. Yeah, new adventure. So I do that. He's in his little spaceship. So I do feel like he is driving home. If he is, you're curious about whether he's thought of you. Okay. And if he's, what has he thought about? A lot or just passing? All right, let's take a look here. Has he thought about you? Ace of coins, ace of pentacles, which would be a victory energy, a yes energy, because it's about abundance. So I do feel that there are thoughts of you. What were they about? Palace of Cups. Yeah. Here was that we were talking about earlier, right? About if he asks you for dinner, creating a safe space for emotions. So it does feel here. Maybe this is that because we were focusing in on him, we're sending out this homing signal. Bing, bing, bing. um, and was it a lot or just passing? Wow. The Empress, that would be, an abundance, a harvest. So I definitely feel like it was a lot here with this energy. So I like that. Again, it's about birthing things, new beginnings. It does feel a lot like, when we're talking about how he's gonna ask you for dinner and do those things. So maybe it's not gonna be as far off as we think. Better start reading that book. What was again number 40? All right. Um, the palaces in this deck, there's 5 extra cards in the Tarot of Dreams. The palaces, there's no equivalent in tarot because it's unique. And the way I interpret it, palaces are above the king because it's the place in which all of the suit lives. So with a palace of cups, it's creating a safe space for emotions to live. And in that, I'm like, a safe space for emotions to be expressed is the way the energy comes through for it. And, and so I do feel like, that is the energy of that, which I feel is like their home because we got that in the other one, which is, you know, being in a restaurant, we don't feel as comfortable sharing emotions and talking about things usually. When your first date, you guys kind of felt like you were in this pocket, but I feel like they might want to be in a place where it's more able to, really talk and not feel like the waitress is going to interrupt, or people are over listening or whatever, as well. Right. Right. So that's for that one. And then for number two, the cards have shown that he's thinking about you more. Is the intensity of those thoughts increasing too? Intense. So what kind of thoughts is it? Are they becoming more intense? Well, we do have here, we've got the 7 of Swords energy, which I feel like some of their thinking is how their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets have cheated them out of opportunities. I like that energy. So I feel like that's kind of the underline is how the way they think and the way they do things, how, you know, the all or nothing approach of their work, they're like, Is if I did things differently, could I have balanced it? But now I sacrificed something that I really wanted, and did all this. I like that, that energy below here. Again, that's Aquarius, Aquarius moon. But I feel like they feel like their mind sometimes ruins their heart adventures, what are they about? Well, we got the 10 of Pentacles, which, that is an energy of relationships and abundance. And again, that's kind of that, did I sacrifice relationship for abundance? And, you know, but I need abundance to have relationship. But it's like a catch 22, kind of sends them in a bit of a loop a little bit. But I feel like that's kind of intense if there's thinking about relationship, right? Wow, yeah. And we've got this Three of Pentacles energy about being true and create. Um, and here's that Palace of Cups again. So if you want to see it for the third time, there it is again. So again, this, I guess it is becoming intense a little bit, right? 8 hours, right? He's like, all right. So there definitely is this energy as your phone starts to ring and it's him calling you. Hey, I'm on the road. I was just thinking about dinner. We're like, la boo boo boo. But, but there is this creation around that. So it definitely feels here. Yeah, and the Knight of Swords would be thinking about calling, thinking about calling, thinking about communicating. How am I gonna communicate? How can I, go from 0 dark 40 whatever and start a communication, kind of energy, um, with that here. And then the bottom as well, the Page of Coins, Page of Pentacles, which is the return kind of energy that comes in with that as well, right? So I feel like that is what we have for number 2. Boom, boom, boom. And then number 3, in other words, is he becoming more serious about taking action soon, or at least thinking more seriously about it? Yes. I think that is what we kind of, said here, right? Yeah, clear yes, right? So, let's do, has the how soon are we talking about based on current energies? All right. Slowly. Yeah, I mean, we've got the 6 of Swords, which is a change of mindset, brings change in the outside world, but the world says slowly card here. I still feel like they're taking their time, but it does feel with getting the 6 of Swords there too, that's leaving some old ways and then it moving into the other, right? Oh, this one really likes you. Yeah. It's just he's a bit different, I feel, than your norm a little bit. And hey, Bernice, I see your questions. I have some questions from earlier. So I don't know. You only get one free question per session. So with the two that I already have earlier, and now it looks like you added some more, they might be similar to the other ones. But if you want to choose one question that you want me to ask for the free reading, then if you want to put free and then do that. And if you want more than one, then a donation, you can have other questions, but only one free reading per session. In case I didn't catch you earlier when I was mentioning that. All right. So I think we answered number 3 kind of already. Become more serious, talking about action. So then he said he reposted something silly to your story a little while ago. You don't want to think you found someone else, right? So you're not going to chase. I love it. Honestly, I just haven't been feeling like myself lately. So been put, yeah. Going through, okay. Um, oh, neat. Wow. And he looked at it within 1 minute. A boom. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So he definitely looked at it right away. Don't you love that? What great confirmation on that. So, I like that. So, which brings us to number 4. What advice does spirit have for you moving forward with the social? Since that's the way we're able to see what the other person is doing, right? So let's take a look here. What advice? Okay. Anything else? Thank you. All right. Yeah, I like it. You know, 8 of Wands is, action and movement with it, but the Queen of Swords is balanced energy too, balance between head and heart. Not about quantity, but quality, right? And and let's see what else they want you to know around advice here, because got the 4 of Swords, which is still rest, no expectations. You know, it's like do what you're wanting to do, but I feel like, well, let's look at these other 3. Yeah, because we have Temperates, just allow things to flow the way that they are, you know, let yourself be seen. I feel like that's the important thing. Let it be pictures of you even, and this again, 7 of Pentacles. It's the slowness, allowing things to unfold. But I feel like um d- I almost feel like it's um you don't have to try to, post on social so that you can keep a connection with them. Do it for you on what you're wanting to share with your followers and with people, not for them, right? Let them they can be one of your followers and they can see things and see what you're doing. But when we start to make it about them, then it becomes weird, becomes complicated. It becomes uh you're not being like your authentic self in a way. You're trying to, and it could be subconscious that we do it too, right? Where we start to yeah, we don't want to, you know, oh, I'm going to do this so that they'll know this about me. And, I want them to see this because then it starts to become, I want to do something to get a reaction or response from them. And it's like, no, it's nice that you did it. You know, I want them to know that I didn't find someone else. And like, okay, now I'm done. I'm good for a while. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You get it. Um, and I feel like you just wanted to I needed to know in this moment that uh I want them, it's like sending an SOS, not an SOS in a way, but just hey, just so you know, I'm still here, you know, and then they watch it and they're like, okay, that's cool, um, and something silly. What did it? Was it like still single? Wait, what was it that you shared? You don't have to tell me, this is just rhetorical. It's like, what did you share to, help them know that you haven't found someone? Single female. Alright. So I feel like that's number 4. And then number 5, is there anything his spirit guides want you to know about how he is right now? Alright, let's take a look here. Alright, that I want these. Alright. Oh, okay. You're spiraling. Bottom of the deck, we have, yeah, the Palace of Coins. So I feel like they're saying, yeah, he's still really motivated and trying to create the safe space for money, um, you know, worth, expression of worth and one's self worth. and creating a safe space in the outside world. So he's still very much committed to that. But we also have the Ace of Wands, which is action energy. There is fire um, being started here. Um, and I don't know, it's like one of those old Lord of the Rings movies or something. I don't know if they did this the other night for you, if it was for you or someone else, but they're showing me like when they're lighting the kiln or this giant furnace to try to burn the gold and create something. And they're like, where the furnace is being ignited in preparation. So it's like there's activity, there's there is some movement preparation that's beginning to happen. That was you, yeah, okay, so they're saying that, yeah, that was us, this, it's starting, it's like, yeah, the volcano, it's starting to smoke, you're starting to see, it's not lava and erupting yet, but you were starting to see the little smoke and go, "Ooh, something's happening under the ground over there," you know? He's still in a bit of a high priestess energy, still off by himself, you know, looking at what they wanna create with this family tree kind of energy that's coming in here. We also have the Queen of Cups. So he's very deep into this emotional energy. I mean, I feel like he's very empathic. I feel like he's really in tune. Maybe that's why, know, like when we talk about him, he's like, I wonder if she's thinking about me right now. Beep, 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 boop, 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 boop. Which is great. I love that they have access to deep emotional place because I feel like that's so important for you that they can access that. Um, but it's almost like they can also pause or turn it off if they need to and then activate it again. Yeah. I feel like it's locked down with everyone because I really feel like he's really in his head and trying to produce this. And emotion slow my mind down, and I need it's almost like another showing me Star Trek. What's all this? Is he a geek? Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, that, when they need extra energy for the engines, they'll revert, energy from throughout the ship to go to the engines, so they'll shut other things down to move forward. So, that's funny. He is a geek, okay. Yeah, yeah, and we got all this energy too here. I do feel here, there was this here's the fear of, you know, something being ripped out of their life and the sadness and even the growing pains and all of this energy. Um, I just feel like they feel like relationships take work, that they don't just happen. Like successful relationships, I feel like he has a belief, successful relationships don't just happen. You have to work at it. There is conflict, and if you don't have the energy, and you don't put the energy into, you know, making it, a beautiful relationship, that it just falls apart, and I feel like that's this energy of, this is their spirit guide saying, this is how he thinks, and that, he wants to be able to invest the energy that it deserves, and so, I feel like that's kinda, where they're coming from with that. So hopefully that helps. Right, and then number 6, if he could tell you or ask you anything about this period of life. Yeah, yeah, I agree, right? Especially about taking a step back to focus on himself without worrying about what I think. Oh, wow, okay, that's a loaded question. Let me reread that. So, if he could tell you or ask you anything about this period of his life, if he could tell you about this period of his life, especially about taking a step back to focus on himself without worrying about what you think. What would he want you to know? Okay. Did you start drinking wine around question number 6? No. Let me just take a sip of coffee here. Maybe it's me. Cheers, cheers. Maybe it's because I've been sitting here for 4 hours and my buns are getting numb. That's where my brain is at. It might just be me. I think I do need to take a break after this to get up and move around because I can feel I feel like, "Oh, I need to move my bohiney." All right. So let's take a look here. So if he could tell you anything about this period, what would he tell you here? We'll do that first here. And I do want this one, not that one, this one, and this one. Okay, if he could tell you something, then if he could ask you anything about this period of time. All right. Yeah. I like it. Speaking of Bohiny, the little sword sticking in there, I have these little because they have nudity on these cards. See some of my little blue dots covering up the Bohiny being poked with the swords. Whoa, whoa. All right, let's see. So what would he tell you? Got the 7 of wands, the 4 of coins. Yeah. 7 of wands is being true to myself and, you know, trying to create this solid, you know, foundation with the 4 pentacles and, that he puts a lot of importance on defining himself by, the security. He's always defined himself a lot by security. Um, and that's why it's such an important thing, and that's why he's focusing so much on all of that, with that 4 of pentacles being the solid foundation, that comes in there. Yeah, he'd wanna say with the Queen of Wands that, you know, he he sees you as someone that's a go-getter, this Queen of Wands with a emotion behind, um, and in a way, he's saying that I knew what I needed to do for me, and in a way, I kind of feel like he's saying that if I kinda have this belief that if it's meant to be, you'll be able to, persevere and you'll be available when I'm able to come back around. But because it's such an important piece of who he is, he has to do it, and then, it unfolds, It's almost like if it's meant to be, you'll be there, and if it's not meant to be, then you won't. And he has hope, you know yeah, he has hope that you'll be there with this 10 of cups. Oh my god. I'm just grabbing a card and going, "Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what he's saying." What are these cards here too? Yeah, the King of Swords and the Strength card that comes in here too, right? So we got the Strength card, which is again this the courage, the strength, to step forward, and the King of Swords is the story, this um, desire to change the story, and I feel like that's something that he would say is, "I've thought about changing the story a lot, but, I have to be able to, again, release some old mindsets that, do have to do with Jupiter, which is the planet of abundance and growth, that, it requires me to change that energy," right? So, I feel like he would wanna say those things, and then what would he wanna ask you? Oh, yeah. how disappointed are you with the 3 of swords? And, um, like, he's hoping that you're not as disappointed as he, would think you would be, because there's he's experienced disappointment from other people in the past, and I kind of feel like he wants to know he's hoping that you're not as disappointed as he's experienced from other people, in the past too, and, so there is this, kind of energy that's there. And so I feel like because other people have shared the disappointment before, he'd wanna ask you, you know, because because it's important, because he saw patterns of people that are disappointed and disappointed, that it destroys the relationships, and so it's interesting. Yeah, he'd wanna ask you, "Did you wanna go a different way? Did you wanna walk away?" with this 3 of wands. That's funny. You're so funny. Yeah, and do you think I'm your dream come true with the star card? Not as a ego thing, but kinda as a verification. Do you feel like I'm your dream come true? And how smart are you? No, I'm just kidding. Right? So I like that. The Ace of Swords is, yeah, I almost feel like the Ace of Swords is, um, "Do you think you understand me?" Right? And the King of Cups. Yeah. We definitely have that, kind of energy that's, coming in with that here too. King of Cups is, again, this perfect compatible. How compatible do you feel I am for you? Kind of energy. So I feel like he's curious. Like the questions you ask about him, some of those questions come in and he would want to know from you, you know. So very interesting. All right. So those are those. We'll get you a fortune cookie here, and then we will circle back around for your last question in a momentito. Just put these cards back in here. Let me just catch up on the chat real quick. Oh, nope. Let me get your fortune cookie first. Then I will dive in there. Let's see what we got here. Hey, Carmela. For free readings, I can get you on the list. Donations do get first priority. I don't have any set amount for donations. Um, but depending on the amount of the donation is how deep I go. So like $1 donation is like ankle deep, and then, further we can dive deeper into things. Um, and for free readings right now, I've got 17. I haven't looked at the chat, so at least 17. In between readings is when I'll kind of catch up on the chat here, and I'm just finishing up one here, and then I've got 4 more donations right now, before I head into free readings, unless others come in as well. Yeah. Do you have a specific question, or do you want a general reading? So if you'll put that, I'll put you on there. All right. All right. So we've got mortality is your fortune cookie, which says, "Life is brief, bright, beautiful, and yours to live." Ah, I love that. So from the book, it says, "If that there king was to wake," added Tweedledum, "you'd go out, bang, just like a candle." And then Alice exclaimed indignantly, "I shouldn't." Says, "Life is, as Tweedledum points out, a strange thing where we can go out in just a moment," right? None of us knows how long we have, and no matter what we believe or tell ourselves, we are all mortal in this form. This lifetime is just one brief, bright jewel. Alice denies this, but it is the truth. We are all mortal and we all pass. We must know this so we can hold on to the precious gift that is this existence. When this card comes, it does not mean you're about to pass. Relax, right? It is not a card of death, but a reminder of the beauty and the fragility of this existence. It urges us to all take this life and make it as beautiful, as meaningful, and as full of adventure as we can. Too many of us live as if this life is a burden, awaiting another lifetime, or a heaven which will save us from the difficulties and challenges of being mortal. Instead of living as if there is forever or a better place to go to, or as if other lifetimes or existence in the afterlife will be better, live like this life is all you have. Live like this is the very best you can ever experience. Live like this is the greatest blessing, the most treasured gift you could ever have been given. Life like this life is heaven, and your very existence is a miracle of creation. Because we can and we will go out like a candle someday. And when that takes place, the only true measure of a soul is what we did here with the priceless gift of human life. I love it. The divination is appreciation of existence, relishing. Oh, sorry. Relishing being alive. I know how to read sometimes. Making the most of every moment, accepting mortality in ourselves and in others, living in the present and feeling joy at being alive, right? Not in a future state, but in being alive like right now. And then the reversed is the belief that this life has less value than other possible lives, wasting time, procrastinating, or stagnating, waiting for a heaven, believing life is more a curse than a blessing, a burden to be carried, and refusing to believe in your own mortality, a denial of death's presence within life, living as though life is forever. I like that. So that is what they have for you for that one, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for that donation. Hey, Carmela, I do have Cash App. I also have a Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. All of that's down in the description of the video. If you want to grab that, that is where that be at. It's all listed down there. All right. So let me make sure I'm just going to catch up on the chat, and then I need to take a quick break, and then I'll be back, and we'll get back into everything here. So let's see. So we got down to here. So we got here. All right, let me take a look here. So Berenice, I'm just gonna add all these, and then once I get to the free readings, I'll figure out what we're gonna do with all your questions here. They might be reworded or something, but I can't take the time to figure it out now. So we'll look at that later. All right. And then these were all those. And then Carmela. All right. Yeah, you're very welcome. So I'll put you on the free list for now. You'll be number 18 on the free list when we get there for a general reading. Of course, if you make a donation, then I'll prioritize you. Or if you have you want a free general, I can leave that on there. And if you make a donation, then you would be. I've got 4 in front right now for donations coming up here. We've got Daisy, and then May, and then Marilyn, and then Honored is where we'll be. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break, though. I've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes sitting in this chair, and I'm going to go get circulation in my buttocks, get some more coffee, hit the bio break room. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for your patience. All right. We are back. Let me scooch back on this pillow. Fall off my chair here. All right. All right. We are all set. So I think we are good to go here. And so we are to number 16 on the donations. We got Daisy. So 424. 38. There is your timestamp. So thank you again for your donation. Good to see you. And want to say, we see you getting a full-time job offer for the week ahead. Love and light to you too. Thank you. Click here. Get rid of that there. All right. So let's see here. Based on current energies, are you going to get a full-time job offer this week? Anything else that you can know about this here? Yes, all right. All right. So based on your current energies, you do have the Page of Coins, Page of Pentacles, which does talk about a opportunity in the outside world coming in. Seven of Wands is something too about you being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not trying to be something that's not you. Even on the bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Cups, which is all about she's the ruler, the master of emotion. And like this combination that I'm feeling so far is, if you're pursuing something you think you're supposed to do and should do and need to do, blah, 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 it's going to feel empty. It's going to feel like you're existing. And this is like your heart saying, let's do something that both the heart and the mind want to do, not just check, check. This is what I should be doing with this full time job. Because it's like, are we going to live or are we going to exist? The heart is going, are we going to live or exist? Right. So I feel like that's an important energy. There is an opportunity with the Ace of Coins. You got the Page of Coins, the Ace of Coins. I do feel like there's opportunities out there for full-time jobs, but maybe question and kind of see what is it that you truly want to do, not just letting the mind rule, but also allowing the heart to have some input. Yeah, you got all these queens. You have the Queen of Cups, you got the Queen of Swords, the Queen of Coins, which is the Queen of Pentacles. So this is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. There's heart, behind every queen is the cups energy. So the Queen of Cups is 2 times emotion. Queen of Cups is, of course, physical world and emotion. The Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart. Energy coming in here. And yeah, and we've got even the Chariot, which is Mother Moon energy. It's the Cancer Moon energy. And you got the Four of Swords, which is, you know, putting the mind at rest, putting the expectations away, energy here. So I feel like you do have full-time offers coming in. You'll have some of the mind, but there's also something that your heart and your mind would both want to do, something that they can agree on. And I feel like that is the one that you kind of want to hold out for, because otherwise you'll feel like you're existing and you'll wake up in a way, going, oh God, I got to go live my dream today instead of excited. Because when you wake up feeling that way, oh God, my dream, you're living someone else's dream and not your own, right? So I definitely feel like there's a kind of a transformation of where you're looking and how you're looking. Because even on the bottom of the deck, you have the Death card, which is a, you know, significant ending, new beginning energy that's coming in. So hopefully that helps. I also have my podcast. I've got a episode called Abundance Where It Be, and it's episode 14. If you check out the playlist link, it's down in the description area or on my main page. It talks about our energy and it talks about our inner child and the balance between, you know, what it feels we have to do to deserve, and it's usually way out of balance from our childhood. So there could be some helpful energy in there too if you're interested in checking that out. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well, because yours is like it's usually $5 or more, but I know sometimes it only lets certain for some reason $4.99 or not a $5. So I don't know why it does certain places doesn't allow it. So I round it up. So you do get one of these cards, which you got Wake Up, number 25, which says, "It's your moment." So from Alice in Wonderland, it says, "Wake up, Dormouse." And they pinched it on both sides at once. Ow. So when this card comes to you, you can be sure that you have the spotlight turned directly on you. You're being asked to wake up, to be present to what is being asked of you, and to rise to the occasion. Although you may feel like withdrawing and not being so very visible, there is no running away. You cannot sleep through this moment, for others are eagerly waiting to hear from you. They're ready to listen to and enjoy what you have to offer, to finally hear what you've been waiting to say for a long time. You may feel you're not ready. You may be hesitant to speak up. You may also wish to withdraw and hide, either in sleep or in hibernation, but there's no turning away from your moment. When it comes, as it will, make it count. Tell your story, speak up strong, share your words and thoughts. If people interrupt and demand explanations, continue regardless. The time for sleeping and dreaming is over. Suddenly, and almost quite unexpectedly, it is time to awaken and share the wonders you have within you. I love that. Sharing your heart with the world in your own, special, unique way, right? And then divination of the card says a rude awakening, being asked to deliver before you feel you're ready, being present and fully engaged with what is happening around you, making a contribution, being assertive despite your gentle nature. That's funny, right? You, gentle nature, Daisy? No, I'm just kidding. You're like, well, that I resemble that. Insisting on being able to tell your story, making your moment count, and sharing with others who are ready to listen, right? And then reversed, it's missing your moment, holding yourself back, sleeping through opportunities, not seeing the chances about you, hiding from your destiny, pulling back at the last moment, taking refuge in a dream world rather than stepping forward and seeing what you can create in the real world, and believing that no one would listen to you anyway. So staying quiet to avoid disappointment. Ooh, I love that. So powerful energies for you there, Daisy. Hopefully that helps, my dear, and many blessings to you. All right. Jamie G in the house. Hey, hey, hey. I'm good. How are you? May you ask the following? I don't know. May you? Boom. All right. So this is for your free reading here. Okay. I thought it was going to be an ominous question. Like what? I thought you were going to get personal or something. So, Bretta Z. No, no. All right. So we got you. You're number 19 on the free reading list. All right. So I'm gonna take a quick sip here and we'll dive in. Cheers, cheers. Some delicious vanilla flavored coffee with zero sugar Twix creamer. It's like a chocolate vanilla mix. Yum, yum. All right. So May, we are 4:33:33. Look at that timestamp. And that is for this question here. All right. So you said, yes, yes, I'm alive. Just feeling a little meh lately and don't feel like posting. Terrible news for my fans. What were his thoughts when he saw it, right? You just do free questions the rest of the week. You're so funny. All right. All right. What else here? So on the bottom, we got the 10 of swords, which is an energy about releasing like expectations and not wanting to please people. And so there's, let me see what that energy is about here, because it's like when he saw it, um, it's almost like there's this battle, right? Oh, he hasn't seen it yet? Oh, I thought you said moments later he oh, I thought you said, you posted something and he looked at mine within 1 minute of your posting. Oh, you posted 2. Okay. Yeah, so when he sees this here, right, um yeah. So, yeah, so when he sees it is when it would be, because this 10 of swords is, maybe that's the expectations. I expected that he would see it by now. No, no ixnay on the expectationos, but I feel like there's something here about, this, how is he looking at this? 'Cause I'm trying to understand how he's perceiving this and to put it into words, because it's like emotion, but it's the first I gotta dissect it because there's, like, a bunch of things happening at the same time. One thing is, like, um, I feel this need to fix that you're in this, feeling this way, like, "Oh, I'm supposed to fix that." They're like, "No, no, no, no." I feel like that's their instinct is to, "I gotta make things better because people expect me to make things better," and they're like, "No, no, no, that's not why you're posting that. That's not who you are. That's not what I need to do or who I am," right? It's like, "No, I don't need to do that." And then so I feel like he starts to feel this pressure of expectations, and then he's like, "No," kind of energy. So I feel like that's what kind of pops up. But let's see what his thoughts when he saw it. So that's the energy that comes up below the surface, right? Um, yeah, around the meh lately energy, exactly. Then what are his thoughts? Yep, 7 of swords, the judgment card. Again, there's this, um, we were talking about this earlier, how, his thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, you know, make him lose out on opportunities. And in a way, I feel like his thought is, if I would follow my pull and get out of my head, you wouldn't be saying meh right now. We would be doing, this other energy, this other, you would be you wouldn't be meh, in a way, because he feels like maybe you're mad because of me, and there's that expectations and that stuff that pops in, and there's that energy. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah. And then yeah, it makes sense. The 6 of cups, here's the return with that would make you happy, which is an interesting energy. They see it, and I feel like that's something they kind of work through and fight through is, you know, that hero complex of, I feel like I'm supposed to make other people happy. And I feel like that's the expectations that he tries to get out of. But I feel like it does cross his mind that if, with my return, that would, I feel like it would make you happy. And I feel like that's kind of with this energy. It's almost like he's thinking that you've been down, because of them not, you know, interacting and different things, and then he starts to beat himself up, and then that's when he he tries to get out of that because I feel like that's an old pattern that he's trying to change. And then he gets back to the 4 of Pentacles, you know, let's get back to the coins. Let's get back to the coins. Let's get back to building, because once I get to a certain point, then I will get to that. And then he goes back to that other, they're bringing back the other thing, you know, and if it's meant to be, you'll be available, and then we'll make it right, you know, we'll see what unfolds kind of energy. So interesting, right? So when he sees it, I feel like he's gonna do that. And with that 4 of Pentacles, it feels like he sees it when he gets home, because I feel like he's driving and stuff now. I feel like he saw the other one when he stopped for gas or food, and now he's, of course, focused on the road again, and I don't feel like he's gonna stop again till he gets home, is the kind of the energy that's there. Hmm. So, let's take a look here. What's your fortune cookie for this one here? Roller coaster. I feel like he's oblivious to how you would really feel, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have his own stories and thoughts and blame and, you know that kind of energy, that comes in. He still has his own little, you know, computer brain that's shooting out, stuff. All right. And then your fortune cookie is feelings. Feelings, nothing more than feelings. And it says, healing begins with feeling. Be gentle with yourself and tender with your heart. And I kind of feel like that's also himself, because he is tough on himself, Um, so I get it. All right. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, everybody. You're very welcome. Thank you again so much for all your donations, May. I'm so grateful. And if you feel you need to do free readings the rest of the week, you do that. But I don't mind if you're doing it for my sake. I don't mind, you know, doing readings. That's what I'm here to do. So please don't do it on my account. All right. Oh yeah. So Berenice, um, I've got like 5 or 6 questions that you've asked throughout the session here. Is that last one, is that the one that you want? Or do you have 1 out of the 6? 'Cause we only get 1 free reading per session. So, Berenice, if you're still here, um, let me know which one you really want. So, uh, that is what, uh, is coming in. You can tell me which one you really want there. Oh, the last one. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So let me get rid of all these other ones here. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Yeah, absolutely, Carmela. It's first come, first serve for donations too. So I have Marilyn up next, and then Honored, and then we do have Jamie G. So I see I'll move you from the free readings. We'll put you up on the donations. So thank you so much for that. You'll be number 20, and we're about to be on number 18. So that's not far away for Jamie G. Let me see if I missed anyone else. Oh, I was asking here, blah, blah, blah. Let me add that onto your question. Okay. Itch. Okay, there we go. All right. And then Carmela, I see yours there. So you'll be number 21. Let me grab yours down here. And you still want a general reading, correct? You might be on delay. You're number 21. Okay. Oh, your favorite number. Ah, perfect. So I'll give that a love and a like. Boom, boom. And then Juliana Fashion. I do see you as well. So, yes, you will be number 22, Juliana. And I got you on there. And let me give that a love and a like. All right. All right, yay. All right, so thank you guys for your patience. So Marilyn will be up next, and then Honored, and then Jamie G, and then Carmela, and then Julian. Juliana is where we'll be. So, all right, let's get into it here. Let me take a quick sip, and we will dive. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Maryland, we're at 4:44:55. Look at that timestamp. Well, let me do it right here first. And here we go. So Maryland, thank you so much for your donation. And you want to know, why hasn't your Aunt Cynthia called you back? You've called her twice. All right, let's take a look here. So Aunt Cynthia, what is going on? Why hasn't she called you? We got three, and one. I do want this one too. Okay. I was going to say she's in jail. No, looks like a prison cell almost. King of Swords is, she's really in her mind about something. You know, that's the storyteller. So I feel like there's some sort of story that she has. Let's see what this is about here, because the King of Swords rolls over the swords, so it gets a second portion of swords. So it's in their head, and that's what's influencing. Let's see what this is. You got three cards, two cards. These three cards, we have the King of Cups. It looks like they're trying to balance something between their head and their heart. Yeah, it's like their head has got them, the Devil card here, Capricorn energy here. Um, there is this energy feeling, like their heart is being ruled by their mind. Whatever story this is that's been told, it feels like it's really got him. They're trying to balance it out. But the Tower card, yeah, is this feeling like something's been removed out of their life suddenly. Um, so I definitely feel like there's something going on here with a mindset or a story that's been told here. Let's see if we can get clarification on here, maybe even from a Capricorn, but let's see what we got. We got the 7 of coins. There is this, interesting energy. Um, there's this, because 7 pentacles is last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, which does talk about, that patiently waiting for something to change. Got the 5 of coins, 5 of pentacles. Yeah, there's something here, because we even got the hangman, which is transformation. The 5 of pentacles, there's these feelings of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. Even this energy of being used. And it's almost like that it's not just you that she's not responding to. It just feels like I'm surrounded by drama and I've just had enough and I'm just not talking to anyone kind of energy. Um, I've got the 10 of swords. Yeah, I'm tired, sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations and everyone disappointing me. I'm done. And the ace of wands. Yeah, a little bit of a spitfire energy. So there is the kind of this energy here, and I feel like you're not the only one. I just feel like there's quite a bit of people that they're just like, I'm just tired. I'm tired of everyone and everything. I'm out, right? So, I just feel like they're, in this kind of zone. But it started off with listening to someone's stories, and they're saying this and saying that, and this person's saying this and this, and like, I don't know who to believe. Everyone's making up stories, and I'm just sick and tired of all this. I'm done with everyone. I'm just whatever, you know? I just feel like they're just had enough of a lot of things. So, I feel like that's where they're at right now. Um, yeah, and even under that King of Swords, we've got, the Empress, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I'm nurturing myself. I'm just taking care of me right now. Let me see here. Let me pull a quick when card, Will they will they calm down? Will they calm down and call out and call back? And if so, when? Tell us what we can know here, please. Please and thank you. We do have the Queen of Wands, so I do feel like there will be action here. We've got Aries, Leo, Sagittarius season. Leo season is about to come upon us, right? Isn't that um, July 20th to August 20th? I do believe. So, we've got Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. So I do feel like they'll reach out in like Leo season here. So in a couple weeks, I feel like they'll calm down. And within that month period, I feel like they'll do it. And that's based on current energy. So I feel like they come back, you know, all right, enough. I feel like I can, you know, put up with people again. She's so funny. Little fiery old aunt, isn't she? Row, 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 row. I wanna call her Cindy, sassy Cindy, and then she'll be like, "It is Cynthia." Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's personal toward you, um, you know, uh, so, I do see, that it's more, um, at someone who's I feel like someone told a story, and then I feel like they're getting your messages, and they're getting other people's messages, and this and that, and they're like, everyone is just blah, blah, blah with each other, right? So, let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too, you get one. Yeah. You can't go back to yesterday, be in the present. Let's see what this is. Card 44, master number, power number 44. Said, and the griffin added, "Come, let's hear some of your adventures." "I could tell you my adventures beginning from this morning," said Alice a little timidly, "but it's no use going back to yesterday because I was a different person then." Wow, what a great energy for all this drama energy, right? Says, in this lovely moment, Alice is being asked to recount her adventures for the griffin, who longs to hear them and is genuinely interested. Alice would love to share too, but she knows if she talks a great deal about what has happened and where she's from, she will never truly be able to move forward and find out who she is now that she has changed and is within the world of Wonderland. The griffin wants her to share so he can be entertained and perhaps get to know her a little better. But for Alice, the thought of reliving the past is no good, as it will not help him know her, as she has changed too much. And therefore, her history is not a way to true friendship. Perhaps this is the same for you. Focus on creating new memories, on sharing experiences, on getting to know someone and letting them know you in the present through observation and conversation. Accept that you have changed. And as we change, the simple telling of who we were and what we did is sometimes not as powerful as sharing who we are becoming and experiencing new adventures right in the heart of the precious present moment. Yet, yes, we can share our past adventures and histories, but perhaps you were quite a different person then. So consider adventuring forth and fully experiencing the present with people you have connected with. Your past will spill out of you when the time is right for the sharing of such things. Wow, it's almost like, let the past go. And who's in your life right now trying to get your aunt, trying to get other people? You're like, you know what? That will reconnect when it's time to share such things. But now focus in on who is in your life, who is not kind of energy, right? Isn't that interesting? And then the divination says you are more than your past. You have evolved and changed. Sharing your history is only to share who you once were because you're no longer the same person. The reversal of the card is living in the past, speaking of past events, musing over what once was, nostalgia, believing you are the same as you once were, living through stories rather than experiences, and memory overwrites the present, no anticipation of the future. So I love that. So hopefully that resonates there for you. And that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again so much for your donation. And, if they don't wanna call us back, then screw them. I'm gonna I'm gonna pay attention to people who are, I love you guys, but you're not my life. So I love that. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, let me take a look here. So we got Tim De La Gem came in. Hello, brother Tim. Good to see you. You're at the PP. Whoa. Power plant. I get you. In May, you said you just had the strangest deja vu moment where in the memory version, he reached out. Wow. Maybe timeline shifted. Interesting. All right. And then Berenice, I don't know if you got the last that you got. Just put about his feelings in their love for me. Okay. So did you change it from the last that you changed to the last? All right, let me see. Would Sergio get mad when your lawyer, blah, blah, blah? Will he come? So not about the lawyer now, you just put about his feelings and their love for you. Okay. So that's what we'll do, and we're gonna lock that in, no more changes. So boom. All right. All right, and then we got Ravit in the house. Hey, Ravit, good to see you. We'll get you on the free readings as well. You'll be number 18 on the free readings once we get there. All right, so we'll get back into the donations here. Thank you guys so much. And we got Honored up next for 5634. So Honored, here's your timestamp. And what sparked Cappy's sudden action today and what's to come? All right, let's take a look here. So what sparked Cappy's sudden actions today? All right. And then what is to come? Again, based on current energies. All right, and that one too. Okay. Oh, something got activated. Oh, the moon. Interesting. Oh, and then the devil card underneath. That's hilarious. Okay, so sorry, I keep on adding cards, but the bottom of the deck, you had the Knight of Wands. That was here first, which is action and movement, and which is you're saying actions, right? So yeah. And then the moon right underneath there, we've got a Cancer new moon coming on Tuesday, which new moon energy is new beginnings, especially around emotions, because the moon is rules over Cancer sign, so they're really comfortable in that with that energy, and it amplifies this new moon energy. And then underneath that, we have the Devil card, which is Capricorn Saturn energy. See Capricorn sign. So it is this shaking and this rattling of their cage, especially it's like empowered their heart to activate. So, um, I feel like it has a lot to do with that combination of astrological energies has caused them to act on their not just their passion, but on their emotion in a way. So whatever the sudden action is. So let's see here. That's the bottom of the deck, and then we'll see what else we have here. Yeah. Well, yeah. Again, we've got the Queen of Cups energy, which is double emotion energy, and the Two of Wands, which is an energy shift. So something did, which, knowing this astrological influence of the moon. Yeah, and we've got this death and this rebirth energy that's coming in here too. So we've got this one here. And then underneath that, we do have the magician. Again, this action, this, you know, deciding what I want to create in my life. Because the magician is that energy of initiation and, um, you know, it's like GPS. If you know where you're at, but you have no idea where you're going to go, you can't activate your GPS and just say, go somewhere. The GPS is, no, I need to know, you need to know where you're at. And then you need to know where you want to go. And then I'll tell you how to get there. Right. And I feel like they've made this decision with the Two of Wands, at least in this moment. Okay, I know what destination I'm wanna head toward. So plugging it in and then action that's coming in here, right? So I like that. Interesting. Um, and then what's to come? Oh my god. Yeah, we got this power of choice, this balancing energy with the Two of Pentacles, and the Six of Wands energy that's coming in here as well. So that is interesting. Let's see what's below this here, because that seems come some good positive energies. Got the Four of Wands, which is joy, celebration energy, and the Seven of Swords, though. So there might be here, you know, a victory in this balancing energy. This is like a marriage energy, but the Seven of Swords is kind of some non-truth energy, meaning they might not be telling the whole truth. They might be having good intentions, but not follow through, or it can be just words kind of energy. So it's important that if this energy and this action is them moving towards you, if they talk about marriage and they talk about the future, blah, 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 possibilities, blah, 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 just say, "That's nice words, but I want to see, like, movement," right? I want to see, you know, consistent action, because people can have the best intentions and not have the capacity, and I feel like don't, kind of this don't, like, uh, blindly take them back, and if they wanna come back and you're like, "I don't care, I'll do whatever," it's like, um, if you wanna come back into my life, then, you need to date me for 3 months, and then I'll decide, if this is what we want. 3 months? Well, you haven't changed, have you? Or if they're like, "Alright, I'll prove it to you." Okay, good. And then you let them consistent um, consistently showing you who they are, not telling you who they are kind of energy. But I just feel like there's, some good movement and action and, things that feel like a victory, but don't go in with your eyes wide open is kind of what I feel. So hopefully that helps, Honored. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here as well. Yeah, I feel here, we've got the mind energy here. And it says, "You are the master of your inner world, and you decide how the outer world affects you. So cultivate a calm inner state," right? I like that. Calm down. Don't leap at things. Just again, go in with your eyes wide open and, keep an eye on them. If that's what they're doing with the sudden action and movement. But, I feel like that based on current energy, it's almost like they're kind of, "I'm moving and doing this. I'm gonna do this, and these are the plans, and da 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 da," and you're like, alright, that sounds like an interesting, you know, I don't wanna say concept, but like an interesting adventure. Um, let's see how this unfolds. Let's not just leap, right? So, hopefully that helps. Alright, so that is that one for you. Let me just take a quick look here. Oh, yeah, you're okay, Bernice. All right. Oh, thank you, Carmela. You're so sweet. All right. And then MK, we got you. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 19 when we get to those. Got you. We got Katie R. Hello, hello. We'll get you, if that's a free reading, we'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 20 currently. All right, we're going to finish up some donations first, though. We got Jamie G up next. So, Jamie, we got 50439 for yours. Here's your timestamp here. Boom, boom. So, thank you for your donation. So, you want to know, how does S, the boss, feel about M and E regarding their personalities or multiple personalities? No, I'm just kidding. And quality of work. E is a female. I was asking because you're wondering if she likes them, or is she acting because she has two? How does S feel about you two? Okay. So, how does S, the boss, feel about M? All right, boom, boom, boom. And then how do they feel about E? Boom, 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 boom. All right. And personalities and quality of work. Okay, we'll look at all that in those. Okay, and then how does S feel about you two? All right, I got you. Just making sure I got them all here. And we got that, and this. All right. Feels like S, underline energy, the Page of Swords, very much a analysis, someone that makes decisions from the mind, kind of energy coming in here. So when we're asking about feelings, I feel like it's more, how do they think about them would be a more accurate question to ask them. Like feelings, well, I don't know. It's like asking a Vulcan how they feel about stuff. I don't know why it's coming in that way, but it's like, S, how do they feel about M? So 4 of coins, it's like you said, you want to know personalities and quality of work, solid work, 4 of coins, you know, nothing extreme. It just feels good, solid work. 6 of swords is an energy here of, I feel like there's a little bit of this. They could let some old stuff go and they could learn some new things. I feel is how they feel about M. That uh, there's some stuff that they could learn that would help them move from like choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like they feel maybe a little more training or a little more um, being open to learn new things. I feel is like kind of they're feeling like they could, because I feel like they might be a bit stuck in some old ways of thinking. Um, and the Palace of Coins, it's interesting because it's almost like, the Palace of Coins. These palaces are unique to this deck. It's someone that's trying to create like a safe environment for abundance and their worth. And I feel like S kind of sees them as someone that's really focused in on the physical world, like money and obtaining things and that kind of thing. And so I feel like when they're looking at them, they might look at them as they're always asking about, how can I get a raise? I almost feel like that's the kind of energy around it. Like, how can I get ahead? How can I do this? How can I do that? And they're like, well, first, be open-minded and learn some new stuff. Well, isn't there a way for me just to do it without doing all that stuff? I feel like that's kind of S's perception of them, but solid worker, you know, has some opportunity to change some stuff, right? And then towards E, so personality and quality work, right? So personality, there's a little bit of 2 of Cups energy going on here. So, there is a little bit that they do like them. You're wondering that specifically. They do like them. There is that kind of a spark between them. Yeah, Knight of Cups, a little bit of romance energy that's there, emotional movement. You can't help it. Your heart likes who it likes. Eight of Wands, there's passion there too. Whoa. But it doesn't mean they've acted on it. It just means that it's there. Again, we can't help who we're attracted to or who we connect with. We can control if we act on it or not. But quality of work, you know, I feel like, we've got Aquarius energy with the star card, balanced work, Seven of Wands, you know, I feel like personality wise, um, they do see them a bit as, it's like, I'm me. I'm not going to dim my light. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. I'm just going to be, and I'm going to say loud, obnoxious me. But it's almost like that kind of energy. I'm going to be in the limelight. I'm going to stand out. I'm going to, I need to be seen kind of energy. Um, but I feel like work wise, they're like, well, they're balanced in their work. Maybe they're a bit technical and not a bit could be more creative kind of energy, a bit of a rebel, a bit too. So I feel like they kind of see them as that, even though they're like, there's that interest and stuff there, but I don't feel like they've acted on it with all this, what I'm picking up. So that's what we got for those. For you, how do they feel about you? Um, I like this here. So you've got the Fool card, which is Uranus energy as well, which is rebel energy, uh, full of possibilities, not a lot of expectations. Because I feel like you just there's a lot that you can do, they feel. The Seven of Coins, Seven of Pentacles, that is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And I feel like they feel like you're very patient. Like if there's something that needs, something to get done that's repetitive or that takes a lot of to get something that they know that you'll do it with quality energy here with that kind of energy. Five of Swords. They have this impression that you're a little conflicted here. Not that you cause conflict, but that you are conflicted between your head and your heart. What does this mean? Let's see what we can have. You have the Queen of Swords, though, but you balance between your head and your heart too. So it's interesting. What's this other one here? And the Seven of Swords. Yeah. That you might have some like the you're your own worst enemy. I feel like they feel like with this because you can get into your head a little much, but you balance it out. But they can see that with you and they're like, yeah, you're your own worst enemy. You know, I feel like if they have any, like you're toughest on yourself, you're really tough on you. They're reminding me because I had one of my coaches once when I first started at this company that I ended up staying there for over 20 years. Um, she would give me my feedback, paper. She'd just hand me the feedback paper on the calls, and and she's not the one. We had a quality department that listened to it. She just handed it to me, and I go, "You don't wanna go over this?" And she goes, "No, you'll be more tougher on yourself than I ever would be." And that's kind of their energy I feel they have towards you is you have a high bar on yourself, and but you balance yourself out, and I don't feel like they feel like they have to get involved. They're just like, "You'll figure it out." So, but big performer, like I said, full of possibilities, and I feel like they do like the golden child, right? They will give you things when you need that, right? So let's see here. What do we have here? So for your fortune cookie, you got space, the final frontier, and it says the quality of your life has more to do with what you remove from your life than what you add to it. Give yourself the gift of space and grace even, it feels like. Give yourself the space to create and to, try something that doesn't work out. You don't have to be so tough on yourself. All right. So hopefully that helps, Jamie G. That is what they have for you. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate you. All right. And then Carmela, you're up. 514.29 is for yours here. Here's your time stamp. And you wanted a general reader. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So, what does Spirit have for you today, Carmela? Let's take a look here. All right. We got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 3, 1. Let's see what else we got here. 2 and 2 and 1. All right. Scooch these around here. All right. So we do have the bottom of the deck. We have a unique card. There's 5 unique cards in this deck. Every one of the minor arcana have a palace, and you got the palace of coin, the palace of pentacles. I feel like your underlying energy here, you're on an amazing adventure of like creating a safe space to allow your true authentic self to create into the world. And I feel like that's what this palace is. It's where all the pentacles are and all the coins, suit where they all live. And so you've got all of this energy around your self-worth and kind of the adventure that you've been on regarding your self-worth and being, it's like you've been burning away that which is not you so you could be more true to your authentic, who you really are, burning away all those opinions and supposed to be's and should be's and a lot of stuff growing up. You have this really big clarity that's coming in. And then, so that's the bottom of the deck, which is your underlying theme. And then we have 3, 3, and 1, 2, 2, and 1. So oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So the first 3, yeah, you got the Wheel of Fortune. I like this energy, along with the Queen of Cups and the King of Wands. So you've got the Master of Emotion with the King energy of the Wands, which does tell me here a big piece of these 3 coming together. So the King of Wands, I have like they're in this throne room and there's all this noise, all these people telling the king who they're supposed to be, should be, need to be, blah, blah, blah. Loud noise, although, everyone has an opinion. And they're like, wait a minute, I'm the king and kingdom. So, sound the trumpets, and everyone shuts up and they're like, thank you for all your opinions and your ideas. Please leave the throne room. Leave all that stuff in that box on your way out the door. I need silence because I'm going to get out of my head and into my heart. And that's where the Queen of Cups comes in, the ruler of the heart, because she has the ruler over the cups. All queens get a second portion of cups. That makes her the master, not just the queen with the King of Cups ruling over it, but the master of emotion. So they want to get into their heart. Then they want to make a plan regarding where their heart is leading them and then put action behind it. That's what this Wheel of Fortune comes in. This is the tune of For You, and this energy of having that experience is what is allowing you to move forward into something where you feel like you're living, not just existing. Of the mind has the expectations of the supposed to be's, the should be's, all that expectation stuff that check, 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 I'm existing. When the heart takes us, we feel like we're living, because when we have a bunch of expectations, we feel like we're in the negative, trying to go to zero. At zero, then we have abundance. No expectations from the heart. They're all about woohoo, and everything feels like above and beyond when we live from the heart. I feel like that's a thing that you either have recently gone through or you're in right now, because I feel like we're kind of progressing here. Then the next 3, yeah, you have the 8 of coins, 8 of pentacles. So you've been in this cocooning transformational energy, again, moving from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Yeah, the 9 of wands. So you might have been feeling a little bit of a block for a while, but it was giving you the opportunity to shed some old things. And this blocking, this slowing energy was keeping things from, lower vibrational things to coming towards you because you were releasing some lower vibrational beliefs and emotions that didn't serve you anymore, which allowed those things to drift away. And as you're raising your love vibration, then you're drawing in things that match that. So you definitely have the 9 of cups, and the 10 of cups coming later, I feel for you. But the 9 of cups is like clarity on the emotional dream come true. And I feel like that's what was happening in this cocoon. Again, all this emotional release energy where we're, letting, this energy go away that doesn't serve anymore. These mindsets of restrictions and expectations, and you're allowing to go, what do you want, heart? Again, that King of Wands sitting going, heart, what do you want in life? And the heart's like, you really talking to me? You always listen to that mind brain advisor, but you want to hear me? And like, yeah. And then listening to the heart, you're like, wow, what a beautiful, fruitful life it feels like instead of existing in, kind of energy. So I love this for you. You got the 6 of cups, energy that's coming in here. Um, so we've got this, energy that has um, this. I don't feel like this is a return of someone from your past. I feel like this is more like dreams of the past coming forward, childlike energy coming forward, and even past life energy coming forward. Actually, I'm on you, Carmela. I'm on number 21, which is you. Here's your timestamp if you wanna go back to where we started. So I do feel like, here with that energy coming in with the 6 of cups, I do feel like there's this, wonderful energy that you're bringing up, and it's almost like there's this, you're making this new choices in this lifetime to have a different experience than you did in past lifetimes. Because I feel like in some past lifetimes, you chose to have these experiences where you kept your emotional dream come true, squashed and kept. But this is the lifetime we were like, all right, I've had enough of those. I'm going to try something different and I'm going to live my heart to the fullest instead of shrinking it. So I love this kind of transformative change coming in here. So that was the 331, and then the 221. Yeah, here's the one of the other cards coming in here. You know, um, we've got here this tree of life, which is remembering who you really are, which is that your higher self. This is the Kabbalah or Kabbalah tree of life, and you go through all these things to come down to be this human character. So it's remembering that you're a human character, but the actor behind the character is who you really are. That comes in here, right? So I definitely feel here. And the 6 of coins is this energy of balancing and also about being aware of like codependent relationships where you might tend to overgive, where you feel like you have to give so much to deserve so little. So we do this kind of energy that comes in with this release energy, and realizing that your inner child, there's some work that can be done, energy below the surface. I do have a podcast that we talk about this specific thing. It's called abundance where it be. Here's the link for there. I'll answer your other questions here in a sec. Just I'm in the flow of your reading, so I'll follow up and answer these other ones. But we've got this the Six of Pentacles is an out of balance where we feel we have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back, and then we tend to feel like we can't receive from other people. So I like this clarity that comes in from our emotional inner child who has this rate of exchange that's below the surface in our subconscious that it learned when we were younger. And it goes, that seems fair, 1,000 to 1. It's down here running on autopilot. And then once we bring it up and we're like, no, no, you don't have to have it like that. Bring it down from 1,000 to 1 to 100 to 1. All right. Now let's bring it down to 10 to 1. All right. And then to 1 to 1. And then the gates open up and allow things to come forward. So there is a little bit of realization around your worth that, kind of information here. And with that Palace of Coins, there's this big shift in your worth energy that comes in when you realize I'm more than this human character. My worth isn't rooted in the outside world of, relationships with people, situations, and things. But when you go inward and upward, there is that energy that we're priceless. And we root that in the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms, right? So eternal never ends, unconditional, nothing we have to do to earn it. It's just ours 100%. Nothing we can do to lose it either. So we make our worth solid in that, not the outside world, because all those things are unstable, right? Relationships, situations, things. People change, people walk away, people pass away, unstable. Situations never stay the same, unstable. And then, of course, things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, unstable. So all of those point us back inward to where we find the only stable thing in this realm, which is the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, right? So we definitely, I feel like you have this wonderful transformational energy that's happening here. And I love that. And then you have the Ace of Cups, the 10 of Coins. Yeah. So, as you're growing this self love, as you're allowing this chalice to fill up with that eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, then the 10 of Pentacles, that's the relationship energy. That's what ends up, coming down the road. And that's what we're looking for because you don't want to do what you always did and get what you always got. That's why the barriers, you're working on raising that love vibration. And as you're raising that love vibration, then this relationship comes in. And that's an important thing. That's like one of the most important things we can do in our journey is focus on our self-love because every relationship, rabbits, every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of our self-love. And we can't love someone else more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from others more than we love ourselves. So if I love myself like this much, then as much love as I want to push out is just going to drip, drip into how much love someone wants to give me. It's just going to drip, drip, right? And so when I open up my self-love, then I can this, uh, conduit to the outside world also opens up, so I like that. And then it leads you here, yep, to the Fool card. A brand new beginning, free of expectations, full of opportunities and possibilities that opens up, and so it's an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So I love all this journey, and, I have a free podcast called The Easier Path. We talk a lot about our journey of, going inward and upward and talking about a lot of different scenarios and dramas and traumas of our lives as a human and spirit's perspective on why humans do what they do and then tools from spirit on how to make it a easier path instead of a harder path. So I highly encourage that. Let's see, here you asked, let's see, you're having trouble opening up to others and feeling their energy. You want to be able to be more intuitive. Yeah. Actually, and that's part of my podcast that's going on right now. We started off episode 15 is the empath's heart song. We talked about the empathic gift in number 16. And then we've got 3 phases so far of learning the language of emotion, the freedom work, clearing the pipeline, and then the gifts. I have them over here, that's why I'm looking. And then we have one, phase 4, which is the final one in that little mini series within my podcast about growing our empathic gifts and our spiritual gifts. So highly recommend it if you're wanting some free resources there. I do private readings. All that information's down in the description area. I don't have like coaching sessions, but we can use reading sessions for, you know, getting clarity on how to do things. And spirit uses a lot of that, opportunities, it's almost like we do that through readings. They coach us through, coming through. They don't just give us, you know, here's the answer to your question. They tell you the beneath the things and the above things and all those sorts of things. So check them out. Yeah. And let me know. My email address is down there too. If you have any questions, I'm happy to clarify anything too, about, you know, uh, if you're like, I want to do this, what's the best way to approach that as far as a reading or a hedge or different things like that too. Thank you so much. Sometimes I put people to sleep. So let's get you your fortune cookie too. So don't take off anywhere. We got one more. So let's take a look here. Let's see which one is going to be yours here. This one here. Yeah, it's always tea time. Number 26, which says eternity, endless moments, and repetitions. Let's see what this says here for you too. So from the book Alice in Wonderland, it says, is that, well, excuse me. That came out of nowhere. All right. Is that the reason so many tea things are put out here? She asked. Yes, that's it, said the Hatter with a sigh. It's always tea time. So there are places, spaces, moments in all our lives where time takes on a different quality. Within the space you find yourself in now, there is an endlessness and a repetition, as though you were stuck in a loop. First, we must become aware and recognize the cycle we are in. This card sees you becoming conscious of something that entraps so many souls, but which you have a chance, a sure opportunity to escape. I love it because we talk about that full card, which is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So here you are. Others around you are seemingly content to be within the loop and to keep the cycle going. You stand outside of this, and it is within your power to change the pattern for yourself. Some will puzzle at your desire to move beyond the constraints of the pattern. They may even be disgruntled at your yearning to change and move beyond the trappings they feel content with. Do not allow their influence to stifle your need to free yourself. When this card comes, consider changing the hours you work, the time you rise or go to your rest, or the schedules you operate in. Others may be confused at your desires to shake up the order of things. However, it is progressive and exciting of you to challenge what others consider to be normal. It does not always have to be tea time. Things do not need to be done in the usual way, and time can be shifted and experimented with so you can make the very most of the life you wish to live. You are transforming. I love it. Divination for this card is a change in schedules, repetition, cycles, patterns, and loops. Situations being repeated, being trapped by schedules that need to be changed. A wonderful time to challenge the order in which things are done and reworking traditions so they're more aligned with the way you see the world. I love this. And then the reversed of this card, if it resonates, says, wanting to keep to routine and to the schedule, and inability to be spontaneous and break free of what has been decided. I don't feel like that's so much you. You're ready. Chop, chop, let's go. All right. So that's what you have, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. And I'm glad it resonated for you. All right. Let me catch up on the chat here. I know we've got several donations that came in. So let's get caught up here and we'll get back into things. So enjoy, Carmela. All right. So let me scooch on up here. Let's see. Yeah, it was right here. So and let me see what time that came in. All right. So Berenice, I did get your Cash App that came in. Um, all right. So you gave, you say 2 donations. Well, I see a $2 donation, so we'll do, if it's a dollar each, it'll be kind of an ankle, depth for both for 2 questions, right? So it won't be a deep dive, but we'll move you up here. So 2 questions. The first one where you say Sergio would be more positive with the message. I don't know if you say it before the lawyer. One then lawyer. Uh, I erased everything, so I don't have um, which ones you want, Bernice. So, um, so you wanted his feelings and their love for you. Is that one of them? I'm really confused now because of all the messages. So, Bernice, can you put just in the chat number 1 question what it is, number 2 question what it is, and then I'll hold your space in the donations here, but I'm really confused about what your questions are at this point. So, I'm so sorry if you could just clarify it for me, 'cause, I didn't capture all the others, and I'd have to go search for them. So if you could just make it easy and put 1 question, 2 question, what they are, and then I'll get to you on that one, okay? So, appreciate it. All right, and then Sudeshna, I see 2 for you, so you'll be number 24. For that one, we'll give that a love and a like. And then for this one, that'll be number 25. And here is that question there. So we'll get that on there. All right. Oh, and then here's more for Sudeshna here. Let's see. Okay. All right. So we got that. The rest of this is Carmela. All right. And then Jamie G, I see your additional one. That'd be number 26. And there's your question there. All right. Or before the end of the year. I'll add that on there too. Okay. All right. I think I'll give that a little bit of like so I know I have that one. And all right. All right, I think I got all that. Let me just check one other place real quick here, and we will double check. All right. I think I've got everything here. So we will dive back in there. Hey, Ruby Camellia, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So I think we are set and we move forward. So 53904, we got Juliana, you are up. So thank you so much for your donation. And so, hi, you have a friend that you recently got to meet. You knew each other a month ago, and and you think he's quite attractive. So your relationship is ambiguous. Oh, and that always fun, right? And you want to know if he could be a good partner. All right, yeah. Well, let's take a look here and see what energies come in between the two of you. So, can we know what kind of partner they would make for you? Right, we got these, we got this, and no, I don't want those. Anything else? There we are. So 333, you got three threes. And yeah, we got on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Knight of Swords, which is the knight that's on a quest for clarity and seeing things, from a different perspective and um, com- continuous communication. I feel like you guys will have like great conversations on the bottom. That's on the bottom of the deck there. So it kind of tells you like a big foundation is the kind of interactions and communication and talking about things and a lot of like-mindedness and a lot of things too. It feels like here. And then I feel like these three groups of three will tell us other things. So the first group of three, ooh, la la la. Okay. We do have the Ace of Wands. So there is passionate energy here, Two of Wands as well, and the Five of Cups. So it's good to know starting out that, they struggle a little bit sharing emotion. We'll see here with these other cards if it is something that takes time for them to open up their emotions, or do they not know how to share their emotions? Because the Five of Cups is about, they got emotions, but it feels like they keep them kind of suppressed and pushed down, and they more so express themselves through the passion, through action and motion and physical attraction, that, but not through emotion like water. It's fire, passion, not water, emotional energy, right? So I feel like that's good to know. At least in the beginning, this is kind of how they've learned to share themselves. Um, and then we'll see if they have an emotional side as well. Um, I feel like they're a bit of a like they don't like restrictions, a lot of expectations, and to have a lot of intentions because we have the Ten of Swords, which is they don't like people trying to change them or, you're supposed to be this, you should be this. This is where we should be at. What are your intentions? All this supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. They're like, I wanted just to be on this adventure. We have the King of Wands, which shows us they are able to bridle their passion, that they're not just, you know, uh, it's not that they don't want commitment and intentions in this because they wanna go, sleep around with everyone else. This is, I wanna have an adventure with someone and not have all these rules sucking the life out of it. I want us to focus on what we are experiencing, not what's not happening, kind of energy. And we got chariot energy, which is the moon, Cancer moon energy. So they do have the ability to share emotion, but it's outside of expectations and rules and like a lion who doesn't want to be caged, and they don't want to have like a lion's pride of, you know, all these female lionesses around. They want to go on an adventure, one to one, but they don't want to be caged in it. But they're not looking for like multiple partners and all that kind of thing either, you know. So hopefully that kind of more of an adventure with them than an organized, uh, very detailed and defined relationship, right? Is kind of where their energy is at, with all this here. Yeah, and it is. I mean, they can be a great lover, they can be in a wonderful relationship. 10 of Cups, a very joyful relationship energy. But the biggest thing is with the, Capricorn devil card energy, no rules, no cages, kind of energy. So, hopefully that gives you a little clarity on kinda where they're coming from. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Um, yeah, but if you're looking for, after a certain amount of time, I need to be called your girlfriend, and then you need to become my fiance, and then we get married, and it has to be this and that and this and that, they'll be in the other direction, because that's not who they are there, right? So let's take a look here. So you do have friend energy here. Look at the little bird on the shoulder. And it says here, be as good a friend to yourself as you are to others. So that is a wonderful card. Let's see, that's what you were getting from him. He likes to go with the flow. Yeah, exactly. You're very observant. Boom, boom. Well said. All right. So that's what they have for you, Giuliana. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Ruby C. We got you. You'll be number 21 on the free readings when we get to those. So we got you on there. All right. All right. So let's see. We got Berenice coming up. And Berenice, I don't see that you put your questions back out there. So let me try to find the ones you're trying to say here. So the first one where you say, Sergio, be more positive with the message. All right. Let me see that here. Let me try to find you here. Okay. Is this it here? Say, Sergio, be more positive as you say it before the lawyer. Okay. Okay. Is that the one? Would Sergio get mad with your lawyer? Tell him about the terms. Would be Monday or Tuesday. That's why he'll come. Maybe he'll fight or accept a nice way to give your kid a justice. Ritual to help. I don't feel like that's it, right? Sergio would be more positive with the message. I don't know. Before the lawyer one. It's before the lawyer one. Okay. I was asked because I was wondering if she likes. Oh, that's someone else. Sorry. Let's try to find your other one further up here. That at some point they're going to disappear here. Okay. Okay. Sergio more positive and better wanted to see blah blah blah. Okay, I see it here. Whoops. Don't do that. Oh, come on, mouse. All right. Stop. Okay. All right. So we got that one. So the first one on that uh, for the lawyer one, the lawyer. Okay. So the last, can you do the last two questions? The first one. Okay. So this one, and then the one about I'm so sorry, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I'm just trying to get her questions here. Okay, and then just put about his feelings, love. Okay. So that was the other one. That's my understanding, and that's what we're gonna go with. All right. So I think I've got it. And then Juliana, thank you so much for your additional donation. We'll get that. It'll be number 27 here. want to know if he's interested in you. All right. Oops. All right. Think I'm all caught up here. We'll get back into the readings here. Thank you guys so much for your patience with figuring all that out. All right. So let me take a sip and then we'll dive in. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Berenice, we got 5. 4929 is yours. So, thank you for your donation. So, so Sergio think more positive and better, or wanted to see what can you do for him to come, or let him text back from the messages I send me today. He will reach out tomorrow morning or night. Okay. And I'm sorry, I think, I'm having trouble understanding the language of this here, so give me a sec here, because you wanna know if Sergio will think more positive and better, or wanna see you. You wanna know what can you do for him to come, or so you wanna see what you can do to have him think more positively and better and wanna see you. What can I do for him to come, or let him text back from the messages you probably sent him today? He will reach out tomorrow morning or night? Question mark. Probably right. Okay, so let's take a look here. So anything you can do for a more positive result here, I feel like is what you're looking for here. Let's see what spirit recommends, like what you can do to try to have a more positive result. And then will he reach out based on current energies tomorrow morning or night? I'll get that there. Okay. The bottom of the stack here is your overall energy, which is the 2 of Wands. And so, right off the message with the 2 of Wands is whatever you focus on, your energy, you draw in. And there's, the 2 of Wands is the 2 things you can focus on. If you're focusing in on gratitude, higher vibration, right? It's unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, play, gratitude. That's higher vibration energy. And whatever we're focusing on with gratitude will draw more in. So if we're focusing on lower vibration, which is what is not happening, what I feel I need, what I want, what I fear won't happen, I draw in lower vibrational energy. I bring in more lack. I bring in more need, more want, and the things that I fear, right? So, what they're saying here, one of the big things you can do to create a different outcome is to focus on gratitude for what you are grateful for Sergio. Um, Grateful for and it has to be sincere. You can't fake energy, right? You have to really look and go, I'm remembering when they did communicate with me, and I really was grateful for this, and I'm grateful for this, and I'm grateful for this. That allows more things to flow toward us. When we're focusing on fear and want and need, we're actually pushing things further away from us. So, number one, be aware where you're focusing your energy, right? The other thing that you can do here, yeah, we have joy. So this is joy and celebration energy. So again, focus on the joyful things. You have the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles, which there is this energy that comes in with her, which is focus on what you can control. You can't control him. You can't make him do anything he doesn't want to do. So you focus in on what is in your control, which is your power of what story are you putting to things? What emotion are you choosing to feel? What actions are you taking? What energy, again, with the 2 of Wands, what energy are you putting out? That's the only thing that you can control. And uh, and that's where freedom comes in. Again, and then you have the Star card too, which is balancing energy. not allowing yourself to go way out of balance into fear and into that need and that want energy. Such an important thing because when you do focus on what you're grateful for, then that makes it easier for all that stuff to come to you. But when you're, focusing in and obsessed with, and you're out of control, the first thing you need to do is balance. You got to come out of the fear. You got to come out of that fight or flight energy, and you can do that through breathing. Just hold it for a couple of seconds, and then that helps get your body back into calm where you're not freaking out. Because when you're in fight or flight mode, you're not thinking clearly, you're reacting, old stories, old emotions, old actions. You're just in a reactive mode. You're not being able to consciously choose from a balanced place where you're responding and consciously choosing. When you're in fight or flight, you're just all over the place, right? So, with all of that, based on current energies, will he reach out tomorrow, morning or night? Well, get the 5 of Wands. There still is conflict here. So, I don't feel like they will tomorrow with this energy because I feel like there is the need. Um, this is happening for you with this energy. I know it can be hard to believe that and to understand it. Why would on God's green earth would I want that to happen? But, that is the energy of, we have conflict because we grow. And if this wasn't happening, you would still be thinking, fearing things is going to bring me what I want. But because it is being held back from you with fear, as you move into gratitude and change that, you're going to see things change, and that's going to change the rest of your life. So, this is an important thing to look at. Okay. And then you want to know about his feelings and their love for you, is the other one. So, let's see here. What can he tell us about his feelings and love towards you? Yeah, I mean, they do see you as mother, they still have that sensuality. They see, there's a lot of emotion that's there below the surface. Um, but we have the 4 of Cups. They're in a space where the love of the outside world, like this would be you and another love they've had in their life, that it feels stagnant. It's not bringing them this Ace of Cups, which is their self love, right? They're looking for love in the outside world, and the outside world feels empty to them. And it's true because the love we're looking for is us. Once we fill up like that chalice and overflow, then the love from the outside becomes above and beyond extra instead of falling short, right? So I feel like you know, this is not like specific to you of like, oh, you're not filling me up. No one is. And that's why they're in this, you know, feeling of trying to fill themselves up and nothing's filling up their heart because they're looking out here instead of in here, right? What else? Yep, 2 of Swords. They are a bit conflicted between their head and their heart. Yeah, they are wanting to be seen. Again, this energy of they think that they're going to find something in the outside world that's there. There's still, you know, passionate attraction, you know, that's there. Um, but, I feel like they're still looking for happiness in the outside world with this 10 of Cups. Let me say this is the 9 of Cups, which is like they're looking for this, what they think is an emotional dream come true. And again, it's all focused out there. They think that they're going to find this magical person out there that's going to fill them up and make their heart fill up and overflow. But the spoiler alert is that no one can. We're the only ones. We're the love we're looking for. So, if we want them to validate our worth, that's, where, things hit and show us that it can't be. It's only in the outside world where we feel lack, where we find fullness is inward and upward, right? And I know we kind of went through those fast, but because of the price of the donations, we just go ankle deep. If you wanna dive more deeper into a lot of these things, I do have a free podcast, that we, talk about a lot of things like this in it, and that's the easier path. It is linked down in the description area or on my main page. Your fortune cookie is beauty, and it says, "Today, you're a curator of beauty. You are blessed with moments that let you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that all is well in the world." I love that. Right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So that was the last card of our self-care decks. Let me put those out of the way here. And we'll be moving into a different deck here for those. Come on, let's put those over here. All right. So we will continue on here. So up next, we do have 2 for Sudeshna. We got 559. Whoops, 57. So I think we're about to hit 6 hours. Nope, it didn't pause like it normally does. All right, that's good. So here you go, Sudeshna. That's for your the first one of your second batch. So good morning. Oh, yep, it did. It did blink. Okay, there we go. So, so for that application issue, will all the responsibilities and the code change be handed over to you? All right, so based on current energies, will they be handed over to you or your new manager, your old manager, or any team member will help? All right. So let's see what we got here. So, are they gonna be handed over to you? We've got the 2 of swords. I feel like over to you and someone else with the 2 of swords, 'cause I've or they're 'cause it feels like it's gonna be split between 2 things here with those 2 of swords. Let's see here. New manager, 3 of pentacles, no, they're all about you create it. Being true to your authentic self. They're like, "No, you do it," because that's their authentic self is like, "No, no, you do this," right? The old manager, I feel like they'll be a good resource for you with the 2 of cups. I feel like you can reach out to them, and they're willing to help you with it, at least give you some guidance. And will any team members up will help? Yeah. So that makes sense. Here's the other ace of swords, right? Because one of these is you, and then so here's the other one is one of those. So I do feel like it's another team member that will help out there. You know, the bottom of the deck, you have the 9 of swords, and you even have the 5 of wands, which, you know, it's like be aware of all the expectations and all the responsibility you're taking on with it. When it's a group with the 5 of wands, it's a group effort. So I do feel like there is this energy here of, you know, you'll be able to work with others and get other people engaged and but I don't feel like all the expectations are gonna fall on you. Like the responsibilities are gonna be shared with all that energy. So hopefully that helps. Oh, I didn't get these cards out. Hold on. Falling down on the job. So the new cards we're using for the under $5 donations is Well-Being, the Teachings of Abraham from Esther and Jerry Hicks. So let's take a look here. Let's shuffle these up. All right. So yours is oh, I love it. I am learning that all problems resolve themselves. Isn't that great? What a great card for you. And it says, when you have a problem, a desire exudes forth from you, and source hears it and answers it immediately. Once you remove your attention from the problem, you then allow the solution. So give birth to the question and let it go and allow the answer to flow. I love that. What a great energy. Right. So that's what they have for that one, Sudeshna. So we'll circle back around for your second one here in a moment. Hey, Marilyn, thank you so much for your additional donation. You'll be number 28 there. All right. So I'll give that a love and a like. Thank you so much. All right. And then we're on 25 for Sudeshna. Your second one is 60416. Is that one there? And for this one, so the gold earring. Sounds like a James Bond movie. The gold earring you bought, oh, last week, right? You exchanged it yesterday. Oh, nice, with a gold and diamond earring, as it was troubling a lot in your ear and loose, right? So was this a good decision to exchange it? The one I bought yesterday, will it be safe to your ears and safe in general as well? Yeah, let's take a look here. I like that because I feel like if you didn't get it fixed or did something with it, it was going to be lost. So I feel like it's good. So overall, what's the energy of the exchange? Yeah, King of Cups, wonderful balance between head and heart. So that's a ideal situation kind of energy. So we do like that. Um, and then will it be safe? The new one, will it be safe for your ears? These here. Okay. Will it be safe for the ears and safe in general? Yeah, I like this. Four of Swords, you got peace of mind. Um, with the Devil card, which is, if you get this is all those beliefs and getting rid of, you know, those fearful thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, then, you have the Six of Coins, Six of Pentacles, which is a beautiful balance. It's always a wonderful, you know, um, a good reminder for us all that if I'm focusing on, oh God, I'm going to lose it, I'm going to lose it, I'm going to lose it, guess what we're inviting in? And our energy is saying, hey, universe, you know what I'd like? I'd really like for this to be unsafe, for me to lose it, for this to be not this, not be this. So, there is with that devil card, it's, shaking the rattling, these long held beliefs, these concerns, these worries that we have. And it's about transforming those. Our energies are, uh, the energies around a situation directly reflect our energies we're putting toward the situation, right? So you have the King of Cups. They're saying, what a wonderful, beautiful earring that matches and is good for you. But we can still screw it up with our mindset. This is the troublemaker, right? If we step into fear and then we're going to get fearful things to come in. If we're in gratitude and so thankful, then and that we continually are in gratitude, we draw more things to be grateful for too. So I hope that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one too. All right, this one here. This is an amazing deck too, because the cards just hit us between our eyes. Whatever I give attention to, wanted or unwanted, I am creating. And it says, you were born with a magnificent, okay, I can't read that far away. You were born with a magnificent emotional guidance system that lets you know in every moment exactly what your vibrational content is, which is being matched by the law of attraction. As it is your desire to feel good and your practice to choose good feeling thoughts, only good things will come to you, right? So if you desire to feel good and your practice to choose good feeling thoughts and emotions, only good things will come to you, right? I like it. Exactly what we're talking about. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And we're circling back for Jamie G. You are up 60839. So golden child. It still cracks me up from that day. All right. So you want to know, will your department be restructured before the end of September? In what way will you be okay, or will it be before the end of this year? Okay. All right, let me take just a quick sip here. Gotta stay hydrated. So, will your department be restructured before the end of September or before the end of the year? So, we'll look at those. And then, in what way will it, if it is restructured? Well, let's look first here. Is it going to be restructured? Three of coins, three of pentacles is before then. The five of cups is by the end of the year. Well, I feel like with the three of pentacles, this is, being split out in a way with three pentacles here. The five of cups is a no energy. So I don't feel like that is that there. So let's look at here. In what way will it be restructured by the end of September? Okay, we got that. And then, will you be okay? Well, you will always be okay. But you mean, like, is it going to impact your job and all that, right? I feel like with the strength card, this is Leo energy, leadership energy. And I feel like there's going to be like a change in management in a way. It just feels like the restructure puts different parts under new people. It's almost like I don't know if they're removing a manager position somewhere, like, you know, because I feel like it's almost like they're chopping up your department into three. Like if there could be, this kind of thing goes here, this kind of thing goes here, this kind of thing goes here. And it's like this piece can go under this manager in this department. This piece can go under this department, under that manager, and this piece can go under this manager in this department. And it almost feels like someone's leaving or being eliminated, and so they're restructuring it not to replace, I feel like, a manager, and because 'cause they're like, "We instead of doing that, we can be, cost efficient and not have to pay for a new manager, and that'll make us more solid." It feels something along those lines. Will you be okay? Yeah, you got the 6 of coins, 6 of pentacles. You're fine. Oh, 4 of coins. I looked at the 5 in the wrong way, but that's still solid foundation with, 4 of pentacles. 4 or 6 is good energy. So, I like this. Got Capricorn Sun energy coming in here. So it is a solid work foundation. So I feel like you're fine, but I do feel it feels like on track for by the end of September, they will announce and kinda have people go in a variety of different directions. But I feel like that's what's kind of going on. They're just kind of realigning things, and I feel like the foundation of it does have to do with because a manager, they're eliminating a manager position because someone's leaving, and they're like, let's just not replace him. Like, well, are we going to get raises? Good luck. Let's see here. So your fortune cookie. What can we know here? Okay. Oh, what a beautiful card. Your says, my purpose in life is joy. And it says, the basis of your life is freedom. The purpose of your life is joy. You are free to choose new avenues for joy. And in your joyous growth, you will add to the experience of all that is. I like that. So looking good. Sunflowers, sun energy is positive energy. So we like that. Right. So that's what they got for you, Jamie G. Many blessings to you. All right. So let's take a look here. Got a couple more came in here. So honored. Thank you so much for your multiple extra donations here. We'll grab here. You'll be 29, 30, and 31. Let me get that one in there. Whoops. All right. And then we got this one here. All right, and then this one here. You're welcome, Jamie G. Thank you again. And this one too. Thank you so much. Honored. That'll be number 32. All right, got you there. I'll grab that other one here. When you put that out, make sure I didn't get anything over here. All right. So there we go. Just grab it right now before I jump in there. There we go. Oh, for my great tub. Good. Gotcha. All right. So, Juliana, we got 614 Feedy one for yours. Let's grab that here. Boom, boom. And you wanted to know if he is interested in you. Oh, yeah, that's your friend, right? So, Mr. Hottie Patati, are they interested in you? Let's take a look here. Nope, not those. Anything else? All right. What do we got going on here? All right. Well, they do see you as this, queen of wands, hot potato. So there is attractiveness there. They do, you know, recognize, and it has that attraction energy there. What else do we have here? We've got the Six of Cups energy. It feels like you guys might even have some past life connection energy that could be, kind of present where you're like, why do I feel this way? I just met him. Could be this comfortability, this, familiarity between the two of you. And that would be because of past life energy that's present. So I do feel like they feel like something's there. Um, we've got the Two of Swords energy and the Eight of Cups. There's a little bit of, again, this is conflict between the head and the heart here. I don't feel like they've really made up like their mind if they're interested. There is attraction energy, there's emotion energy, but with this Two of Swords, it is like this at a crossroads. And the Eight of Cups is about, you know, it can be like we become friends and we have friendship. And if we don't, then I might end up like having, um, this, walking away from the friendship. Because if it doesn't work out, it's like, wow, do I want to like pursue friendship? Because friendship, then I'm gonna shut that down and not allow myself to go in that direction. Because then I don't want to lose a friendship. Because you know, 99.99999% of the time, if we become romantic with someone, we can't just be friends with them. Especially, well, I mean, I guess it makes the same. I was gonna say, especially if it's opposite sex, but same thing happens if it's same sex, It's because that's still relationship or romance, right? So they're like, or this wouldn't be this would be more, um, physical passion, not emotional, in the beginning and everything, and so I feel like he's kinda at the crossroads because the Two of Wands too, we have with the Three of Coins, you know, it's like again, they're trying to decide which energy they want to choose because I feel like they like just being able to be their authentic self, but if they're gonna go a romantic way, which is funny, romantic or passion, then you present yourself differently is what isn't that funny? That's how it kinda goes. Yeah, why it feels so ambiguous, right? Because he's uncertain, he's not sure what he wants to do. I feel like he's kind of more going toward with this energy I'm picking up, it just kind of feels like they're going more towards friendship because I feel like they're like, I like the familiarity and I like just being able to be my true authentic self and I feel like we'd be great friends. And it's almost like I'd rather have you as my friend for a very long time than as a fling or a girlfriend for a short period of time. You're like, "Oh, is that how it usually works out with you?" Yeah, yeah. So, your fortune cookie here says, "My joy doesn't depend upon the approval of others." And it says, "No" I can't read that. "No effective guidance will ever be achieved by seeking the approval of others, for they all desire different things of you. Constant, pure guidance from Source comes forth from within you. It's always here. It's always there." I love that. So hopefully that helps. I don't have a determination that they're making. There's still too much, you know, uh, unfolding yet to find out, right? Yeah, right? And it's like, yeah, that's right. I can always have a hot friend. All right. So that's what they got for you for that one, Juliana. Thank you again for your donations. All right. And then Marilyn, 62012. Circling back around here for yours. There we are. And you want to know, what are the thoughts and feelings that Melanie has about you and why she ended our friendship? Oh, how rude. So cheers, cheers. So what do we got coming in here? Let's see here. So Melanie's thoughts and feelings. So the thinker here. And then we got the feeler. They want these for those, not those, these. Feelings, is that it? Oh, these two on the bottom too. All right. And then why does she end the friendship? All right. Well, let's see what this is all about, right? At the bottom of the deck, there is a bit of confliction energy here with the Five of Swords. And so with that being on the bottom of the deck, there is an internal conflict, because external conflict doesn't happen unless there's internal conflict, right? When the Five of Swords pops up, it's like they had conflict between their head and their heart, and we'll see here because we're looking at the head and the heart, and then we'll see why they chose to end the friendship, right? So we're doing the head first, the thoughts. So 9 of coins. Yeah, and they've got this combo. The 9 of coins, 9 of pentacles is a very introvert kind of energy, and the 3 of swords coming in here. Why does this feel familiar? Is this a deja vu? But there's this 9 of pentacles where they're very introverted, and then with the 3 of swords, that's expectations equal disappointment kind of energy. So in their mind, they did have a lot of expectations of who you were supposed to be, how things were supposed to unfold, all this kind of stuff, and they felt, disappointed in it, which is what happens with expectations, because no one can live up to each other's expectations, especially when we don't know what they are. We assume everyone else has the same as we do, but we do not. And that's why we're surprised when people don't do things we think is normal, that everyone surely thinks this is what should happen, and it's not. So I feel like this very, very tough on themselves, very high expectations, dare I say high maintenance, like things have to be a certain way. And if it's not, almost like OCD energy. Hey, OCD, yeah, you know me. Let's see what else we got here. Um, yeah, and I do feel here they were like uh the King of Pentacles energy talks a lot about self-worth, and that she had this idea, she had a lot of her worth attached to, your actions, non-actions, word and silence kind of energy. And uh and so she had this idea of, you know, uh, how your interactions and your friendship, what it was supposed to mean, and how it was supposed to support her self-worth. With the Three of Wands, she is not, it's like there's not this flexibility with the Three of Wands. There's like, no, it has to be this way. With this combination, I'm getting this energy that she was like, no, it has to be my way, because that's the way. Because she's having trouble seeing that there's other ways to do things. Very fixed energy of no, it has to go a certain way, and she would get upset. Her mind, especially, her mind is like needs things to be a certain way to feel safe and in control, and safe and control, oh, and comfortable energy. It's there's that energy underneath all that. Queen of Wands, yeah, and I feel like like this Queen of Wands is kind of like your energy that uh you're more flexible. This Queen of Wands is more like intuitive than fixed. Um, I'm trying to think here. It's like for some reason, Myers-Briggs is coming in, if you ever heard of that personality test. And they have people who are very, you know, you either are intuitive or sensing. And I feel like they were very sensing, where they needed things facts, 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 facts. And I feel like you're more intuitive. You're like, yeah, I know, but kind of feel like we need to do this. No, no, no. This is the way things have to be. And you're like, me, I think we can do it more this way. And I feel like there was a little bit of that impacted their need to have things structured. And you were like, structure, meh, structure, let's have more possibilities, not so whoa, kind of energy. So hopefully that resonates. Feelings here. Yeah. And I kind of feel this kind of tracks with the Five of Pentacles, this fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, not enough, not being enough, not having enough. And, the Six of Swords, again, movement of thought and belief, energy coming in there. But I feel like their emotions were quite feeling, they had that insecurity, kind of lower self-esteem energy. And so, you know, again, they were kind of defining their worth by you and looking for this validation that you it's not your responsibility to give, but they didn't feel that they were getting that validation that they were needing. Um, Yeah, and I kind of feel here, we've got the Four of Swords, outside of the mind, it's like the Star card is like kind of like this dream come true kind of person. There was a lot of things that you exuded that they wanted to be. And it's almost like, do you ever have this energy where someone, instead of doing their own work to become, and like they love your confidence? And I wanna be confident too, so I'm gonna hang around with you, and you're gonna become my confidence, instead of me doing the work to become more confident. That's what I kind of feel happened here, and that's where you know, it, um where it kind of where this disappointment energy kind of came in, and then, because the World card, it's like I'm not getting what I feel I should have gotten from the relationship, so that's why I'm walking away with this Eight of Cups energy. So we'll see what this other is, because it's like they're telling us kinda why they did. But what was the trigger? What was there something? Can we know more? Three of Cups energy. Did you have other friends? Did you have a new friend come in? A new group? Or you were a part of a group of friends? Because this Three of Cups feels like there was this joyful tribe kind of energy or a third person that came in, and they kind of felt like you like them more than you like them more than you like me, and in this insecurity of your friends don't like me, this group of friends doesn't like me kind of energy. Yeah. And again, this all of this, I'm not gonna be able to meet up to all these expectations, and, the Knight of Wands is they triggered because they felt, "I'm not gonna be able to live up to all these," and it feels like that was the expectation that broke the camel's back. I could say it like that, because I feel like they were like, "You were supposed to put me first, but you're putting other people also first, and, uh, and so I don't feel like," that was like the thing that just "Okay, I don't mean anything to you," kind of energy, right? Um, yeah, and And there's this 4 of Cups with this 8 of Wands. The 4 of Cups is like a stagnant emotional energy, and then the 8 of Wands is action. So another thing that caused the action is kinda like, "I'm not special, I'm just one of your friends." It'd be like it's almost like this, like, I would introduce you as my best friend, but you would introduce me as my friend. And they're like, "Oh, I thought I was, like, your best friend." "Well, you're one of my best friends." "What?" I'm not your the best friend, it's almost like that kind of energy. It may not be that extreme, but it feels kind of that this is the thing that caused them to go, "You know what? A I wanna have a bestie where we're best of friends and we're it, and we can have acquaintances, but we're the ones that do everything together. There's not a third person," kind of energy. I feel like they're what, Single White Female? Do you ever see that movie? Whoa. Yeah, let's see what else we got here. Whoa, yeah. So, yeah, we've got here what is this? You did see that movie, right? Remember it? So we've got the 4 of Wands and the 9 of Wands, which led to the Tower 2 here. So it also feels like something that was here. Is there some sort of event that they did not get invited to, or that you did not invite them and you invited someone else? Because I feel like that was, "All right, I'm out." There's something about because this 4 of Wands energy that's here, um, it's like, they felt that you had invited like, they didn't get invited. It could be just that, like, you got invited and they didn't. And they felt, well, you could have invited me as your plus one or, something, or you could have got them to invite me, um, kind of energy, or you did something with someone else and didn't invite them to go along, kind of energy, if that resonates at all. It just feels like that kind of feel, um, and it could be totally what they thought happened and it wasn't, 'cause I don't feel like you did anything purposely. I just feel like this is what kind of developed in their mind, and, um, you ended up doing something that they really wanted to do, and you didn't invite them to go along to do it. It can be that kind of energy too. It just kind of feels like in that spectrum of energy. So, hopefully that helps. You're like, "Hmm, who knows? It could be totally illusion, because that's kinda what happened with Single White Female, right? Didn't she like, "Whoa, what are you talking about?" I must feel like, this is a good the Tower card coming in is, you can trust that when people leave your life, they're being moved out of your life for you to make space for someone that's more in alignment with your energy, to clear the path for you to move forward. So, I almost feel like they're saying, "Count this as a blessing." And I like this. So your fortune cookie, you get the last one of these, Alice in Wonderland, you get manage to be glad. You got the skunk. Create your own happiness regardless of conditions. Let's see what this is. From Alice in Wonderland, it says, "I wish I could manage to be glad," the queen said, "only I never can remember the rule. You must be very happy living in this wood and being glad whenever you like." So the queen is almost berating Alice, imagining her to be happy whenever she wishes, thinking that the business of being happy is simple. As the queen, she feels it is not simple for her, but she wants to manage to be glad. Except, as she says, she cannot remember the rule. Is there a rule to happiness? Is there a way to manage to be glad? Well, I feel like maybe you have this joy and happiness, and they were a little bit like, why are you happy all the time? You know? When this card comes to you, there are two possibilities. Just as there are two slithy toves in the painting. The first is that others assume your life is simpler, easier, and that happiness comes more readily to you. There is the implication that they have it harder and must struggle to be happy. But this is not the case at all. Your happiness has been earned. In some ways, you've created it by directing your thoughts and impulses toward the steady creation of happiness. And so, like, her unhappiness felt darker with your brightness, right? The second possibility is that you must learn how to be happy. Having joy in our lives is not just good fortune, circumstance, or temperament. It comes through the careful management of our thoughts and deeds so that we nurture the possibility of joy and move ever closer to happiness. Do not let others steal your joy or imply that being joyful means you are not as serious, deep, or hardworking as they are. Happiness is often hard earned. We must find it amidst the most troubling of challenges. Alice has learned to do this despite being lost and everything around her being so unpredictable. We too can manage our happiness and defy those who claim it is more difficult for them. We can all do this no matter our lot in this lifetime. Wow, interesting, right? The divination of the card, your happiness is in your own hands. It is something which can be managed, nurtured, and grown. Acknowledgement that life can be very difficult and challenging, but you're being asked to grow the happiness you long for out of your magical will and desire to feel joy once again. Reversed, a belief that happiness is easier for others who seem more fortunate and have been given blessings that you've missed out on. Believing that happiness is an act of fate rather than a disciplined way of thinking and behaving. Feeling happiness is out of reach, focusing on the sadness rather than the bliss that can be created. I feel like this is the night and day of you two in a way, because they felt kind of melancholy and always, that so many expectations that there is that energy of that so much needs to be done in order to be happy kind of energy. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Let's see what this is. Hopefully that helps. All right. All right. Let's see where we're at here. I think I got everyone here. All right. So we've got 4 for honored. So honored. Got 638, 25. Excuse me. Let me take a sip here. So just turn it on. All right. Before you zonk out. All right, Chels, I'll get you on there. You'll be number 22. Boom, boom. Good night. Sleep tight. All right. So honored. You want to know, how does Leo truly feel after things were officially settled with Cappy? All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, how does the Leo truly feel after things were officially settled with the Cappy? Get those. 3, 2, 1, boom. Yeah, we got 3 of swords on the bottom, which is heartbroken, expectations equal disappointment. So, yeah, definitely not happy. I mean, they even got, can see the tears. I don't know if you can see the tears on their face rolling down the thing here on this one. So let's see what here we got. 3, 2, 1. So how do they truly feel? Yeah. So, we've got the world card, which is like the ending of a significant, the end of a significant, pattern and the beginning of a new adventure. So, significant ending energy that's there. Um, we got the 4 of swords and the emperor. And I feel like they're this energy of, I'm trying to make it appear that I'm okay with everything. It's like in front of everyone or in front of the Cappy, and that they're just going, "It's okay, I get it. It's alright. I'm solid." But no, underneath, we have that 3 of swords, right? So they're either trying to deceive themselves or they just don't want to show this disappointment energy that's here. And then we have the 2. There's a countdown, right? Yeah. We do have the Knight of Pentacles and the 5 of Pentacles, which is the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And this is with the Knight of Pentacles, it is part of their adventure, you know, part of their experience to understand and transform their self-worth. So it's part of their journey and their adventure, and that's what happens with all of us when we're putting like our worth, based on the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationship situations and things. We eventually feel that shaking, that rattling, because the things of the outside world are so unstable. When we define ourselves by them, we feel unstable. We have these shakeups, and it's part of our journey. It's all pointing us inward to find our true self-worth. Because self-worth, self, right? Not retail price of the outside world. It's self-worth, inward and upward, right? So I feel like they're on a journey of their self-worth and facing that fear of being abandoned and being left behind. And the 2 of swords. Um, there's this, energy here about, the power of story, and they're a bit conflicted between their head and their heart, because their heart is feeling this, and their head is trying to feel this, trying to rest and not have expectations, but their heart is feeling that lack energy that, that's coming in there. Um, but I feel like they're trying to, have a different story because their mind's trying not to, no, we understand, da 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 da, da, but their heart is like, you know. So they're trying, but I feel like that's kind of where they're feeling after that things were settled there. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for that one. I think it's this one here. Yeah. So we got desire is the beginning of all creation. And it says, in allowing your desire to come to you, you not only gain the satisfaction of having received it, you also gain a whole new perspective, from which to desire more. Ooh, interesting. Interesting card there. All right. So that's that one. We'll circle back for your next one here. Let me just grab here. We've got a couple of more shout outs here. So we got Play of Spaghetti. Hello, hello. So, and we'll put here. So for free readings, you'll be number 23 once we get to those. And then Jamie G. Thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 33. All right. So get that. Whoops. Stop. All right. Love and a like there. All right. So we are caught up there. All righty. So honored. We're going on to number 30 here for you. 644. 52. So here is your next one here. And you want to know, how does she view you and your connection with Cappy? So the Leo, right? Right here. Right? Let's see here. I don't want those. I don't want those. I do want this one. I do want this one. I want this one and this one as well. All right. So it's interesting because on the bottom here, we do have the Six of Pentacles, which is the codependency awareness card. And I feel like she views the connection of it's one-sided, like you're an overgiver and they're a taker. And I feel like, it's funny with this Leo energy on the bottom, the Six of Wands, they're like, but with us, it's equal passionate attraction. But with you guys, it's out of balance. And I feel like that they have to kind of look at it that way, for their own sake. But I feel like they think, oh, it's not going to work out, you know, like your guys' connection. They're just using you. And when they're done with you, they'll be done with you. How else do they see it here? Yeah. We've got here, I feel like with you, it's like there's this palace of cups, this palace of emotion. They're like, you're a safe space for them because you got all this emotion that you have for the Cappy. So they feel like the Cappy likes being with you because you do give so much, you give so much emotion. But of course, with them being Leo, they're like, but they like me because of my passion, my Page of Wands. So they're like, they like me for my passion. They like you because of how much you give emotionally and what you give and give and give. You know, ours is give and take. So I feel like they're needing to feel this way, um, and view you in this situation this way to feel good about themselves because they're feeling kind of down, right? Which is normal for humans, you know. Yeah. She doesn't want to kill you. The death and the rebirth. The Page of Swords here is, they're trying to see it from a different perspective. They're trying to deal with the end. Oh, and that makes sense. Like I was saying, this is how they're dealing with the ending, with the death. They feel like this death of their relationship kind of energy. They're trying to look at it from a different perspective here. It just feels like I'm trying to see it differently. And so I'm creating a different story, and that's why they're trying to look at it things this way. This is the story I need to have to make myself feel good about this, right? Yeah, and I do feel here, we have the Nine of Pentacles. Again, they're doing this comparative energy. It's like eventually, because it's like I feel like the Leo is like, I create this palace of this pleasure palace. That's funny. But it is this, fire pleasure palace, and you have like a garden that they can go to, but they offer a palace. So I feel like they're like, eventually they'll come back to the pleasure palace, kind of energies. I feel like what the Leo has to say to themselves, um, and they might believe it a little bit too that, no, I know them. They're going to end up when they're ready for that. They're going to miss that deep passion. Yeah, even on the bottom of the deck here, they're going to miss that deep passion, and then they'll be back. Here's the Eight of Wands. When that passion hits, um, there will be a sudden change, and they'll come back suddenly into my life. So that's their idea and what they think will happen. Maybe it's because it's happened before with other people, maybe not with the Cappy, but with other people, or maybe with the Cappy. But I feel like they're thinking, this is going to repeat itself again. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for that one. Yeah, this. So when I appreciate, I feel so very good. Says appreciation is the secret to life. Become a person who appreciates, and you will thrive. You will fulfill your reason for being. Like it's like gratitude, right? Appreciation, gratitude. That's what grows things, right? And we talk about that because when we focus on what's not happening, we get more of not happening. When we focus what we're grateful for, we get more things to be grateful for. So I like that. It's a great, great card. Right, so that's for that one, and then for your next one here, we got 65039. There we are. And then, will the Leo be jealous, possessive, bring trouble to you when it comes to your connection? Based on your previous 2 readings, maybe, but we'll get clarification here. Because I do feel they're a bit possessive already, right? But we'll see here. We'll check. Cheers, cheers. All right, shuffle one more time here. So okay, thank you. Will the Leo be jealous? I didn't finish the sentence, and it's like, bam. Will they be possessive? Will they bring trouble? When it comes to that. All right. Yeah, it's kind of got 2 cards and 3 cards and 1 card. So definitely it doesn't unfold the way in the order you think it would, or that we think it would. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Knight of Cups. So, with us talking about how, they're like, well, yeah, you bring emotion, but I bring the heat. I feel like there is jealousy underneath there that, they tell themselves that heat and passion is more important than love anyway, but I don't feel like they mean it. They, in their subconscious and their the inner recesses of their being, they're like, I want someone to love and care about me too, because that's all human. That's what we all kind of long for and drive for, right? Um, so I feel like that's there underneath the surface, right? So will they be jealous? Oh, how funny. That, because in your previous reading with the 9 of Pentacles, they're like, "Yeah, you offer a garden, you offer this place of beauty," and I feel like the jealousy will grow, right? Because the 7 of Pentacles is, something slowly growing, and then the fruit pops up, right? So I feel like the jealousy will you would think that the jealousy would come first, but they're like, "No, it takes time for that to grow." What about the possessiveness? We got the 4 of Coins, which is like the 4 walls. We got the King of Swords. I feel like in the beginning here, it's not because here's the World card, and I feel like, again, they're creating this story. I'm not possessive because I have this story in my head that it's not gonna last, that they'll be back to me anyway. And so they're like, "I'm not possessive. Go ahead, because 'cause you're coming back," kind of energy. Confidence, at least right now, right? Like, that's where the jealousy grows is, "Why haven't they come back?" kind of energy before, right? Will they bring trouble? Got the Ace of Pentacles. I mean, that's a positive energy. I don't feel like they bring trouble because, again, I feel like again, I mean, they're bringing back up that, no, because I feel because so this is the thing, right? They're like, if I cause trouble, that will keep them from coming back to me. But if I just let things unfold, then that'll make it easier for them to come back to me, kind of energy. That's the thinking they have. If I cause conflict and trouble, then they're like, "Well, no, I'm putting obstacles in the way to come back to me." But if I just go, give him the sp give you the space to hang yourself kind of energy, right? Give you the rope, and then it'll come back, you know? I'm like, "Ooh, look at you, Miss Confidence," right? Like I said, at least for now, that's Leo, energy too, that confidence, that strength. Um, and then your fortune cookie for this one, through the corridor of my joy is the pathway to my desire. And it says, most say I can't read that. When I get that, when I get that, I will be joyful. But you must be joyful first. You must start with the determination that I will not settle for less than feeling good. Ooh, I like that. Right. So that is for that one. All right. And then for this one, we got 65607. So thank you again for your multiple donations. I'm so grateful. And I feel like we kind of started into this one. What areas in your life would spirit urge you to focus on for your greater good? I do feel like it starts off with this card about um, you know, realizing when I say that I can have joy when I'm with them or when this is achieved, that we're giving away our, um, our joy. 'Cause I can be joyful right now for no reason at all, but when I attach it to a person or a situation, I actually can't have joy until the future, and so I'm miserable and I'm desperate to get to that place. I even have this little thing that says, "Your life isn't yours, um, if you care what people think," because we're giving away our life to other people instead of going, my life is what I think, not what other people think, because then it's my life. But if I'm going, oh, my life needs to be what they think, then I've given my life to someone else, right? Isn't that interesting? I love it. Anyway, let's see what else they have here for you. All right. So, what else, Spirit? What areas of life can help this? Those there. Is that it? And those down here. Okay. Gotcha. hmm So one of the big ones for all of us, all humanity, and so it's not surprising this comes up. On bottom of the deck, we have the Nine of Swords, which is the nightmare and insomnia card, but it's more expectations. And, you know, when we're focusing in on, supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be energy, we got this big long list and we feel like all this stuff needs to happen in order for us to. This is when happiness happens. When we hit zero, we're in the negative, trying to get up to zero, and then we can have abundance. But these expectations are so high, we hardly ever get up to zero. So we spend so much of our time focusing on what's not happening instead of celebrating all of this that is. And so when we can transform that, like, when you talk about where can I focus, it's focusing on gratitude, and a lot of your cards were focusing on that too, though, from the previous readings, right? Focus on what I have had, gratitude, sincere gratitude, that just opens up the conduit and allows things to come our way, right? So, I feel like that being underneath on the bottom, that's an important one, and this kind of sums it up too, because the 5 of swords is the struggle between higher vibration and lower vibration. The 3 of cups is choosing joy, right? And so, you know, imagine being in a relationship, right? And if all um they said to you was the stuff that you're not doing this, hey, you're not doing that, you're not doing that. Does that make you want to do it more? Maybe in the beginning out of fear, oh God, don't break up. I'll do whatever. But after a while, does it make you want to do more? No. When someone says, "You know what I love about who you are?" "What?" "I love when you do this, and I'm so grateful." "Are you gonna do more of that?" "Hell yeah." So that same thing is when for other people, when we become a nag, right? We start nagging about, "You're not doing this, you didn't text me back, you didn't call me, you didn't take out the trash, you didn't put this toilet seat down," or whatever the things are we do, right? That just sends people in the other direction because that sucks the life out, because what we're doing is we're focusing on what's not happening, and we get more of not happening, which then sucks the more life out of the relationship. It's a downward spiral. Gratitude for what we're grateful for, sincerely what people are doing specifically too, not just, "You're great. I appreciate you." Empty, right? But when you say, "You know what I love about you?" "What?" You're like, "I'm so grateful that, you know, you never give up on your friends, and, when your friend Joe, when were gonna, they were trying to push everyone out and you wouldn't let them. I feel like you saved their life because you don't give up on your friends, and I love that about you." They're like, "Wow." Doesn't that make them, like, more connected to us? Because they realize we see them for who they are, and we are grateful because 'cause we're specific, right? So I love that. That's one thing. The other thing, yeah, Ace of Cups, your self-love, which is important. Yeah. This makes sense. This is the quest for your self-worth with the Knight of Coins. The Judgment card, knowing that you're more than this human. You're that powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being, this actor behind this character. We're an expression of our higher self, right? And so we're so much more than just this human. But the big thing that helps you for your greater good is realizing that you're not here to be someone's partner, and like your life purpose isn't to be someone's wife or partner or um mother, whatever. That's just what we do on our adventure, but you're here to share this big heart of yours with the world in your own special and unique way. And someone doesn't become your life, they are uh, you're going to share your life with them. They're going to be a part of your life, but not your life. You get to more share your life with them. They don't become your life, right? And the Ace of Cups says the more you realize your self-love, then the bigger and the smoother relationships you have with the people of the outside world, because you can't love someone else more than you love yourself, nor receive love from others more than you love yourself. So when we love ourselves this much, no matter how much love we want to pour out, drip, 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 no matter how much love someone wants to give us, drip, drip, drip. So the more we raise and open up our self-love with our higher self and the upper realms, the more this opens up our ability to give and receive love to our lover, our friends, our family, other individuals. And so every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of our self-love. So one of the things for our greatest good is to raise our self-love. A lot of my podcasts, The Easier Path, I might have mentioned already, we talk a lot about all this stuff. It's free. The link is down in the description area of the video if you want to check it out. The playlist link is there. And then the third thing, get the Palace of Coins. This is about your journey. Can we kind of touch on a little bit with this Knight of Coins, this journey of your self-worth? Yeah, the balancing out of your self-worth. Justice card. This is clarity around your relationships and the power of your story and clarity around, all of this. And it kind of all comes down to, we talked about every relationship is a reflection of your self-love. But, when we realize that, we're taught that our worth is determined by the outside world, right? Relationship situations and things. The king, and we're talking about the Palace of Pentacles, which, the king rules from, that, when we realize that that's not true, that all the outside world is unstable, relationships with humans, situations, things, all unstable, right? Because people change, people walk away, people pass away. If our worth is connected to that, we're going to feel unstable and shaky. Same thing with if we're defining ourselves by our jobs, our career, different things like that. That also, those things always change. We feel unstable when we define and connect our worth to that. And then, of course, things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, if that determines our worth, things get stolen, they break down, burn down, blow up, whatever, right? So, unstable, everything points us back to our self worth on the inside. And as we realize that, you know, uh, we can turn inward and upward and we have that solid foundation of our worth, that we're priceless, right? And it doesn't mean we stop wanting things in the outside world. We just stop defining ourselves by it. We stop having a severe desire, for it, desperation. I got to have those things because then they don't fulfill us, and we're going, "What's happening?" Right? But I love this because one of the things around this Justice card, because this is about relationship energy, and we realize it's kind of like this energy of when, we define ourselves by relationships and we gain clarity. Part of this kind of like a journaling prompt that's so amazing is, what do I think is out there that's not in here already? And sit with that. Whoa, don't hit me with that on a Sunday night, Brother Z. That's spirit, not me anyway. So hopefully those help. With that, let's see what your fortune cookie is here as well. So, all right, thank you. I was going to say, what else for you? We've got, I choose my unique path to joy. Yeah, I love this. No one can create in your experience, for no one can control where you direct your thought. On the path to your happiness, you will discover all you want to be, do, or have. Not what everyone else is saying you're supposed to, but you get to discover, what is it that I want? And so I love that. So that's what they got for you, Honored. Thank you again so much for all of your donations. I'm very grateful. All right. Hey, Sudeshna, you're very welcome. And I got your additional donation. We'll put you on there. You'll be number 34. So we'll put you there. All right. And then Jamie G, you're up 70809. Look at that. Progressively going up. So elaborate more on how exactly the department will be broken down during restructuring. Wow. Wow. Let's see how exact that they will tell me here. So, how will the department be broken down? What can you tell me here? One, two, three cards. So we did talk about three, right? It's like it's being split into three. It's being, it's almost like, what is it? Pretty Woman. That's funny that they're bringing in Pretty Woman because, didn't he, wasn't he, a person that would like buy companies and then break them apart and selling them into different parts? That's kind of what it feels like with this energy that, they're taking the three parts of the department and breaking it apart and going, this, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. Bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Coins. So it's all about the buck. Again, this is about the money and efficiency, saving money. For the first one, we got the Two of Cups. So this one feels like if there's a part of your department that deals with customers and clients, more customer facing, I feel like that's being moved under a certain part of more of a customer service area. Whoever deals more with customers and public, I feel like a portion of that's being moved under that area. It's like anyone that's outward facing to customers and clients, they're being moved under whatever group kind of primarily does that now, if that makes sense for your organization. That's number one. Number two, we got the Four of Wands, the joy, the celebration energy that comes in here. That's an interesting one. I'm like, do you have a do you have like a someone that handles events or rewards, or it feels like events, celebrations? It's almost like there's a portion that creates things around, that kind of an energy, because it's like a marriage, it's wedding energy, but it's, um so if it's something around weddings or celebrations, that kind of thing, if there's a creation around it, then that is going under a group that, um, houses a lot of all the parts that go along with that. I don't and I apologize, I have no idea what you do, and they're just giving me these vague things, um, because I feel like you'll know kind of what it, "Oh, yeah, 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 yeah," so hopefully that makes sense to you, but it's like whatever the celebration and activities and events, there's a group that handles a lot of the logistics around those things, and they're like, "Well, we should just create with them, so let's move that under them, they can handle all that, that makes sense," kind of thing, if that makes sense to you. And then you've got the Eight of Coins, yeah, and then the people who do the work, the people who actually do the creation, do the work, um, you know, the labor, the go, 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 go. I feel like they're, uh, in an area with other people that do similar tasks or that do the work, kind of being under that same group. So so it feels like that's the biggest portion of people that move under a certain area, because these other 2 feel like they're less. So it feels like there's 1 or 2 people that move on, to the customer facing, and, um, a few to, I don't know, move under the celebration event thingy, maybe 1 or 2. It just feels like small amounts, and then the majority move under, and I feel like that's what you're in, right? Maybe, but I feel like, you kinda move into there. Underneath all that, yeah, we got the Eight of Wands and the Judgment card. I feel like there might even be, like, and this is why I felt confused a little bit for you, because I feel like maybe you have your hands in everything, and I feel like they might give you the option of where do you wanna go? This is the calling card, and they're like, "We need you to kinda decide, which which area would you wanna go into? Because I feel like you can do all 3, and they wanna give you the option, kind of energy, if that makes sense. So, hopefully that makes all sense to you there, Jamie. But that's what they got here. Let's see what your fortune cookie says. Maybe they'll give you some more clarity here. All right. Yeah, interesting. So it is my dominant intent to look for what I want to see. And then I don't know if you can read that. I don't think I can read it from there. Oh, I can. It focused. As you deliberately look for things to appreciate, praise, or enjoy, you achieve vibrational harmony with your own source and with all that is good. And then the powerful law of attractions brings more good things to you. So, of course, what are you focusing on, right? We always talk about that. All right. So that's what they got for you, Jamie G. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. All righty. All right. So Sudeshna, got you. Here's 71507. Hopefully that made sense to you, Jamie. Were you picking up what Spirit was putting down? I tried. I tried my best, I tell you. All right. So Sudeshna, thank you for all your donations this evening and this morning. So, well, this morning because we're in midnight now, and last night. So, how will be the upcoming time in your company cognizant? All right, let's take a look here. What will happen? Okay. And then, will you be working here in this company till the end of this year? So, based on your current energies and choices, and any other changes. Okay. So, what's going to be happening at Cognizant? Yeah, Queen of Wands, you got this energy. It really depends so much on your energy, what you're focusing on. There's so many things happening that it depends on what you focus on with your own energies as far as how will the time in the company be no matter what is going on with the company, this is saying you have the power, your experience, because everyone's energy creates like on earth, right? We're creating this huge joint reality. All of our energy creates what's going on in the earth, right? But each of us still independently experiences the earth separately based on our power of emotions, our power of story and thoughts, our energy and our actions. We experience it differently because, like, during the plague, that was one of the most transitional, lovely, amazing times of my life. For other people, it sucked because that's what they were focusing on. And that is, our power. And that's what the Queen of Wands is saying here. So, what will happen there? You have the moon. There is a lot of hidden things with the moon energy that are going to bubble to the surface. So, there are things that are unexpected that will be popping up. Um, and let me see if I can you tell us anything about that at all? There's some balancing out of things. You got the Justice card, which is the scales. The King of Cups is balance between head and heart. So I do feel like they do have some realignments, taking things from here to balance that. So there are a lot of realignments of things that come out of the blue. Um, so I do feel like that comes in there. Will you be working at the company till the end of the year based on your current energies? I don't believe so. When you balance your head and your heart with the Queen of Swords, Three of Wands is going a different direction here, and the King of Cups is the balance between heart and head. The Queen of Swords is the balance between head and heart. So this balancing some of this stuff, I do feel like you end up not working there. And, we've been talking about layoffs since the beginning of the year. I do feel like they do some rebalancing, and there are some jobs and that are eliminated, and then I do feel like you end up going somewhere else with this 3 of Wands. So I don't feel like you're gonna be there by the end of this year. And what other changes come in here? Yeah, I feel like you get clarity here. Here's the Knight of Swords, the pursuit of seeing things from a higher perspective. Clarity comes in. Here's the Judgment card, your true calling that we've been talking about, right? So you thought we were going to get away from it, right? No, no such luck. They're like, no, you get between now and then you do gain clarity of where you're being drawn to next. So it does unfold here. And I mean, we've got what, 5 months left? We're just a little halfway through the year. But, I feel like that's what's coming in there. I know, I know. You don't have to preach to me. I get it. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Alright. Oh, wow. There is an abundance of everything. Shortage is only a perception, right? You keep thinking there is a shortage of abundance, but a shortage is only a perception. There is a never-ending stream of abundance. There is no shortage whatsoever. So that's a perception. There's always enough, and, uh, so that is focusing in on lack. We experience lack, which is not true. There's plenty, but we're like, "Oh god." It's like, "I'm starving." They're like, "Did you check the kitchen?" "Oh, there's nothing in there. I'm starving." And they're like, "Did you go check the kitchen?" And they're like, "No, there's nothing in there. I'm so hungry." They're like, "Get up and go look in the kitchen. There's a banquet table, right?" And because it's our perception that there's nothing, we experience nothing, but when we go to abundance, we can see it, right? I love it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, everybody. I think that is it for my donations at 7 hours. And I do have here, let's see, 23 free readings. So we will dive into these because I think we can get them done within an hour. So that'll be 8 hours and 20 minutes. So that's right. We can do that. And then I'll sleep in. Cheers, cheers. Maybe. We'll see. All right. So Debbie O, you're up 722 even. So thank you so much for your donations. There is your first one here. And then we have whatever comes out. All right. What does Spirit want you to know here? So, yeah. So you have the 4 of Cups here, and you have the 3 of Swords. And I like this energy because the 4 of Cups does talk about, whoops, we're bored with the old energy and the old relationships of the stuff in the outside world. They were disappointing. They didn't bring us what we were looking for. And, the 4 of Cups, this is your self love here. Of course, Cancer moon. You got to have it one way or another. So now we know 4 of Cups is also your Cancer moon energy. But this is that the outside world can't fill up this giant heart that you have. You have to fill that up from the inside and fill up an overflow. And then that's when you don't feel disappointed in the outside world. So as you're going through this journey and this adventure, you're not um, gonna feel happy with someone in the outside world till you're filling up with your own energy on the inside, right? So I like that. So beautiful. I love that awareness, coming in there. So that's what they want you to know right now, Dibio. All right. Well, I did get one free reading in. Hey, Shloka, good to see you. We'll grab yours. Next donation here. Let me get in here. And there we are. All right. So we have 72407 for your timestamp. So here you go. And you want a general reading about what does your higher self want you to know? All right, let's take a look here. What does your higher self want you to know? 222. All right. So, underlying energies, you do have the Knight of Cups, which is the quest for your self love. And also, this we'll see what these cards are. If this is going to talk about relationship energy, you do have the Ace of Swords and the Tree of Life. This is a unique card for this deck here, and it's all about understanding your origin, seeing life from a higher perspective, not from a place of expectations, but from a place that you are a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being, right? You're like, wow, your origins. It's like your origin story. But, this is this clarity, realizing that, we're given as a human a lot of around relationships, especially it could be romance, friends, family, whatever. A lot is supposed to be should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's, but they're all opinion. But we're taught, oh no, this is law. You have to feel this way and do these things. And this is who they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to bring into a relationship and how the relationship is supposed to unfold and what it's supposed to bring you and who you're supposed to be in it. And there's all these rules. It's exhausting, right? And this is the setting that free because we're realizing this doesn't define who we are. This is all opinion. We can step away from all those small t truths rooted in fear of rejection, fear of not being enough, all that wonderful energy, and see that we can see it from a different perspective, see it from a higher perspective, from a place of gratitude, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. And that it becomes instead of a very restricted, structured, this is how a relationship must go. It's an adventure instead of a job, kind of energy. You also have the Sun card and the Four of Pentacles. A lot of this journey is about you realizing like where you're putting your worth. The Sun card shines a bright light onto this inner inner adventure. And, we talk about it a lot where, we're taught, again, these expectations that your worth is defined by relationships, by situations like jobs, education, and by things, our bodies, bank accounts, possessions. And when we look at that, we realize all those things are unstable that we're taught to define ourselves by, right? Because humans, relationship with a human, are humans eternal? No. Are they stable? No. uh, People change, people walk away, people pass away. When people go into fear, they freak out and they're unstable, right? So relationships with humans unstable, we define ourselves by them, we're unstable. Same thing with jobs, education, situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down. So this is all about pointing us back to finding our worth, self-worth, inward and upward. So we have this amazing energy of, getting that strong foundation, seeing things from a different place, from that eternal place, that solid foundation of eternal unconditional love. Doesn't mean we stop wanting things in the outside world, we just stop needing them. We're not as desperate for them. We fill up from the inside out, then whatever's in the outside world goes from lacking to above and beyond extra. And that's when we have this fulfilling type of relationship that comes in. And then they want you to know about the 8 of coins and the 2 of coins. Yeah, there's this wonderful balance, transformation. You can trust that, we're in a cocoon right now. We're, developing a new way of saying things. We're letting go of old ways. It's like a caterpillar in a cocoon. They become caterpillar soup. They let go pieces of them that don't serve them anymore, and then they become a beautiful butterfly over time. And eventually you'll, with this cards coming in is you'll eventually get to a point where you'll have this excuse me, opportunity to choose an old way or choose a new way. Like you're a butterfly, you can choose a caterpillar or you can choose another butterfly. And it becomes kind of a comedy, right? Because you're like, do you see a butterfly walking around with a caterpillar? No. Do you see a butterfly flying with a caterpillar carrying them? No, they're too heavy, right? Because caterpillars want leaves, butterflies want nectar, and your desires change, and the old ways don't match up to the new ways. So, I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yeah, I like it. Here it is. I am life everlasting. I am an eternal being. It's like what we were talking about, right? Let me see. I can't read that. You cannot die. You're an everlasting life. In grace, you may choose to relax and allow your gentle transition back into your non physical state of pure positive energy. Your natural state is foreverness. So it's remembering we're not this human character, we're a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. All right. So hopefully that helps, Shloka. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Right, and Marilyn, thank you so much for your additional donation. We'll get you on here. You'll be up next here. All right, we'll give that a love and a like. All right. So I want to know, what are your Aunt Gwen's thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards you? Guinevere. All right. So let's tap into Aunt Gwen's energy. So what are her thoughts towards you? What are her feelings towards you? Do these two here too. And then what are their intentions? Oh, okay, thank you. Cards is flipping out. This one. Do this one here too. Okay. Is that it? All right. mm. Is she the one spreading lies about you? Seven of Swords on the bottom there. That is kind of an energy of untruths, or, not telling the whole truth kind of energy underneath the surface. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Is that the one? Is that the one talking to your other aunt? We'll find out here. So, thoughts. What are their thoughts towards you? We do have the Four of Swords. Let's see what else we got here. We have the Nine of Pentacles, Nine of Coins here. We have the Three of Pentacles. And we have the Three of Wands. Oh, interesting. Interesting, because it's like right now the thoughts are like, I if I have you feeling like you're ostracized, or you're out of your like, if my mind's at rest, having you not in like my life kind of energy, right? And it's interesting because the Three of Wands is about, uh things going a different way than planned, you know? But that 3 of Pentacles, this is the kind of the crux of her mind that that is the source of her fear that ignited and why she has that towards you. And it's because you're true to your authentic self. And and I feel like she's upset and there's this a lot of pain in her life that I couldn't be my true self. I had to shrink myself. I had to withhold myself and you know, you don't live up to the expectations. You don't do the things. So now I need to punish you. But the punishment is not you, it's I'm punishing myself. And so how I'm punishing myself is through punishing you in a way. It's a weird setup, right? But it's does that make sense how I feel someone needs to be punished and I can't punish myself, so I got to punish someone else. Because if I punish myself, I will severely punish myself. So I gotta do it outward. I can't do it inward, kind of energy. So this is the mind. This is what's going on in their thoughts, right? Sorry, let me take a sip here and grab a cough drop. All right, pardon me. I think my voice is trying to go away. We're not going to let it though. So, all right, then feelings. Let's see what's going on in this wicked witch's heart. I'm just kidding. It almost feels like that, you know, the real story of the wicked witch, you know, how she, you know, got heartbroken and so she turned wicked, you know, because it was from a broken heart, you know, that she did this, right? So feelings, 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles. Her heart is your family. This is the family tree. So from the heart, there is, you know, your family. Um, yeah. And the heart, and that's why our heart can be so different from our fearful mind, because our heart is a place of compassion and love. And we have the 6 of wands, which is, you know, this celebration energy. But the 7 of cups, there's a lot of different emotions that are going around there, Scorpio kind of energy. Um, and that Leo energy that's in there, there's a little bit of, it'd be like a little inner child of, I want to be seen too. Um, I want to be special too. And I feel like in a way, it's like, why does everyone pay attention to you? You know, the heart is like and a little jealousy, you know, it's emotion, right? So it's a jealousy emotion of, you know, you get all the attention. Um, Everyone always likes you, and I want to be liked too. But of course, well, don't be a witch, right? Don't be a bad witch, and people will like you. People liked Glenda. She was a good witch. That's what they're bringing in the Wizard of Oz, right? Um, it does have something to do with your mother too, because the Chariot card is mother moon energy, and moon energy is mother energy, and the Page of Swords coming in here too. So there is this stories with this Page of Swords. It's the story about their interactions with being a mother or with your mother, and um, and it's kind of like almost like they're taking that out on you too. So there's some emotional pain that created stories in their mind, which then create more emotions back toward you. So there's something to do with that here too, that, you know, I don't know, in her old senile age right now, your aunt is reliving some past events, you know, and and that anger because she can't be mad at her sister, um, she's being mad at you. Is your mom passed? Because it almost feels like I can't be mad at the dead, and I can't be mad because she's not here, so I'm gonna be mad at you instead. So there's something to do that, um, if that resonates there. Um, is there something around inheritance or money? Because I feel like with intentions, we got the king of coins, the king of pentacles coming in here. So it does feel like there's something about abundance going on here, and if I can get people mad at you, then they people will side with me to choose me and my ideas around something. Maybe is there like a the grandparents' home gonna be sold or something along those lines, and they're trying to say that, the inheritance, instead of it being split, it should be split among the immediate the children, not the grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and are they trying to get everyone to go along with that? I don't know if there's something along those lines, but it's kind of a that kind of energy anyway that's coming in here. So what else we got here? Yeah, the 2 of Swords. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The 2 of Swords is like trying to change a story, trying to rebalance things. Yeah, and King of Cups trying to rebalance things. So there is something here about trying to rebalance something in the physical world here that feels like money or something along those lines. And and I feel like that's kind of at the core of it because there's something about her security is being challenged. Um, and she's got a lot of fears around not having enough. And so I feel like that's kind of at the root of the fears of what's igniting a lot, right? When your dad passed. Oh, is this the aunt of your brother? Your dad was their brother, or is this your mom? Oh, that would make sense too, though, because um, having to do with the split out of things, going to the spouses and all that. So some resentments, but I don't know if there is a bit of that energy that's here about security and abundance and the stories that they're saying here. But I feel like the intentions, that's what the intentions were, was to kind of try to get you out of the picture so that they could have more of it's either the attention or the money, the worth energy. Um, so hopefully that makes sense. Let's see here. For your fortune cookie, we finished up the Alice in Wonderland. So we have this art therapy uh, card deck here that I felt we wanted to use. So these are huge cards. Let me see. I think I have to shuffle them this way. All right. So let's see what we got here. This one. All right. Wow. Isn't this interesting? Oh, it is their sister. Okay, so that was right when the first inclination we had. So you got my future unfolding, master number 33. And this is about the goal for the activity is to get to know your desires and set intentions. The medium is writing, the time commitment is 45 minutes. The instructions are write a letter to present day you from the perspective of yourself in 5 years. What will you have accomplished that you're currently working toward? Include as many details as possible. And it says, hint, to make it more tangible, use markers or colored pencils to depict a scene from the future. They have an example of what it looks like if I can zero in. Kind of looks like that. I know you can't hardly read it, but it's, the writing and then creating a scene down below. Oh, she wants your mother's house. Well, there we go, right? Ding, ding, ding. The explorative questions are what part of this vision seems most possible? What part of this vision seems challenging? Does this provide insight into what you need to work on? And then what do you feel most grateful for in your future? And what's one small step you can take today to move in that direction? Right? Wow. So perfect for what we're talking about, too. All right. So hopefully that create oh, I didn't put your did I not put your I didn't do a timestamp for you, Marilyn. Let me see here. 7:45:18. 7:45:18. You were here, so that's good. But I'll have to put that later. So before 7:45:18. So I'll just put question marks and I'll add that later when I get to my pinned comment eventually here. So hopefully that helps there, my dear. At least understanding what's coming from, where her fears are, that it's, you know, not personal, an attack against you, but an expression of their fear and their insecurity. And they're acting like a little child because they're in fear. So they're doing what a 7-year-old and younger would do. Try to get people, against you, and get people on their side and making up things, what you said and how you said it to them, you know. "Screw you, you old witch," is what she told me. She called me the Wicked Witch of the West. And she said, "The only way you're gonna get my mother's house if it falls on you, you old witch." Marilyn, I can't believe you would say that. Anyway, hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. It is. I'm getting a little silly now as we're getting later. It's almost 1 AM here. So, all right, let's see here. We're almost at 8 hours. Let's see. You know, you are very welcome. Hang in there. You know, there's nothing you can do. Just be you. Like you said, focus on your future. What do you want in 5 years? You know, do those things and, move forward um, and living your life and go, you know what? I have a future, uh, that's independent of them, and that's all right. I don't have to be with them. I can create my own family. We don't. That's the chosen family, right? Kind of energy. All right. Well, I hate to do this to you, free readers, but it is. It's almost 1 AM, and I'm almost at 8 hours, and so I did complete one, but I will return in the morning to complete the other ones. Um, I'm just, tired. So we want to, I don't want to just do them to get them done and get you a half-assed reading, but I will return in the morning, to do that. Um, oh, I'm sorry, Katie. But, thank you for understanding. I've almost been doing readings for 8 hours, 8. So, but I will return morning, and when I'm in the morning, I'm more refreshed. I go a little deeper into the free readings when I do them in the morning. Otherwise, it'd be a fast 1, 2 card and, you know, um, and I feel like you would want it to be more. So, but I will post it. It'll be in the morning, probably around 11 a.m. Mountain Time or so that I'll do that. It'll, it won't there won't be a chat in there, but I will go live, but there will be a pinned comment that will list all of the readings completed with timestamps too. So you can just click on it and it'll take you directly to your reading. So you don't have to be live. And I'm sorry if you didn't know that and hanging out all this time. Um, that I always do a pinned comment after every session listing all the readings completed with the timestamps. And if I don't get to the free readings in an evening session, I do come back in the morning and then I also do a pinned comment there after that session listing all the people with the timestamp. And all you have to do is click on that timestamp, it'll take you there. I appreciate it because I am sleepy. I don't want to, you know, push it and just, be it. I like quality, not just to get them done. So thank you for understanding. I'm very grateful for you. So thank you so much for that. If you want something to do in the meantime, I do have a podcast that has a bunch of wonderful messages from Spirit on how to make life an easier path instead of a harder path. So if you guys are interested, you can check out the timestamp there, the playlist link there. And we've got a lot of different content on from Spirit on hints on how we can make our path an easier path instead of a harder one. Also, tomorrow I'll be having a giveaway. So anyone that had a free reading or donation all from Wednesday through Sunday night, here is uh, the link that talks about what I'm giving away. And there's a special drawing on August 3rd, where I'm giving away a 1 hour personal recorded reading, 2 30-minute, 4 15-minute personal recorded readings. So that link will tell you how you can get into that one. But every Monday for the rest of in July to celebrate reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers, for donations, I'm giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading. For free readings, I'm giving one 15-minute personal recorded reading. So because everyone will be included in it automatically. Nothing you have to do for that. But for the big drawing at the end of the month, you do have to do something special to get into that one. Be sure to check out that link there. All right. I think that's it. So, I only completed one free reading tonight, MK. I'll be back in the morning. Sorry, I'm crunching my throat lozenge here. So I'll be back. I didn't get to yours. You're number 19 on the list for tomorrow, but I'll come in at about 11 a.m. Mountain Time. And what is this one? About 10 hours from now. And so I'll be completing the free readings then. I've been almost on 8 hours and my voice is trying to go and I'm tired and I don't want to, do a half, as they say, half-assed reading. I'll be more awake and more energetic in the morning too. But my energy's crashing, so I need to head out. So thank you guys for understanding, and I'll go a little deeper in the morning too for the free reading. So until then, remember, I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So tomorrow's session, the makeup session, will be it, and then I won't be back until Wednesday night. So thank you guys again so much for all your love and support and all your thumbs up and all your patience in getting to your readings. I'm truly grateful for your thirst for Spirit. And until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you guys again, Many blessings. Hang in there, sleep tight, and we'll see you guys soon. I love you guys. We'll see you.